Chapter 970. At the end of August, the ice field had just passed the hottest season of the year. In some places, the ice was not very thick, so the direwolf had to be very careful. The little wolf king leading the pack looked young, but it had a talent that was different from normal wolves. It was very sensitive to danger. Whenever the ice under its feet began to thin, it could sense it and react in time, either changing its path or slowing down. Liaochen and Xiaoheng took turns driving the sled from the back, giving orders to the direwolf, and controlling the sled to maintain stability. Gu Jiao and Taoist Qingfeng also tried to drive the sled. Gu Jiao was too fast, and the sled was almost flying, so the four of them voted to stop. Taoist Qingfeng had no sense of direction. They took a nap on the sled, and when they woke up, they found that Taoist Qingfeng had brought everyone back to the border of the Yin Kingdom with the direwolf. Feng Wuxia was dizzy from riding the sled. He vomited while sitting, not to mention standing up to drive the sled. At the end of August, the ice field welcomed the first snowstorm of the year. They couldn't find a place to hide from the snow, so they could only move forward with difficulty. The snowstorm at this time was not considered heavy for the entire frozen season. But even so, everyone felt the difficulty of moving forward. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao both thought of Marquis Xianping. It was only a small snowstorm in August, and they had the help of the direwolf, but it was still so difficult to move forward. They couldn't imagine what kind of extreme weather Marquis Xianping had been in to bring the purple grass and fruits out of the ice field. Near evening, the snowstorm finally stopped. The group was almost frozen into ice sculptures on the sled, and the direwolf was so tired that it lay down, unable to move forward. "Are you okay?" Xiaoheng asked Gu Jiao, who was in his arms. "Yes, I'm okay." As soon as Gu Jiao spoke, she realized that she could no longer open her mouth. She could only numbly speak. Feng Wuxia was also protected in his brother's arms. It was a little cold, but fortunately, he didn't freeze to death. It was Mei Chun who drove the sleigh. He stood at the end of the sleigh, his entire body wrapped in thick leather. He wore a leather hat on his head that covered his ears. His long eyelashes were covered with frost, and the snow on his cheeks did not melt, almost forming a cold mask. Hey! His lips had long been frozen and could not move. He could only rely on his mouth to make vague sounds. Ox enemy nose, Geiga hand. He was wearing gloves, but the gloves were completely frozen on the reins, and his fingers were completely stiff. Taoist Qingfeng wanted to kill him, but now was not the time to do so. He moved his stiff body, and walked over to use the dagger to pry open the ice on his gloves. Then, he slowly injected a bit of inner strength into his fingers to warm them up. Just now, he had used this method to help Feng Wuxia resist the cold. On the other side, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng took firewood from the sled and started a bonfire in the snow. "There's fire, there's fire." Feng Wuxia hurried over, squatted down, and stretched out his hands to warm the fire. Xiaoheng went to get some dry food. Gu Jiao skewered the dry food with skewers and roasted it over the fire. Xiaoheng took out the ice fish that he had caught along the way to feed the direwolf. Gu Jiao sat in front of the fire and turned her head to look at him. "I don't see you feeding the chickens, dogs, birds, and horses at home. You're quite diligent in feeding the wolves." "Achoo!" Feng Wuxia sneezed loudly. Gu Jiao reached out and touched his forehead. "I'm fine. My nose is just itchy." "Is it here?" He sniffed and sniffed around. As he sniffed, he moved closer to Gu Jiao. "What?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Feng Wuxia asked, "Did you hide something to eat?" "I didn't," Gu Jiao said seriously. "Spicy?" He turned his head and sneezed again. "When I smell spicy, I sneeze." "Achoo! Achoo!" Gu Jiao lowered her head and saw that the small meat shop in her purse was indeed exposed. Under Feng Wuxia's stunned gaze, she hid the meat paste back without changing her expression. "Just eating these isn't enough." Liaochen glanced at the dry steamed buns on the fire, and leisurely went to the nearby ice layer to dig a hole. He caught a few fat fish, and brought them back to the fire after killing them. He sat down opposite Taoist Qingfeng, and handed him a skewered fish. "Do you know how to roast fish?" "No," Taoist Qingfeng said coldly. "Your brother really doesn't know how to?" Liaochen asked Feng Wuxia, who was sitting beside Taoist Qingfeng. Feng Wuxiu nodded. My brother doesn't know anything. He doesn't know how to cook or sew. Liao Chen looked at Taoist Qing Feng in disbelief. If you don't know how to cook, how did you survive when you got lost in the forest? Taoist Qing Feng said, wild fruit. Liao Chen's mouth twitched. Liao Chen's cooking skills were comparable to Gu Jiao's. The fish he roasted were fresh and tender. With a sprinkle of fine salt and spices, it was delicious. Feng Wuxiu ate heartily. Brother Liao Chen, the fish you roasted is so delicious. It's even better than the ones at Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. When we get back to Sheng City, will we still be able to eat your roasted fish? Liao Chen said with a smile. If your brother doesn't kill me, I'm willing to roast a few more fish for you. Feng Wuxiu asked in confusion. But why would my brother kill you? Liao Chen's lips curled. Because Taoist Qing Feng grabbed a fish and coldly stuffed it into Liao Chen's mouth. Liao Chen took a bite and held the fish in his hand. He smiled and said, because I'm better than your brother. Your brother is jealous of me. Oh. Feng Wuxiu buried his head in the fish. He was too busy to speak for his brother. Xiao Heng tore off the most tender part of the fish and handed it to Gu Jiao. Liao Chen smiled and picked up another roasted fish from the rack. He gave it to Taoist Qing Feng with a half smile. Sanjing meat. You can eat it. Taoist Qing Feng said indifferently. You monks eat sanjing meat? Feng Wuxiu puffed out his cheeks. Brother, he said you can eat it. Taoist Qing Feng glared at him coldly. Whose brother are you? The next day, the group continued on their journey. It took them 3 days to finally see Dark Night Island above the ice at night on the 3rd day of September. There had been a few moderate snowstorms in the past few days. Overall, the temperature had dropped a lot compared to when they first set off. The ice had thickened, making it easy for them to return to the island. The dire wolf pulled the sleigh to the ferry of Dark Night Island. It was too late, and the ferry port was already closed. The iron fence that looked like a city gate blocked their path. The guards patrolling above the island noticed them. The leader asked warily, Who are you? Xiao Heng showed the token of Dark Night Island that Chang Jing had left him. He said with a cold gaze, Marquis Schwamping's residence, Xiao Heng. The leader asked, Are you the young Marquis of Zhaodu? Xiao Heng said, Yes. The leader frowned cautiously. How do I know if you're an imposter? Wait here. I'll report to the sect master. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and muscular figure descended from the sky. He flew down the island and onto the sleigh. With a whoosh, he picked up Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao and ran off the island. He only showed the back of his head to the guards. All the guards. Chapter 971. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's cheeks puffed up from the cold wind. Their cheeks changed shape when they turned, but the two had no choice. They could either shut up or open their mouths and become two expressionless sad frogs. Long Yi had wanted to hold Gu Jiao for a long time. Gu Jiao was pregnant, so he couldn't hold her. Gu Jiao was pregnant, so he couldn't hold her. Gu Jiao was in confinement, so he couldn't hold her. Now he could hold her. Xiao Heng was a bonus. Pick one and get one free. The fishermen on the island were processing the fresh fish. Xiao. An afterimage flashed over their heads. The fishermen looked at each other. After some time, Xiao. That afterimage flashed over their heads again. Gu Jiao's face darkened, and she was about to explode. You've already circled the island twice. After circling the island 3 times, the sky was completely dark. Only then did Long Yi reluctantly put the 2 down. On the other side, Chang Jing had already seen Long Yi flying around the island using his qinggong. Knowing that his people had arrived, he hurriedly went to the ferry to bring the other 3 into the Dark Night sect. Chang Jing knew Liao Chen and Daoist Qingfeng. The 3 of them had fought together at the border. Later, Liao Chen even stayed in Zhaodu for a period of time, and had a lot of dealings with Marquis Schwamping's residence. The only person he didn't know was Feng Wuxiu. My younger brother, Daoist Qingfeng introduced. As soon as he said that, the 2 saw Feng Wuxiu pulling Liao Chen's sleeve and saying, Brother, I saw pheasants on the island just now. Let's eat pheasants tonight. Chang Jing. Daoist Qingfeng. The Dark Night sect was actually divided into inner and outer sects, but they were all on the island. The process to become a disciple of the Dark Night sect was to first enter the outer sect, then go through painstaking training and layers of screening before being qualified to enter the inner sect. Inner sanctum disciples could enjoy the most powerful martial arts manuals and mental cultivation methods of the Dark Knight sect. They could also get more elixirs and resources. Although Chang Jing was the young sect master, he also cultivated step by step from the outer sect to the inner sect, including his 7 sisters. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were family members, not visitors of Jianghu, so Chang Jing and Long Yi took them back to their residence. What was worth mentioning was, Long Yi also had his own residence on this island, and it was even bigger than Chang Jing's residence. Long Yi wanted to show his territory to Little Master and Gu Jiao, but he wanted to see Chang Kuan first. This was a courtesy. In the parlor, the group of 5 met Chang Kuan and the 7 daughters of the Chang family. Liao Chen, Xiao Heng, Gu Jiao, and Chang Kuan were old acquaintances, while Daoist Qifeng and Feng Wuxia were new faces. Eldest Miss, 7th sister, that Daoist priest is very handsome. 2nd Miss, I think monks are more handsome. 3rd Miss, the little handsome brother beside the Daoist priest is very cute, and he looks very well behaved. 7th sister, how about him? 4th Miss, yes, don't think about that Yi Qing. He has to observe mourning for 3 years, and after 3 years, you'll be almost 30. 7th Miss Chang Yu couldn't bear it any longer and gritted her teeth. What? Why do you always say that I'm so old? I'm only 21 this year. 22, your birthday was yesterday. 6th Miss Chang strictly added. Nominal age is 23. 5th Miss, who had been silent all this time, muttered. Don't you think that the most handsome one is the man beside the little girl? Everyone looked at Xiao Heng, who was holding Gu Jiao's hand, and walking into the parlor. They had been rushing for so long, and everyone was described as being in a difficult situation, but it didn't affect their youth and handsomeness. Xiao Heng was different. He had an aura that was different from the others. The 7 sisters couldn't describe it. 2nd Miss said thoughtfully. He doesn't seem to know martial arts, but he seems to emit an invisible deterrence. Chang Yu said, the little girl is beautiful. Chang Jing came between the 2 sides and said, let me introduce you, this is my father. She was mainly introducing him to the Feng brothers. Daoist Qingfeng cupped his hands. Baiyun Monastery's Qingfeng greets sect master Chang. This is my younger brother Feng Wuxia. Chang Kuan smiled. Daoist Qingfeng, I've heard a lot about you. Then he looked at Feng Wuxia, who was of a suitable age and handsome appearance. His eyes lit up. Young hero Feng, I've heard a lot about you. Feng Wuxia knew his place, he was just a nobody, so Chang Kuan was just being polite. He politely bowed like a junior. Sect Master Chang. Chang Kuan was very satisfied. Chang Jing walked in front of her sisters, and this time she introduced them to the 5 of them. My eldest sister is Chang Ying, 2nd sister is Chang Ling, 3rd sister is Chang Yun, 4th sister is Chang Xiao, 5th sister is Chang Ying, 6th sister is Chang Jun, and 7th sister is Chang Yu. Chang Ying was not much younger than Princess Xinyang, and Chang Ling and Chang Yun were also in their 30s. They looked very young, but they had a righteous and chivalrous aura that did not lose to men. Gu Jiao felt like she had met the 7 fairies in real life. They were all beautiful, had different styles, and were all highly skilled in martial arts. Chang Jing continued the introduction. Zhao Du's young Marquis Xiao Heng and Black Wind Cavalry's commander Gu Jiao are married. Normally, when people introduced women, if they were unmarried, they would be the daughter of some family, and if they were married, they would be the wife of some family. Chang Jing was not like this. He remembered that Princess Xinyang and Aunt Yujin had said that every woman should be herself first, and then someone else's wife. At night, his 6 brothers-in-law also came. Chang Kuan's family had a very good culture. The 7 daughters were forthright and straightforward, and his brothers-in-law were not people who schemed against each other, so there was no burden when they interacted. Dinner was the highest standard of hospitality on Dark Knight Island, an all-fish feast. The main ingredients were fish, shrimp, and crabs caught by the fishermen. The cooking method was not as complicated as the all-fish feast in Gu Jiao's previous life. Instead, it was mainly grilled fish, marinated in sauce, boiled in soup, and fresh fish. It preserved the original taste and freshness of the ingredients to the greatest extent. Feng Wuxiu could not stop eating. He was like a little fat squirrel eating. I've never known that fish can be eaten raw. And it doesn't smell at all. Crab in sauce is even better, Changjing said. Feng Wuxiu did not dare to try it at first, but the sashimi gave him great confidence. He took a piece of crab meat covered in chili sauce, closed his eyes and bit into it. The crystal-clear crab meat mixed with the salty and juicy crab roe exploded in his mouth, and all his taste buds were stimulated. The crab meat was washed away with wine and marinated in a secret sauce. The saltiness was just right, spicy and sweet. Ah, delicious. Liaochen was not used to eating raw food. It was rare for him to have the same taste as Daoist Qingfeng. Gu Jiao tasted a bit of everything. She liked the fish soup the most. It was delicious. Gu Jiao thought that Xiao Heng would not be used to eating raw food since he grew up in Zhao country. Who would have thought that he was even more used to eating raw food? After the meal, Changjing took Liaochen, Daoist Qingfeng, and Feng Wuxiu back to the courtyard arranged for them to rest. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng stayed and told Chang Kuan the purpose of their trip. The first island master might be an old friend of mine. I want to see him, Gu Jiao said very tactfully. When the first island master passed away, Gu Jiao was not even born yet. In terms of age, it was impossible for them to meet. However, Chang Kuan had witnessed too many unimaginable things from the first island master. He no longer dared to use common sense to infer everything related to him. Chang Kuan said, I'll take the liberty to ask. You and him, did you come from the same place? He knew that the first island master came from a different world. Since Gu Jiao said that they were old friends, they might also be from a different world. Yes, Gu Jiao admitted frankly. She was so straightforward that Chang Kuan was stunned. Chang Kuan said with a smile, to be honest, I'm actually very curious about you and the first island master. Gu Jiao said, I can tell you what you want to hear, but it's hard to explain in a few words. I might have to stay on the island for a few more days. Chang Kuan hurriedly said, how can it be a bother? You are a friend of the first island master. That means you are an important guest of our Dark Knight sect. The Dark Knight sect will always be open to you. You can stay as long as you want. I can't ask for more. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. I'll take you to the first island master first. Chang Kuan brought the two of them to the forbidden area of the Dark Knight Society, which was actually located at the back mountain of the Chang family. The first half of the back mountain could be entered at will, but the second half was bounded by the monument carved by the first island master. Only the former island master could enter. Even Changjing had never entered it. Longyi was an exception, because he originally lived in the forbidden area. When they passed by that boundary monument, Gu Jiao raised her hand and gently caressed it. She seemed to feel the aura of her godfather. Xiao Heng took her disappointment and frustration into his eyes. Jealousy once again overturned in his heart. What, it's been so long and you still can't forget. In the end, who is the most important man in your heart? With a black face, Xiao Heng followed Chang Kuan and Gu Jiao into a spacious courtyard. Chang Kuan said, this is the place where the first island master once lived. Longyi also lives here. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked, what was Longyi's name when he was young? Chang Kuan looked at Longyi behind him. Longyi looked at the sky. Chang Kuan cleared his throat and said, Meng Meng. Gu Jiao. Longyi and Gu Jiao visited every room in the courtyard. Xiao Heng didn't want to visit. Why did he want to see that man's things? He sat in the courtyard and drank tea with Chang Kuan. Gu Jiao first went to the study of her godfather. She found a lot of handwriting left behind by her godfather. Most of them were his experiences in this space-time. There were also some mathematical formulas to deduce the coordinates she had left behind at that time. Gu Jiao looked at the familiar handwriting, and an indescribable melancholy welled up in her heart. How did Godfather know I had come here and left behind the coordinates? What exactly is missing in my memory? This study shouldn't be the real study of her godfather. He would never completely expose his secrets to others. Longyi, is there any other place? Longyi thought for a bit and brought Gu Jiao to a secret room. He pointed at a groove on the wall and said, you can't enter. This groove was the same as the groove in the operating room of the State Preceptor Hall. Could it be that this was the space coordinate left behind by her godfather? Gu Jiao silently called for the small medicine box in her heart. The small medicine box didn't appear. Gu Jiao walked out of the back mountain and returned to her and Xiaoheng's room. With a dark face, she took the small medicine box from the table. She muttered, "Why do I have to be carried?" Chapter 972. After putting the small medicine box into the groove, the originally empty secret room really had a different scene. What came into view was a dark and long passage. Long Yi's eyes instantly lit up when he saw the passage. It was as if a child who had been away for many days finally saw a harbor to return home. He impatiently ran into the passage. Gu Jiao followed behind him. In fact, Gu Jiao had always been very curious. Where did this kind of space come from? What kind of method was used to keep it in this space-time? It was impossible to say that it was created by one's own hands. The developed energy and basic facilities of the ancient times were not enough to create this kind of base with one's own strength. Gu Jiao also considered whether it came from the research institute of her previous incarnation. However, this guess was quickly rejected by her. The equipment of the operating room was much more advanced than the research institute. Long Yi pushed open the door at the end of the passage. A strong light shone. Gu Jiao instinctively raised her hand to block the light. Long Yi entered the room without any hesitation. After adapting to the light, Gu Jiao also walked over. What surprised Gu Jiao was that this was not an operating room. Instead, it was more like a well-equipped laboratory. In the middle, there was a rectangular experiment table made of special metal. There was nothing on the table. It seemed like her godfather had tidied it up before his death. Other than the wall with the door, the other 3 walls had about 3 meters high shelves. On the shelves, there was a display of transparent glassware. In the glassware, there was some soil with different colors and composition. Some soil had successfully cultivated plants. Some soil had corroded and no plants could survive. The second situation accounted for the majority, and these were all for the cultivation of purple grass. Looking at these failed experiments, Gu Jiao could almost imagine how her godfather tried to cultivate purple grass again and again. He failed again and again until he finally collapsed and fell into despair. There were no other discoveries in the laboratory. It was as if the endless hardships had been deliberately erased by the godfather. Long Yi arrived behind the shelf on the right side of the entrance, then pressed a switch on the wall. Along with a click sound, it seemed some kind of lock was opened. After that, Long Yi pushed forward. It turned out that there was an invisible door on the wall. Seeing Long Yi had entered that door, Gu Jiao also followed him in without thinking. The scene in front of her completely stunned her. It was neither an operating theater nor a laboratory. Instead, it was a small indoor playground. Long Yi opened his arms and threw himself into a pool of blue and white ocean balls. He was too big to be submerged by the ocean ball, so he stuck his head in. In addition to the ball pool, there were also trampolines, iron chain bridges, rock climbing, rainbow stairs, and other recreational facilities for children. However, upon closer inspection, these amusement facilities were different from the ones in the shopping malls in his previous life. They were more difficult, the slopes were shakier, and there were all kinds of data monitoring. So in the end, is this a place for Long Yi to play or a place for training? Gu Jiao muttered. Long Yi again went to ride his young wooden horse. Unfortunately, he was already very big. When he sat on it, his arms and legs shrunk, making him very sullen. Even so, he still started to sway. Gu Jiao felt that this place was not as simple as an indoor playground. While she was looking all around, suddenly a mechanical sound came from the top of her head. Shortly afterwards, a slender green light scanned over. First it fell on Long Yi's body, then it scanned from head to toe. Soon afterwards, the rotating detector opened its mouth. Meng Meng, welcome home. It was really called Meng Meng Ah. Say, when Long Yi left, he was only 5 years old. After so many years had passed, how did it determine Long Yi's parameters? While she was thinking, the detector's green light scanned the body of Gu Jiao. The light at the source of the detector flickered twice, and the mechanical sound once again resounded. This time, its tone was clearly somewhat cold. Unknown intruder detected. Do you want to eliminate? A whole row of gun muzzles emerged from the wall and uniformly aimed at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyebrows jumped. In the next second, Long Yi stood up and wanted to grab Gu Jiao. However, before he could do anything, the detector opened its mouth. System pause. System error. System restart. System overload. Gu Jiao completely didn't understand what was happening. After another series of mechanical sound, the detector drooped down and crashed. The crisis was solved just like that. After 3 seconds, it restarted again. First, it took back the gun, then it scanned Long Yi again. This time, its tone was a lot more relaxed. Meng Meng, today is a beautiful day, welcome home. After that, there was no more, and it didn't scan Gu Jiao again. Is Godfather here? Gu Jiao asked. It didn't answer. Is King here? Gu Jiao called Godfather by his codename in the organization. It still didn't answer. Long Yi talked to it. Gu Jiao turned to Long Yi and said. Long Yi looked up at it and thought for a moment. Then he seriously educated it. You have to talk. Sure enough, it responded. Its tone was light, and there was a hint of a smile in it. Meng Meng, do you want to talk? Jiao Jiao has something to ask you, Long Yi said. The detector began to scan Gu Jiao. Unknown intruder detected. Do you want to eliminate? System pause. System error. System restart. System overload. Once again, the detector crashed. Gu Jiao sighed. Looks like it won't work. She wanted to pull out some information related to Godfather from its database. She didn't know if there was a problem with the system, or if Godfather had written an escape program. But this person really left without leaving a single word for her. However, this trip wasn't without discovery. Long Yi took Gu Jiao to see his bedroom. The place where he slept as a child was actually a hibernation chamber. At the bottom of the hibernation chamber was a record of the life form's characteristics. K93 Galaxy Intelligent Life Form Grade, S. This was Long Yi? Long Yi wasn't from this spacetime. What was grade? Combat power? No wonder Long Yi was so strong. But how did Godfather meet such a strong Long Yi? She felt that it had something to do with the small medicine box. Long Yi lay down in his hibernation chamber and placed his hands on his stomach. His posture was exactly the same as when he was a child. Gu Jiao asked him, Long Yi, do you remember when you first met your father? Long Yi shook his head. Thinking of something, Long Yi sat up and went to his desk. Opening the drawer, he took out a photo of Gu Jiao from her previous life. In the photo, she was carrying out an undercover mission. She had an indifferent expression and wore a small red dress with a crescent moon jade pendant. It was the pendant she had given to Xian Yuanqi. After Long Yi's memory was erased by the people of Sword Hut, he still remembered this jade pendant. When he was assassinating Xian Yuanqi, he saw the jade pendant on Xian Yuanqi's neck, so he gave up his mission. Gu Jiao pointed at the photo and asked, Did your father tell you who she is? Long Yi nodded and said solemnly, She is the most important person in his life. She is the person I must protect when I meet her. Xiao Heng was drinking tea with Chang Kuan in the courtyard. From time to time, he would look in the direction of the house. Chang Kuan said with a smile, If little Marquis is curious, you can go in and take a look. Xiao Heng coldly snorted and said, What am I curious about? I am curious about a man who did not hesitate to create Dark Night Island for my wife, planted the purple grass, treated her better than me, and made her think about him endlessly all day long. I am not curious. Chang Kuan. Then, don't shake your leg before you speak. Gu Jiao and Long Yi came out after a full hour. Xiao Heng's eyes had already flown to Gu Jiao, but he pretended to be calm and asked, Finished looking? Gu Jiao nodded, and her mood was somewhat low. When Xiao Heng saw her dejected look because of another man, he was so mad that he wanted to stomp his feet. He asked with a calm face, Did you find anything? Gu Jiao shook her head. No, he wiped everything too cleanly, as if he was afraid that I would find something here. Xiao Heng raised his hand and gently touched her head. He didn't want you to be sad. Xiao Heng felt that if he were in Xiao Heng's position, he would definitely do the same. Everything he did was not to make her feel grateful. On the contrary, He hoped that she could live without any worries and burdens. Therefore, she didn't need to know that he had been in hell. She just needed to move forward and see the light. Chapter 973. Gu Jiao lived on the Dark Night Island for 7 days. She told Chang Kuan about her origin. Although Chang Kuan had expected it, he was still shocked when he heard it from her. Gu Jiao also mentioned the identity of the Lord of Shadows. Chang Kuan asked when she came and when she left. He felt very regretful. Chang Kuan sighed. You almost met. What? Gu Jiao felt the cold wind whistling in her face and listened to the sound of the waves. She looked at Chang Kuan in amazement. Chang Kuan looked at the vast sea and sighed. There are some things I didn't understand at first. After listening to you, I probably know what the island master meant. In the organization, Gu Jiao violated the unforgivable rules and was hunted down by the organization. In order to save Gu Jiao, the Godfather deliberately let her get the small medicine box in an operation. Godfather, this box is so beautiful. Here you are. I'm not interested. His cold voice rang out in the empty building. He lifted his long and straight legs, stepped over the corpse that was still cold on the ground, and left without looking back. After that, the small medicine box took Gu Jiao to this time and space. The small medicine box used up all its energy and took 10 years to recover. The first thing it did was to bring the Godfather here. But it didn't have enough energy, and the time dimension deviated. It came 10 years earlier than Gu Jiao. At that time, Chang Kuan was still a child living in a small fishing village by the sea. He saw a young man who fainted by the sea. The man's clothes were strange, but the man's face was very good-looking. He didn't look like a bad guy. He ran home and called his father. Her father rescued the man and took him in for a few months. Later, the village was submerged by the tsunami. The man evacuated the villagers to an isolated island, which was later called the Dark Night Island. 2 years, Chang Kuan said. One morning, I pushed open the door to bring him food and found that he was gone. My father and I searched the entire island, but we couldn't find him. 10 years later, he appeared again. By then I had already grown up. He brought me to create the Dark Knight clan. He said that he was going out to sea to look for someone, and that he hoped to meet him this time. You don't need me to tell you the result. He returned empty-handed. When he came here for the 3rd time, he didn't mention anything about looking for people anymore. Instead, he started to plant purple grass. Because at that time, she had already been in a plane crash, and her body was nowhere to be found. It was impossible for her to transmigrate, and the transmigration of her soul required an important medium, the purple grass. Gu Jiao concluded, she made a mistake in the organization, so the organization erased her key memories and started hunting her down. She came to a different world and became the first Lord of Shadows. Later, she returned to the modern world. Due to the influence of the space-time magnetic field, she lost all memories related to her transmigration. She went to the organization as usual. The organization pretended that nothing had happened and launched a second hunt for her, which was the plane crash plan. But what did she do wrong? What were the key memories that had been erased by the organization? Sir, are you willing to take the lady beside you as your wife? Regardless of whether she is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, will you always be with her? Yes, I am. Madam, are you willing to marry the groom? Regardless of whether he is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, will you always be with him? The bride looked at the man in a daze. The man raised his slender hand and gently stroked her cheek. He looked at her deeply. Are you willing? Bang! A gunshot rang out. Gu Jiao woke up with a start. She sat up on the bed vigilantly and reached for the gun under the pillow. She didn't touch it. Only then did she realize that this was not her previous life. She had just had a dream. What happened in the dream had really happened. They had received a mission. Someone would assassinate the daughter of a certain consortium at the wedding of the century. Gu Jiao disguised herself as the bride to lure the snake out of its hole. The groom was originally himself, but for some reason, it was changed to her godfather. Fortunately, it was changed. The enemy's movements were too fast. The snipers lying in ambush did not have time to snipe him. He shot at Gu Jiao. Her godfather took the bullet for her. If the one standing in front of Gu Jiao was the real groom, Gu Jiao would have already died under the gun. Where's Aheng? Gu Jiao looked all around and found that Xiao Heng was not there. She put on her shoes and got out of bed. Walking around the screen, she saw Xiao Heng sitting cross-legged on the blanket in front of the brazier. His face was black and he was sulking. Who was he angry at? Of course he was angry at his godfather. His wife was thinking about another man every day. He was jealous to death. What are you thinking about? Gu Jiao tilted her head and asked him. Xiao Heng asked very seriously. If my godfather and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Gu Jiao. In October, the weather on the ice field was not very suitable for traveling. They needed to get through the ice field before the end of the month. Gu Jiao said goodbye to Chang Kuan. Chang Kuan hoped that Gu Jiao and Long Yi could stay on the island for a few more days. But he also understood that Gu Jiao had a pair of twins at home. It was indeed time for her to go back. I think Dark Knight Island is pretty good. I'm a little reluctant to leave, Feng Wuxia said regretfully. Daoist Qing Feng glanced at his younger brother. You're reluctant to leave the food on the island, right? Feng Wuxia pursed his lips and did not say anything. Goodbye. Xiao Heng cupped his hands to Chang Kuan. He was finally leaving this troublesome place. There was no need to be jealous of another man. Chang Kuan smiled and also cupped his hands. Everyone take care. Lu Chun and Daoist Qing Feng nodded in return. Feng Wuxiu also politely saluted. Uncle Chang, if you have time, come to the country of Yan. I will treat you to good food. Chang Kuan laughed. Okay, it's a deal. The father and son watched them get on the sleigh and disappear from sight under the lead of the dire wolf. Chang Jing lowered his eyes silently, feeling depressed. Chang Kuan suddenly threw him a bag. Chang Jing was stunned and looked at Chang Kuan in confusion. Chang Kuan snorted. All right, let's go. A grown son could not be kept at home. At the end of September, the 6 of them returned to Pucheng. Gu Jiao saw the Black Wind King. This was the longest time they had been apart since they fought side by side. The Black Wind King rubbed his head against Gu Jiao, as if silently expressing his longing. It snowed at the border in October. They braved the cold wind and snow to return to Chengdu. The twins could already sit and crawl. They had grown into 2 cute chubby babies. Jing Kong had grown taller again. He was practicing his spear skills with Xianyuan Qi. Gu Jiao saw the handsome little figure in the courtyard and did not dare to recognize him. Jiao Jiao. He saw Gu Jiao, and with a flip of his hand, he stabbed his little red tasseled spear into the ground in a fluid motion. Then he flew and ran toward Gu Jiao in high spirits. If the youth was strong, the country would be strong. She saw the future of the Xianyuan family and the future of the Yin kingdom. On New Year's Eve, Princess Xinyang was woken up by Xiao Yi early in the morning. Mother, I can't sleep. I want to get up. Xiao Yi was 2 years old. She spoke very well and was very energetic. Every day, she would go out to play before dawn. But she wasn't going to play today. She put on her clothes and a pretty pink rabbit fur hat, and huffed and puffed as she came to the door and looked outside eagerly. What are you looking at, Yi? Eugene asked her with a smile. Brother, sister-in-law, Xiao Yi said in a childish voice. Xiao Heng sent a letter saying that he would rush back for New Year's Eve dinner. However, she heard that the official road outside the West City Gate had been snowed for a few days. She did not know if he would be able to make it back in time. Xiao Yi didn't go anywhere. She just sat on the door sill and propped up her cheeks with her hands, waiting like a little brother gazing rock. Heaven did not disappoint those who waited. When it was close to noon, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's carriage arrived. The first one to jump down was little Jing Kong. Brother Jing Kong. Xiao Yi greeted him sweetly. She looked up at little Jing Kong, who had grown a lot taller. She opened her mouth wide in surprise. Wow! Little Jing Kong patted her little head like a big child. The 8-year-old boy already had the chic and handsome look of a young teenager. Soon, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao came down with the twins. Brother, sister-in-law, Xiao Yi came over to greet them. She looked at the little guys in their arms eagerly. Who are they? If one had to say who had changed the most in this group, it would be the twins. When they left, they were only 2 months old. Now they were 10 months old. Not only had they grown taller and fatter, But their facial features had also grown. Moreover, they used to be wrapped in swaddling clothes. Now they were fully dressed and wearing tiger head hats. They were smart and sensible babies. Xiaoheng pinched her chubby cheeks in amusement. Little niece and nephew, don't you remember? Xiao Yi widened her eyes. Ah, bandits were rampant in the east of Zhao country. General Wei Yuan was injured. Not long after Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng left Zhao country, Xiao Ji was ordered to go to the east to fight the bandits. On New Year's Eve he was on the battlefield. The New Year's Eve dinner was at Renshou Palace. The empress, noble consort Zhuang, the princes, and the imperial grandchildren all came. Gu Jiao saw consort Rui Wang and Huang Fuxian, whom she had not seen for a long time. Consort Rui Wang's little princess was about the same age as Gu Xiaobao. She was 3 years old this year. She was a shy and cute little girl. Consort Rui Wang was pregnant again. Du Xiaoyan had already given birth to the crown prince's eldest grandson. Empress Xiao did not care whether consort Rui Wang's baby was a boy or a girl. Little Jing Kong and Qin Chu lit firecrackers in the courtyard. The little guys were so scared that they screamed. Huang Fuxian had completely adapted to the prosthetic limbs. He walked like a normal person. He had another bone fracture in the middle of the journey. It was done by Dr. Song in the medical center of the Miracle Hall. With the anesthetic left by Gu Jiao, the pain was controlled to a bearable level. Rui Wang and her husband were kind and took good care of him. His temperament was much more cheerful than when he first came. Gu Jiao also saw him teasing little Jing Kong and Qin Chuyu with the fake firecrackers. In the end, only Qin Chuyu fell for it. He was convulsing with laughter. Consort Rui Wang said with a smile, "The palace hasn't been so lively for a long time." Gu Jiao looked at her grandaunt who was playing cards with Empress Xiao, Consort Zhuang, and Princess Xinyang. She smiled and said, "It will always be lively in the future." "It's a pot." Her grandaunt slapped the cards in her hand on the table. Empress Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. "Why did I lose again?" It was late at night. A group of people came out of Renshou Palace one after another. The children had already fallen asleep. Xiaoheng got out of the carriage with little Jing Kong in his arms. "He's grown up. He's so heavy." It was not until they entered the courtyard and put little Jing Kong on the soft bed that the scheming little monk hummed and said, "I'm not heavy. It's because you're not strong enough." Xiaoheng's face darkened. "You're pretending to be asleep." In the main courtyard of the princess mansion, Yujin put the sleeping E into the quilt. She turned to Princess Xinyang and said, "Princess, you should rest early." Princess Xinyang stood in front of the window, quietly looking at the endless night. "Princess." Yujin came to her side and looked her up and down. "What's wrong? Do you miss the Marquis?" In the past, if Yujin asked this, Princess Xinyang would mercilessly say, "How could I miss him?" But this time, she didn't say anything. Yujin poured her a cup of hot tea and put the cloak she had just taken off on her. "It's windy." Princess Xinyang took the teacup in her hand and said to Yujin, "Yujin." "Yes." Yujin looked at her and waited for her to continue. "Forget it. It's nothing." She gave up. Yujin had served her for many years. How could she not know what she was thinking? "Princess, are you missing the Marquis?" The Marquis was such a good person. Few women wouldn't be tempted by him. The princess wasn't tempted before because she was sick. But since the Marquis killed Queen Liang, the princess's condition improved a lot. Plus, the Marquis had done everything for the princess. Something must have sprouted in the princess's heart. But the princess didn't know how to like someone. The princess always thought that her tolerance for the Marquis was because the Marquis was the child's father. She allowed the Marquis to come and go in the princess' residence to comfort the crying Yi. Yujin looked at her steadily. "Princess, go find the Marquis." "What?" She was stunned. Yujin sighed. "Don't you want to understand your heart?" She opened her mouth. Yujin smiled. "Go find the Marquis. The moment you see him, you will know the answer in your heart." Chapter 974. Every New Year's Eve, they had to stay up late, but it was impossible for them to stay up all night. After midnight, the firecrackers in the capital gradually subsided, and the princess residence fell into silence. Gu Jiao finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. Xiao Heng was still awake and was sitting on the bed reading a book. When the princess residence was first built, fire tunnels were dug under the courtyards to connect to the caves outside. Every winter, they only needed to burn firewood at the caves to let the heat flow into the house through the fire tunnels. It was commonly known as the Earth Dragon heating system. The house was very warm. Xiao Heng leaned against the head of the bed with one leg stretched out lazily and the other bent casually. He was only wearing a thin set of white pajamas. The collar of the pajamas was slightly open, revealing his exquisite collarbone and his sexy Adam's apple. Even his Adam's apple was so beautiful. He was very focused, and people couldn't help but feel an aura of abstinence. Gu Jiao's eyes were fixed on him. Xiao Heng flipped a page of the book and continued to pose, as if he didn't know that she was here. Gu Jiao, who didn't know anything, was almost drooling. Her husband was so handsome at all times. She really wanted to pounce on him. Wait, there was a baby in the house. Gu Jiao looked at the cradle at the side. It was empty. Where's the baby? She asked Xiao Heng in a daze. Oh, you're done washing up. Xiao Heng seemed to have only just noticed her arrival. He gracefully and calmly closed the book. His slender fingers were like jade as they landed on the book, turning the high-quality watercolor paper into scraps of grass and wood. Gu Jiao swallowed her saliva. Xiao Heng turned his head slightly. The angle was perfect. He looked at her gently and said without changing his expression, Jing Kong said that he wants to sleep with his little nephew and niece. I brought the baby over. The nanny will be on duty at night. Don't worry. Her husband's voice was also so pleasant to the ears. It was so soft and numbing that it could make one's ears pregnant. Gu Jiao came to the bed, bent her knees and climbed onto the bed. She propped herself up with one hand and moved closer to him, while her other hand took away his book. Xiao Heng looked at her helplessly, smiled and asked, What's wrong? Gu Jiao said seriously, I want to eat you. Xiao Heng's lips curled up. He held back his smile and looked at her calmly. Didn't you say you were sleepy in the carriage? Gu Jiao shook her head vigorously. I'm not sleepy now. Xiao Heng's cold fingertips gently pressed against her moist lips. He said in a hoarse voice, You said it. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and nodded. Xiao Heng caressed her delicate cheeks. He turned over and pressed her under his body. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. You're not allowed to sleep tonight. Their intimate movements only stopped when it was almost dawn. Gu Jiao was like a satisfied little lazy cat. She lay in his arms and fell asleep. Xiao Heng looked at the person in his arms dotingly. He couldn't help but kiss her red and swollen lips. Then, he hugged her and fell asleep with her. The two of them slept until the sun was high in the sky. Xiao Heng woke up first. He vaguely felt that someone was pressing down on the quilt. He moved his body and slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Who would have thought that what he saw was an adorable little head? He was shocked on the spot and instantly woke up. He recognized his little sister. Xiao Yi was sitting cross-legged on the quilt. She was holding her little pillow in her arms. She held her chin with one hand and looked at her brother without blinking. Seeing this scene early in the morning, Xiao Heng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly lifted the quilt and looked inside. Fortunately, he was afraid of catching a cold before going to bed, so he and Gu Jiao put on clothes. He composed himself and sat up from the blanket. He tucked Gu Jiao, who was still sleeping soundly, in the corner and asked Xiao Yi, Why are you here? And you're holding this? He was referring to her little pillow. Xiao Yi said in a cute voice, Because from today onwards, I'm moving in with Gij and sister-in-law. He frowned strangely. What do you mean? Xiao Yi stood up and stood upright on the bed. She bowed deeply to Xiao Heng. Mother went to find father. I'll ask Gij and sister-in-law to take care of me in the future. Xiao Heng. On the first day of the new year, his mother, who had followed the rules all her life, actually left the whole family to look for her husband. What was wrong with this world? It rarely snowed in the eastern part of Zhao country. This year was an exception. In addition, there was war and natural disasters. The common people's lives suddenly became difficult. Princess Xingyang traveled incognito. She sat in an inconspicuous carriage. From time to time, she would open the window to look at the scenery along the way. The closer they got to the border, the more desolate the streets were. The doors of the shops were closed. Common people begged on the streets and alleys. Some had even frozen to death. Princess, don't look, Eugene advised. Princess Xinyang sighed. So this is how war is fought. She was a noble princess of the imperial family. She grew up in the capital. Her fief was also the most prosperous and stable place in Zhao country. She had never personally experienced the cruelty of war. Eugene closed the window for her. She knew that although the princess looked unreasonable, she was actually kind-hearted. At first, when they met the disaster victims, the princess would always be generous. However, as the number of disaster victims increased, their traveling expenses decreased. They were no longer able to help these disaster victims. Eugene didn't want the princess to be depressed. She hurriedly changed the topic. Princess, we've arrived at Li County. This is the county closest to the border. We'll reach the Marquis' army camp 30 li east. Princess Xinyang lightly said. Oh! Eugene secretly smiled. The carriage continued to move forward. It was almost noon. They were hungry. Eugene had the driver stop at a small inn that looked relatively clean. The conditions here couldn't be compared to those in the capital. The water they drank had sand, the rice they ate was coarse, and even the salt used in the dishes was coarse. The taste was slightly bitter. Eugene picked up some vegetables for Princess Xinyang. If I had known it would be so bitter, I wouldn't have persuaded you to come. Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. She frowned and began to eat. Halfway through the meal, there was a commotion on the street outside, followed by the cries of women and children. Go and see what's happening, Princess Xinyang said. Yes. Eugene left the inn. Not long after, she returned with a sullen face. She helplessly said to Princess Xinyang, a beggar tried to grab a manta that fell on the ground and startled the horse. The horse's owner whipped him a few times. The woman and child were commoners passing by. They were careless and were hit by the whip. Were they injured? Princess Xinyang asked. Eugene said, that beggar was beaten up. His injuries were quite serious. The woman and child suffered minor injuries. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman's aggrieved and indignant cries came from outside. How can you beat people on the street? Is there any law? Let's go take a look. Princess Xinyang put down her chopsticks and promptly put on her veil. Just as she stood up, a male guest in his early 30s at the next table leisurely advised. Judging from your accents, you must be from out of town? These days, other than the government, there are actually people willing to come to Li County. It's really rare. I'll give you two a piece of advice. Don't meddle in other people's business. Don't get yourself involved. The old man at the other table also earnestly said, that's right. You can't afford to offend the person outside. Don't meddle. Eugene politely asked, Sir, do you know the origins of the group of people outside? The old man sighed. They're not from the Zhao kingdom. They're from the Dongyi tribe. The world was divided into 6, but other than the 6 kingdoms, there were many large and small tribes and clans. For example, the Tujue in the north of the Jin kingdom, and the Dongyi in the east of the Zhao kingdom. Eugene suspiciously asked, aren't the Dongyi colluding with bandits and fighting against the imperial army? How can the Dongyi people be so tyrannical in the county of the Zhao kingdom? The man in his early 30s said, they're going to negotiate for peace. Princess Xinyang frowned. Negotiate for peace? Who made the decision? The emperor didn't issue such an imperial edict. Her aura was too strong. For a moment, she intimidated everyone present. The old man was the first to come back to his senses. He looked Princess Xinyang and Eugene up and down. The two were dressed simply, but their auras were extraordinary. Dressed simply, they shouldn't be nobles from the capital, right? Impossible. Why would nobles from the capital come to a place like this? He calmed down and said, of course it's Marquis Xuanping's idea. Eugene refuted. Why would Marquis Xuanping negotiate for peace with a small barbarian tribe? Flattening their tribe is Marquis Xuanping's style. The old man didn't answer. Instead, it was the man in his early 30s who spoke. He sneered and said, isn't this because the Dongyi offered a beauty to Marquis Xuanping? It's said that she's the pearl of the Dongyi tribe, the king of Dongyi's favorite daughter. The little princess of the Dongyi tribe is sitting in the carriage, escorted by the group of people outside. Now you know why I stopped you from sending you to your deaths, right? Eugene looked at her mistress worriedly. Princess! Princess Xinyang's eyelashes trembled. Her body emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Eugene looked at them and said seriously, Marquis Xianping already has a wife. He won't do anything to betray Princess Xinyang. The man smiled. Marquis Xianping is naturally dissolute. His relationship with Princess Xinyang has long been distant. Moreover, the little princess of the Dongyi tribe is really beautiful. No man can resist her. Princess Xinyang left with a dark face. Madam. Eugene took out a piece of silver from her purse and placed it on the table. She hurriedly chased after her mistress. The old man and the young man both looked at the silver and paused for 3 seconds. They stood up at the same time and wanted to take the silver for themselves. The waiter quickly came over and stuffed the silver into his pocket before the two of them could do so. Then he took out a dozen copper coins and ran to the counter. Shopkeeper, the bill is over there. The old man and the man curled their lips in disappointment. The Dongyi people left, the woman and the child left, and the injured beggar was helped down by his companions. Princess Xinyang looked at the empty street, and the nameless fire in her heart burned even more fiercely. She lifted her dress and got into the carriage. Eugene followed her, trembling with fear. She sat down beside her and asked tentatively, Princess, don't take it to heart. They don't know the Marquis. They made it up. Princess Xinyang said coldly, Does his character need to be made up? Eugene laughed dryly. That's because you didn't get along with him before. You didn't want to be a real couple with him, right? Princess Xinyang said coldly, I didn't say I wanted to start over with him. Eugene whispered, Oh, then, according to what you said, it's not too much for the Marquis to mess around outside. Princess Xinyang glared daggers at her. Eugene's hair stood on end. She hurriedly said, But he definitely won't do that. Princess Xinyang closed her eyes. Let's go. Eugene whispered, Are we going back to the barracks? Princess Xinyang said lightly, Back to the capital. Eugene's expression changed. Princess. Princess Xinyang leaned back against the cushion again and closed her eyes to rest. I've made up my mind. No need to say more. Yes. Eugene braced herself and agreed. What a pity. She was only one step away from seeing the Marquis. Why did something like this happen? The coachman turned around and went back. Eugene tried to persuade her several times, but Princess Xinyang was determined not to change her mind. It wasn't strange. It wasn't easy for the princess to put down her pride and come all the way to the border. Suddenly hearing such news, she couldn't help but want to retreat. Marquis, oh Marquis, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's heaven's will. But just as the carriage was about to leave Li County, something unexpected happened. When they went to the post station to change horses, they met the group of Dongyi people and took a fancy to the same horse. The Dongyi princess walked out of the carriage with a veil on her face. The young girl's body was slender and elegant. She exuded a youthful vigor from head to toe. She also had a pair of moving eyes. They were spirited and bright. No wonder she was the #1 beauty of Dongyi. Princess Xinyang wore a bamboo hat and a long veil. Only a faint outline of her face could be seen. Her face couldn't be seen clearly. Just like that, the two women met at the courier station. The Dongyi princess said arrogantly, I want this horse. You can choose another one. Princess Xinyang said seriously, Everything is first come, first served. I want it first. You can choose another horse. The Dongyi princess chuckled. Does first come first get first served? I have plenty of silver. Whatever you pay, I'll pay double. Princess Xinyang's eyes were cold. So what if you're rich? So what if you're young? Do you think I don't have silver? What does being young have to do with that? This person's words are so strange. The Dongyi princess looked at her suspiciously. She stretched out her hand and snorted. If you have silver, take it out. Eugene whispered to Princess Xinyang. Princess, we're almost done with the investigation. The Dongyi princess said to the post station's deputy. Return her silver. I'll buy the horse. Yes. The deputy couldn't afford to offend Marquis Xianping's sweetheart. He hurried forward, and returned the 2 ingots of silver to Eugene. Princess Xinyang's aura exploded. You dare! The post-house officer shuddered in fear. The Dongyi princess said angrily. Why are you so fierce? Do you know who I am? Princess Xinyang said sarcastically. I know. The Dongyi princess who threw herself at Marquis Xianping. You're just a small tribe. How dare you call yourself a princess? You overestimate yourself. You. The Dongyi princess was angry. I don't hit women. Kowtow to me and admit your mistake. Then I'll forgive you. Princess Xinyang said coldly. It's more like you kowtow to me and admit your mistake. The Dongyi princess was so angry that she stomped her feet. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Guards. Teach them a lesson. 8 Dongyi guards swarmed forward, surrounding Princess Xinyang and Eugene. The Dongyi princess smiled proudly. Are you afraid? It's not too late to beg for mercy. Before she could finish her sentence, a muscular figure descended from the sky. No one saw how he moved. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Dongyi guards fell to the ground. The Dongyi princess looked at the guards on the ground in disbelief. This is impossible. What kind of sorcery did you use? Everyone attack. The remaining 12 people also rushed toward Princess Xinyang and her companions. But how could these people be Long Yi's opponent? Long Yi effortlessly beat them, until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. Long Yi flashed in front of the Dongyi princess. The Dongyi princess looked at the masked man in horror. He was so fast that only an afterimage was left. She was so scared that she couldn't speak. Long Yi rolled his eyes. Then raising his finger, he lightly flicked her forehead, causing her but to fall on the ground. Princess Xinyang walked toward her step by step, and looked at her condescendingly. Now do you still want to snatch other people's things? The Dongyi princess wiped her tears and said angrily. Who are you? Why are you bullying me? Princess Xinyang looked at her sharply. I'm Princess Xinyang of Zhao Country, the wife of Marquis Xianping. So what if I bully you? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt 2 gazes that couldn't be ignored fall on her. She subconsciously looked back and saw Marquis Xianping standing in an open space not far away, staring at her with a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 975. The Princess of Xinyang suddenly felt awkward. She had never thought that she would meet Xiao Ji in this kind of situation. What did she say just now? Did this guy hear me? The calm Princess of Xinyang's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. She stood there in a daze, like a silly peacock. Eugene had served her princess for many years, but this was the first time she had seen her so dazed. Not to mention the princess, she herself was also shocked silly. Shouldn't the Marquis be in the barracks? Why did he appear at the relay station in Li County? Could it be? Eugene glanced at the unruly princess, and her heart skipped a beat. If the Marquis had come to see this little princess, then the couple would have completely broken down today. The Dongyi princess also followed the Princess of Xinyang's gaze, and saw the person who had come. She instantly gained confidence, and stood up from the ground. She patted the snow off her body, and ran over to Xiao Ji like a light swallow. The Princess of Xinyang suddenly came back to her senses. She frowned as she watched her come to Xiao Ji's side, and intimately hold Xiao Ji's arm. She even snorted coldly at her. The provoked Princess of Xinyang was about to explode. Her reason told her that as a princess, she had her own nobility and dignity. She disdained to be jealous of others. But this scene was really infuriating. She wasn't jealous, but her authority as a princess was being challenged. Yes, that was it. The daughter of a small barbarian clan dared to be so tyrannical in the territory of the Zhao country. This was intolerable. Seeing this scene, Eugene's eyes quickly widened. Marquis, do you want to die? You actually let a woman hold your arm in front of the princess? The Dongyi princess held on to Xiao Ji's arm, and didn't let go. She even pointed at the Princess of Xinyang and complained. You came at the right time. She bullied me. Xiao Ji had already recovered from his shock. His handsome face regained its calmness. He nonchalantly said, Yes, I saw it. The little princess of Dongyi made a face at Princess Xinyang gloatingly, then complained to Xiao Ji. Also, she dared to lie that she's the princess of the capital. It's your wife. Don't you think it's funny? As she spoke, she withdrew her hand from Xiao Ji's arm. She put her hands on her hips and said to Princess Xinyang, "The main character is here. Let's see how you can continue lying." Princess Xinyang didn't want to see these two people anymore. She turned her face away coldly. Xiaoji glanced at her with a faint smile. His gaze seemed to penetrate the hazy veil and land on her face. He said to the little princess of Dongyi, "She is not lying. She is indeed my first wife." The last 4 words made Princess Xinyang clench her fists. The embarrassment that had been suppressed by her anger with great difficulty once again surfaced in her heart. This guy, how much did he hear? She clearly didn't mean that. She really is, but... The little princess of Dongyi looked at Princess Xinyang in disbelief, then at Xiaoji. Isn't she the princess of the capital? Why did she come to the east? See, no one in the world would believe that Princess Xinyang and Xiaoji had the slightest bit of love between husband and wife. Even if she came here looking for her husband, in the eyes of others, she had other motives. The little princess of Dongyi tugged at Xiaoji's sleeve and asked in a small voice, "Did the emperor of Zhao country send her to spy on you?" Princess Xinyang clenched her fists. She wasn't deaf. Xiaoji smiled. "Get on the carriage first." The little princess of Dongyi looked at Princess Xinyang, snorted, and turned to leave. Xiaoji suddenly reminded her meaningfully, "Don't be too arrogant. There's nothing great about being young." The little princess of Dongyi frowned. She clearly didn't understand why Xiaoji said the same thing as that woman. Princess Xinyang was even more embarrassed. She wished she hadn't said those words. "Yujin, let's go." With a cold face, she didn't look at Xiaoji and walked past him. What no one knew was that the moment she brushed past him, her heart suddenly tensed up. It was a very strange feeling. She was probably afraid that he would try to stop her and say something that would embarrass her. In the end, he didn't. He was very well behaved. Princess Xinyang squeezed her handkerchief and walked out of the courier station without looking back. Xiaoji also came out. The two stood at the entrance of the courier station. There was a carriage's distance between them. Princess Xinyang looked straight ahead. Xiaoji's hands were stuffed in a fox fur handkerchief. He was tall and straight like a pine tree or a bamboo tree. As long as this person didn't speak, he would be the most noble and elegant man in Zhao country. He turned to look at Princess Xinyang and said with a faint smile, "Get on." Princess Xinyang still didn't look at him. She said coldly, "I have my own carriage." Xiaoji glanced at her carriage and said, "Are you sure?" Princess Xinyang didn't understand and frowned. She turned to look at her own carriage. Then, she almost vomited blood from anger at the scene she saw. Long Yi's charcoal pencil had rolled under the wheel. In order to take it out, Long Yi had to take off the wheels of the carriage. Xiaoji said calmly, "Or if you want to sit in Changjing's carriage, that's fine." Coincidentally, at this time, Changjing drove a majestic carriage over. Princess Xinyang didn't say anything and got on the carriage. As soon as she sat down, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. She thought it was Yujin, but when she looked carefully, it was actually Xiaoji. Princess Xinyang's face darkened. "Don't you have your own carriage?" Xiaoji's lips curled. "This is my carriage." Princess Xinyang coldly said, "Just now you said it was Changjing's." Xiaoji sat down beside her and lazily brushed his lower hem. He said, "It's also mine." Princess Xinyang didn't want to pay attention to him. The people of the relay station were used to seeing the wind. It didn't matter if she was a real princess or not. In short, since she was able to sit in the same carriage as Marquis Xianping, they couldn't afford to offend her. They hurriedly prepared a new carriage for Yujin. Long Yi didn't need a carriage. He could fly over eaves and vault over walls. The carriages at the border were majestic. The horses looked more murderous, but it didn't mean that the interior was luxurious. There wasn't even a charcoal brazier inside the carriage. The cold wind came in through the window that couldn't be closed. Princess Xinyang's hands and feet were ice cold. She raised her hand and tightened the cloak on her body. Xiaoji handed her a warm hand warmer. "I don't want it," she said. Xiaoji took back the hand warmer. There was no change in his mood. It was as if her coldness and refusal were normal for him. The carriage quieted down. Princess Xinyang was in a fit of anger. After walking for a while, she remembered that she hadn't said where she was going. She asked, Where are we going? The military camp, Xiaoji said. I'm going back to the capital, Princess Xinyang said indifferently. Xiaoji leisurely leaned against the window behind him and looked at her with amusement. He asked, What? Are you feeling wronged? Weren't you quite domineering when you were bullying people just now? Princess Xinyang glared at him coldly. Xiaoji narrowed his eyes. Qin Fengwan, can I understand your current behavior as you're jealous? Princess Xinyang refuted without hesitation. I'm not. Who would be jealous of you? What does it have to do with me who you marry and who you provoke outside? Xiaoji raised his eyebrows. Oh! Princess Xinyang turned her face away with a cold expression. After that neither of them spoke. The carriage was so quiet that only the whistling of the cold wind could be heard. Xiaoji was thinner than when he was in the capital, and his lips were also a bit pale. The memorial sent back to the capital didn't mention how difficult the battle was. But since it had reached the stage of peace negotiations, Princess Xinyang knew that the soldiers at the border must have experienced a terrifying consumption of energy and the flames of war. Xiaoji must be injured. Halfway through their journey, snow started falling. Princess Xinyang was worried about Yujin and lifted the curtain to look back. Not only did she see Yujin's carriage, but she also saw the little princess of Dongyi. She swallowed the words, "Are you injured?" that were on the tip of her tongue. The heavy snow slowed down their speed, and the 2-hour journey lasted until the sky turned dark. The carriages stopped at the entrance of the military camp. Chang Jing jumped off the carriage. We're here. Xiaoji looked at Princess Xinyang, as if waiting for her to get off the carriage first. Princess Xinyang didn't move. You get off first. Xiaoji glanced at her. He took off his cloak and covered her with it. I don't. Before she could finish her words, Xiaoji suddenly leaned over and wrapped his arms around her, carrying her in his arms. Her entire body stiffened. Xiaoji said, Chang Jing, go get some hot water. Oh. Chang Jing obediently went. Xiaoji covered her tightly with his cloak, not even exposing her feet. But the moment he carried her up, she still saw the big hole in the car window with her sharp eyes. Earlier, he had been leaning against the window. Was he using his back to block the hole? After getting off the carriage, the cold wind poured in. He lowered his chin and closed the gap in the cloak. Her face was covered by the cloak. She leaned against a firm chest that was beating like a drum. His clothes were cold, but his breath was hot. It seeped through the layers of clothes and slowly spread to her face. The soldiers in the military camp saw Marquis Xianping carrying someone back. They were all stunned. Who is the Marquis carrying? The little princess of Dongyi? A soldier asked. Another soldier said, It's probably her. Other than her, no one can get close to the Marquis these days. Princess Xinyang's heart was drenched with cold water. She raised her frozen arm and pushed him. Put me down. Xiaoji didn't put her down. Instead, he carried her into his own tent. It was hard at the border. The tents were much simpler than those in the capital. Xiaoji never burned charcoal. He saved it for the wounded soldiers. Chang Jing came with hot water. Go out, Xiaoji said to Chang Jing. Oh. Chang Jing resigned herself to fate and went out. Xiaoji placed her on his bed. He knelt on one knee and lifted her skirt. Her expression changed. Xiaoji, what are you doing? Xiaoji quickly took off her shoes and footwear. He was very strong. She was also frozen to the point that she couldn't feel anything. She had no strength to resist. Her fear of this man instantly welled up in her heart, and her face turned pale. Xiaoji brought the wooden bucket over and rolled up her trousers. He then tested the temperature of the water with his hands before putting her frozen feet into the bucket. After doing this, he looked up. His gaze landed on Princess Xinyang's gradually recovering face. His expression was subtle. Qin Fengwan, what did you think I was going to do to you? Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes. Nothing. Marquis Xianping sneered. There's no use thinking about it. I'm not that easy to get a man. Princess Xinyang. A moment later, she calmed down and sneered as well. That's right. You only have your little princess of Dongyi in your heart. Marquis Xianping got up to take a towel and sat down beside her. Tisk, you're so jealous. Princess Xinyang was just about to open her mouth to refute when she saw him bend down and take her wet leg out of the cooling hot water. He placed it on a clean towel, and also placed it on his leg. You! Princess Xinyang's eyes trembled, and she hurriedly tried to retract her legs. Don't move. He pressed down on her pampered feet. She was a princess, so she didn't have to bind her feet like the poor girls of the common folk. But her feet were delicate, and in his rough and scarred hands, there was a cruel beauty that didn't fit in with them. You've got frostbite, he said. The medicine is under your pillow. Princess Xinyang took out the frostbite ointment. I'll do it myself. The peace talks are real. I came up with the idea. Xiaoji suddenly brought up the topic. But Jin and I don't have the kind of relationship you think. Princess Xinyang quickly realized that Jin was the name of the little princess of Dongyi. She pulled the towel over with a cold face. Xiaoji said, Jin is my younger brother's daughter, my niece. Princess Xinyang was stunned. Isn't she the little princess of the king of Dongyi? Xiaoji looked at her and said, her mother is indeed from Dongyi, but her father isn't the king of Dongyi. It's Xiaoming. The king of Dongyi accidentally found out about her background and temporarily adopted her as his adopted daughter. He sent her here to negotiate peace with our army. Speaking up to this point, his lips curled up. Qin Fengwan, are you still jealous? Chapter 976. Little Princess. The Imperial Guard's voice came from outside the tent. Get out of the way. I want to see the marquis. The little princess of Dongyi said unruly and willfully. Princess Xinyang looked at Xiaoji. Xiaoji took the towel and medicine from her hand, and unhurriedly wiped off the water droplets, and began to apply the medicine again. Jun. Princess Xinyang opened her mouth and said, she wants to come in. She can't come in. Xiaoji indifferently said. She dipped her fingertips in the medicine, and evenly applied it to her frostbite. This kind of medicine was very effective. The only flaw was that the color was not good, and it was very sticky. It was not easy to wash it off. Princess Xinyang's fingertips were delicate, and she loved to be clean. If she really washed it, she would definitely lose a layer of skin. Soon, the little princess of Dongyi stamped her feet and shouted, You dare to stop me? I think you're tired of living. In a moment, when the marquis comes out, I'll let him deal with you. Princess Xinyang secretly looked at Xiaoji. Xiaoji seriously applied the medicine, but seemed to feel her doubts and sizing him up. He indifferently said, The military camp has its rules. The general's tent is not to be casually entered. He didn't spoil the little princess of Dongyi. Otherwise, his imperial guards wouldn't have the guts to stop her outside. But other people didn't know this. Seeing that he was quite tolerant of the little princess of Dongyi, they secretly had some guesses. Only you and Changjing came in, Xiaoji said. Just as she finished speaking, Longyi entered the room. Imperial guards. Imperial guards couldn't stop him. The medicine had already been applied. Xiaoji pulled the quilt over her feet and said to Longyi, Are you hungry? Longyi said, And I'm hungry. Xiaoji said to her, I'll take Longyi to eat something. What do you want to eat? Princess Xinyang asked. What do you have here? Xiaoji laughed self-deprecatingly. That's right, what's there in the military? There was a snowstorm in the east, and the supplies couldn't be delivered smoothly. It was already good enough that they could eat their fill. How could they be picky? He said, Take a rest first. I'll bring it to you later. Marquis, why are you going out so late at night? At the door, the guard looked strangely at Marquis Xianping, who was holding a bow and arrow and riding a tall horse. He did not understand why Marquis Xianping was dressed in martial attire in the middle of the night. Could it be a night raid on the enemy camp? But why was he alone? Spying on military intelligence? Then why did he bring a bow and arrows? Xiaoji tightened his grip on the reins and said faintly, Yes, I'm going out for a bit. No one is allowed to come within 100 steps of the barracks. Those who fail to dissuade them will be killed without mercy. Yes. The guard cupped his hands and replied solemnly. Xiaoji spurred his horse and disappeared in the flying snow. He was not going to spy on military intelligence, nor was he going to raid the enemy camp at night. Instead, he rode his horse into an old forest deep in the mountains and hunted a wild deer. At night, There was a steaming bowl of venison soup and steaming buns on Princess Xinyang's table. A few years ago, Princess Xinyang had started eating vegetarian food. After she became pregnant with Yi, she resumed eating a diet of meat and vegetables to supplement her nutrition. Yi had been weaned at 1 year old, so she stopped eating meat after she stopped feeding Yi. But in this bitter cold place, drinking more venison soup and eating more meat could better resist the cold. Princess Xinyang also understood this point. She silently picked up her bowl and chopsticks and began to eat. Thinking of something, she looked at Xiao Ji, who was sitting to the side and wiping his weapon. She asked, "You're not eating?" "I've already eaten," Xiao Ji said. After a few mouthfuls of venison soup, Princess Xinyang felt her entire body warm up. Her forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat, and the tip of her nose was glistening. "How is it over here?" she asked. Xiao Ji wiped his long sword with a cloth and said lightly, "The war is almost over." "What about Xiao Ming and the others?" she continued. She clearly was not asking about Xiao Ming alone when she used them. Marquis Xianping had 2 concubine-born sons. At the time, Princess Xinyang did not want to be his wife. The old madam could not bear to see him in the family line, so she put 2 concubines in his room. Later there were Xiao In and Xiao Zhe. Although they were concubine-born, the old madam, who could not hope for a legitimate son, doted on them and raised them. In the past, their relationship as husband and wife was as cold as an ice house. Princess Xinyang did not care about her concubine-born sons, nor did she care about them. Later, the old madam's health deteriorated. Xiao In and Xiao Zhe went to the military camp. A few years later, they came to the east, so they had even less contact with Princess Xinyang. Xiao Ji said, "Xiao Ming was poisoned and is unconscious. The antidote is in the hands of the eastern barbarians. Xiao In and Xiao Zhe are guarding Donglin Pass." Princess Xinyang nodded. After muttering to herself for a moment, she said, "I always thought that Xiao Ming was only injured." Xiao Ji indifferently said, "The eastern barbarians are very cunning." At first glance, there was no abnormality. Half a month later, signs of poisoning gradually appeared. Princess Xinyang asked, "Did you agree to make peace with the eastern barbarians because of Xiao Ming's antidote?" Xiao Ji stopped wiping his sword. "The Xiao family has never been threatened. Xiao Ming can die, but the backbone of the Zhao country's generals and soldiers cannot bend." Princess Xinyang felt the morale of a powerful army from his body. Her eyes moved and she asked, "Then why are you still delaying the troops?" Xiao Ji looked at the sword that was polished to its full potential. A cold light reflected in his pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes, making the bottom of his eyes pass through a layer of cold light. "Tomorrow, I am going to attack the eastern barbarians. You stay in the military camp and don't run around. Let Longyi go with you." "No need." Xiao Ji put his sword back into its scabbard. Seeing that she had finished eating, he took the bowl and chopsticks out. Princess Xinyang looked at the simple and crude tent. Marquis Xianping could be said to have grown up in luxury. It was hard to imagine that he had suffered so much at the border. There were a few small holes in the tent. Fragments of moonlight and cold wind fell together. Suddenly something covered those holes. Xiao Ji had repaired the tent. Princess Xinyang sat on the hard bed and listened to the voices of Xiao Ji and the soldiers talking outside. "Next time, don't do this again. It's very dangerous. If by any chance you fall into a trap set by the eastern barbarians, it would be troublesome." Princess Xinyang looked at the piece of roasted venison that Xiao Ji had left on the table for her. "Who is that person?" the soldier asked again. "My wife," Xiao Ji said. After that, the soldier didn't prattle again. Xiao Ji finished repairing the tent and returned to the military camp. Princess Xinyang asked with a normal expression, "Where did Longyi go?" Xiao Ji answered, "He went to Chongjing's tent. It's next door. Tonight you'll sleep here. Then you." "Of course I'll sleep here too." Princess Xinyang's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her lips moved a few times, but in the end, she didn't say anything about not letting him sleep with her. The military camp had limited supplies. The bed was cold and hard, and the quilt was thin and damp. Princess Xinyang's entire body was stiff as she lay beside him. Her hands and feet were ice cold. The atmosphere in the military camp was different from that in the capital. He was less frivolous and unruly, and more serious and fierce, like a general on the battlefield. For example, right now he was teasing her. He closed his eyes and planned tomorrow's deployment in his mind. Xiaoji, Princess Xinyang said in a low voice. What's wrong? He pulled himself out of his thoughts of battle in time. Princess Xinyang's Adam's apple moved. She nervously pinched her fingers and whispered, I'm cold. If it was in the past, he would definitely say to her, Qin Fengwan, if you want me to hug you, just say it. But he didn't. He only held her hand under the quilt, and found that she was very cold. He moved the quilt on his side closer to her. Are you feeling better now? I'm still cold, Princess Xinyang said. In the darkness, he hesitated for a moment before reaching out his strong arms and pulling her into his embrace. His unique masculine scent hit her in the face and enveloped her in an instant. He unbuttoned his shirt, allowing her ice-cold hands to touch his warm chest. He then shifted his legs, placing her ice-cold feet on his warm long thighs. Are you feeling better now? He asked. Princess Xinyang's cheeks were a bit hot. She thought that this man might be too hot-tempered. She nodded and answered very weakly. Qin Fengwan, don't move. I'm not moving. Your feet. The places with frostbite are so itchy. She couldn't help but rub against his calf. But this isn't called moving, right? She reached her hand down, wanting to scratch it. But when her hand slid down, she accidentally touched a terrifying beast. She was so shocked that her face flushed red. Xiaoji's voice was a bit hoarse. I told you not to move. She choked and said angrily. I didn't touch you here. Xiaoji stared deeply at her in the darkness and asked in a hoarse voice. Qin Fengwan, have you recovered from your illness? Princess Xinyang froze. Her illness? Her illness of not being able to touch men. At this moment, she was being held in a man's arms without any gap. Her illness didn't flare up. No, it seemed like her illness did flare up. Her heart was beating very fast. Thumping, as if she had barged into a little deer that kept bumping around. Her mind was buzzing, her mouth was dry, and she couldn't breathe. Chapter 977. Although Princess Xinyang was already a mother, she wasn't as experienced as Gu Jiao when it came to relationships. In any case, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng had been in the same boat through thick and thin for 4 to 5 years, seeing each other day and night, and being intimate with each other. She was practically a blank in this aspect. In the past, she couldn't like any man, so she didn't understand what it felt like to be in a relationship between a man and a woman. Xiaoji looked at her tense body through the inky night. Qin Fengwan, are you having a relapse again? Princess Xinyang clutched her thumping heart. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. The closer he got to her, and the more he talked to her, the more she acted like this. Is this a relapse? Why does it seem more serious than before? Her heart was burning with panic. Xiaoji's eyes darkened. He let go of her arm and pulled away from her. Princess Xinyang instinctively said, Don't touch me. Go away. Xiaoji's mind flashed with the words she would say to him every time he got close to her. In the end, he withdrew his fingers from her waist. The hot-bloodedness in his body gradually cooled down, and his entire person returned to the loneliness and coldness he had before the war. Princess Xinyang felt his avoidance. Just like on their wedding night, when she pressed the dagger against his chest and said those hurtful words to him, he did the same. Did he think she wanted him to go away? That's not it. She took a deep breath and decided to finish her sentence. Don't, Marquis. A guard's voice suddenly sounded outside the tent. Xiaoji's eyes turned cold. He sat up and lifted the quilt quickly and lightly, almost not letting the cold wind in. He pressed the quilt down and closed the gap between her and the quilt. He walked out of the tent in thin clothes and asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Urgent news from the front lines. The situation has changed. The Eastern barbarians. When Princess Xinyang heard this, the guards lowered their voices, probably because of Xiaoji's instructions. She couldn't hear the rest clearly. After a while, Xiaoji turned around and returned to the tent. He began to put on his clothes and tie up his hair. Princess Xinyang's heart tightened. She stood up and asked, Is there going to be a war? Let's go to the front line. Xiao Ji tightened his belt and picked up the armor on the shelf to put it on. His movements were swift and clean, and every sound he made was filled with a valiant killing intent. Whenever he was in front of her, he would always put on an air of elegance and nobility. This was the first time she had watched him go to war. What should a wife do? Should he put on armor for him? Or should he send him off? Princess Xinyang looked at the shining armor on the shelf and moved her fingers. He turned around. She quickly retracted her hand back into the quilt. You light the lamp. Xiao Ji took the cold helmet and put it on. I can see. Outside the tent, the sound of the cavalry gathering could be heard. It was obvious that the situation was urgent. Xiao Ji dressed neatly and grabbed the long sword on the shelf. He said to Princess Xinyang, I'll call Yujin over. If there's nothing important, don't leave the camp. After saying this, he quickly left the tent. Princess Xinyang's words for him to take care of himself had already risen to her throat, but she couldn't say a single word. The tent's cloth flapped in the cold wind. The heat in the quilt quickly dissipated as he left. In an instant, the tent was as cold as an ice cellar. Move out! His stern and dignified voice echoed in the cold wind. 500 cavalry braved the wind and snow, fearlessly rushing to the last line of defense in the east of the Zhao country, Donglin Pass. Princess, Yujin lifted the curtain and entered the tent. She first took out a match and lit the oil lamp on the table. Then she came to the bedside and saw Princess Xinyang staring blankly at the door. Her heart ached as she helped her lie down. Don't catch a cold. He left. Princess Xinyang said in a daze. Yujin took off her cloak. She had only walked a few steps, but her whole body was already covered in snow. Marquis and others had rushed through the snow, so she didn't know how cold they would be. She hung up her cloak and sat down on the bedside. Tucking in the quilt for Princess Xinyang, she softly comforted her. Marquis has experienced hundreds of battles. He will definitely return safely. Princess Xinyang whispered, I hope so. Xiao Ji left for several days. Princess Xinyang didn't reveal her identity. Dongyi little princess probably had received instructions from Xiao Ji, so she also didn't reveal who she was. Moreover, Dongyi little princess's attitude towards her was a lot more respectful. Xiao Ji should have specially warned her before leaving. She was the first woman to live in Xiao Ji's tent. None of the guards in the camp dared to be disrespectful to her. Even if there were, they were no match for Long Yi. Xiaoming lived in this camp. Princess Xinyang went to see him every day. She had never cared about him or anyone around him before. She was also not familiar with his only younger brother Xiaoming. The relationship between them was said to be pretty good, but specifically how they got along, she really didn't have any impression in this regard. She knew too little about him. You came. In Xiaoming's tent, Dongyi little princess turned around and looked at Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang walked over. Her gaze fell on that face which was somewhat similar to Xiao Ji's face, and said, How is your father today? Did he wake up? Dongyi little princess shook her head. No. After getting along with her for several days, Princess Xinyang found that her heart was not bad. Those unruly ways were merely her way of surviving here. Her situation was very awkward. She was Xiaoming's daughter, but Xiaoming hadn't officially recognized her. Xiao Ji couldn't make this decision for his younger brother, so he hadn't officially announced her identity to the public. She was a Dongyi who had come to negotiate peace. If she wasn't a bit domineering, she would be easily bullied. Princess Xinyang asked, Your mother? Dongyi little princess laughed self-deprecatingly and said, My mother died a long time ago. I was raised by my aunt. Later, my uncle brought a man back. That man realized that I looked like someone, so he asked who my parents were. I don't know how he investigated, but he found out that I was the flesh and blood of your Zhao kingdom's great general Wei Yuan. My aunt sold me to that man, and he took me to see the king of Dongyi. The king of Dongyi used me to trick your great general Wei Yuan out. He was poisoned to save me. The funny thing is that the king of Dongyi dared to send me here to negotiate peace. Princess Xinyang said, The king of Dongyi hopes that Xiao Ji will kill you to avenge his brother, and at the same time drive a wedge between him and Xiaoming. But Xiao Ji isn't that kind of person. Dongy little princess felt that there was nothing to say about her topic. She looked at Princess Xinyang. It's rumored that your relationship with the Marquis isn't good, but it doesn't seem like it. You come here every day to ask about military reports. Princess Xinyang's thoughts were exposed, and she felt embarrassed. I'm the princess of Zhao Kingdom. It's natural for me to ask about military matters. Dongy little princess's gossipy nature burned brightly. So you're here on imperial orders? You're really sent by the emperor to spy on Marquis Xianping? Did this girl know how to talk? Had her relationship with Xiao Ji been so bad that the Dongy people knew about it? Princess Xinyang was a little angry. Donglin Pass sent news of the battle almost every day. The Dongy people had captured the Zhao Kingdom's generals and lured the Zhao Kingdom's army into the forest. They were good at fighting in the forest, and with the advantage of the terrain, they made the Zhao Kingdom's army suffer. Xiao Ji took an unconventional approach. He didn't fight with them, but took Changjing directly into the Dongy army's lair and killed the great general of Dongy. Until the 10th day, Donglin Pass sent all kinds of good news. But on the morning of the 11th day, bad news enveloped the entire camp. Xiao Ji was unfortunately shot by a stray arrow while covering the wounded soldiers on their way back to the camp. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. A chill rose from the soles of her feet. Princess Xinyang felt as if she had fallen into an ice house. Eugene looked at her worriedly. Princess, perhaps there was a mistake in the military intelligence. Don't worry, I'll send someone to inquire. Princess, what are you doing? Princess Xinyang left the tent. She went straight to the stable and picked a high-quality horse. When Eugene rushed over, she had already mounted the horse. Eugene grabbed the reins and looked at her in horror. Princess, Marquis told you to wait for him in the camp. Don't be impulsive. Princess Xinyang wasn't an impulsive person. Even when old Liang Wangfei came to her with selfish and disgusting intentions, she didn't throw her out regardless of the consequences. But at this moment, she couldn't control herself from looking for him. She thought that she had found the answer Eugene wanted her to find. But he still didn't know her answer. She wanted to tell him. Princess Xinyang's horse disappeared into the vast expanse of white heaven and earth. Long Yi chased after it like a shadow. The two arrived at Donglin Pass. After arriving at Donglin Pass, Eugene's guess was confirmed. The person who was hit by a stray arrow was indeed not Marquis Xianping Xiaoji, but Changjing. Changjing's injury wasn't heavy. Her skin was only scraped. Moreover, she fell into the snow pit in the forest with Marquis Xianping. Where's Marquis Xianping? In the wounded barracks, Princess Xinyang asked Changjing. Changjing sadly said, I don't know. After falling into the snow pit, I fainted. When I woke up, he had already carried me back to the wounded barracks. Princess Xinyang called the guard Zhang, who and revealed her identity to him. Take me to the scene. Yes, Zhang who cupped his fist and answered. A group of people arrived at the forest where Marquis Xianping and Changjing had an accident. Strictly speaking, this place wasn't the territory of the Dongy people. The terrain here was too complicated. Even the Dongy people who were good at jungle warfare didn't dare to wander around here. Zhang Hu said, Princess, it's dangerous ahead. This little one will go and take a look. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, No need. The group of people followed the footprints in the snow and searched forward. When they arrived at a call, Long Yi suddenly crouched down and used his hand to pull out a token. It was the token of Marquis Xianping's mansion. Long Yi continued to dig down and dug out a small hole. He buried his head in the hole and looked all around. Then he opened his mouth and shouted, Wu! Wah! Long Yi, did you find anything? Princess Xinyang walked over and asked. Long Yi pulled his head out of the hole and said to her, There's someone down there. They're injured and their breathing is very weak. As he spoke, he gave the token to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang recognized what it was. Her eyes lit up and she said, It's Xiao Ji's personal item. The person down there. Could it be Xiao Ji? I can't go down. Long Yi said. Zhang Hu also walked over. He knelt down in front of Long Yi and carefully observed the hole. His expression suddenly became serious. He said to the nearby soldiers holding shovels who were walking over, Don't come over. Everyone hastily stopped their steps. Zhang Hu nervously said. The rocks above this hole are not firm. They may crack at any time. If the person down there is really Marquis, then he may be crushed to death by the collapsing rocks. Princess Xingyang looked at the very narrow hole. She didn't understand how a big living person could fall down. Can you make the hole a bit bigger? She asked. Zhang Hu shook his head. No, it will collapse if you make it bigger. The only way is to see if there is another way out. Let Marquis go out from that way. Princess Xingyang clenched her fingers. What if there is no other way out? Zhang Hu said. Or Marquis himself will rush out from this hole. Princess Xingyang frowned and said. But Long Yi said his breathing is very weak. How can he come out by himself? Zhang Hu said in a low voice. Then wait for Marquis to recover. Princess Xingyang angrily said. He is cold and hungry down there. How can he recover? He will freeze to death in one day. Zhang Hu also felt wronged. It's not that he didn't want to save Marquis, but the situation was really difficult. Long Yi once again buried his head deep into the hole and stuck out his tongue. Lu, he couldn't go down. His neck was stuck. Zhang Hu was thinner than him, but he couldn't go down either. He found the smallest soldier, but he was still a few sizes too big. All of you get out of the way, Princess Xingyang said. Everyone was stunned. Princess Xingyang slowly and carefully walked to the hole. She bent down and tried, but her shoulders couldn't go in. There was just a little bit more. Zhang Hu saw that she wanted to go down by herself, and his expression changed. Princess, you can't. It's very dangerous. Besides, we can't be sure that person is Marquis. You must not put yourself in danger. She straightened up and said calmly, turn around. Everyone was even more confused. Princess Xingyang raised her hand and began to take off her clothes. Zhang Hu hurriedly covered his eyes and turned around. He ordered, turn around. Close your eyes. The princess of the imperial family, who didn't even take off her veil in front of others, took off her clothes one by one behind the hundreds of soldiers. When she was only left with a thin undergarment, her delicate body was almost blown away by the biting cold wind. She was shivering from the cold. Her teeth were chattering, and she kept shivering. However, she didn't shrink back. She looked at the dark hole, closed her eyes and jumped down. Chapter 978. The entrance of the cave was about the height of a person. When she was taking off her clothes, Long Yi did two things. First, he filled the hole with a lot of snow. Second, Long Yi threw down every piece of clothing she took off, working with one hand and covering one's eyes with the other. Long Mengmeng wasn't a bad shadow guard who would peek. Princess Xingyang fell heavily onto the soft clothes and snow. The force of the fall was greatly cushioned, so she didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, her skin was too delicate, and a large area of her arms and legs were scraped by the irregular holes. Ignoring the cold and pain in her body, she hurriedly got up and went to find that seriously injured person. But it was really too cold. She suddenly stomped her foot down, and her entire foot immediately surged with a dense, needle-like pain. She gasped in shock. But she didn't stop to deal with her pain. Instead, she used the weak light of the cave entrance to look around. Xiaoji. This was a long and narrow underground cave. There were paths at both ends, but the deeper she went, the darker it became. She couldn't see anyone. Long Yi, where is it? She looked up and asked Long Yi. It's cold. Put on your clothes first. Long Yi reminded. Princess Xingyang said. I'm afraid it's too late. He's not dead yet. Long Yi thought for a bit and added. If he's dead, I'll remind you. Princess Xingyang. She put on her clothes, but her body didn't warm up so quickly. She was still unbearably cold. Long Yi then said. You're right. Princess Xingyang began to walk to the right. The terrain here was very complicated. It looked very close, but it was very difficult to walk. She fell several times and her knees were bald. Her palms were also scraped. She endured the pain and got up. There was only one obsession in her mind, and that was to find Xiaoji. Finally she fell again. This time she tripped over a leg. She didn't even think about whether this was a person, or whether this was a living person. When a princess who had lived a luxurious life touched a cold corpse with her hands, it was a terrible shock. Her hand touched his arm. Blood, warm blood. Her heart tightened. She continued to move up and touched his face, which was also covered in blood. She asked in a trembling voice, "Xiaoji, is that you, Xiaoji?" He sat on the cold ground, his back leaning against the hard rock wall. His head drooped down, unable to bear the burden. His breathing was short and weak. She touched his tall nose and his exquisite brow. "Xiaoji, is that you?" He didn't respond. She then moved her hand down his arm and touched the hand that held the sword for many years. There were thick calluses on the web between his thumb and forefinger, and mottled scars on his hand. It was him, right? Was it true or not? At this critical juncture, she realized that her understanding of him was pitifully small. The only 2 nights of intimacy were when she was drugged and unconscious. She had no idea what kind of wounds and scars he had on his body. He had never allowed her to see them. Waist injury. She knew about this. Chang Jing had always mentioned it, saying that it was an old injury that could not be completely healed. Aheng had once asked Jiao Jiao to take a look at it, but Jiao Jiao said that it could only be recuperated. Where is the waist injury? Princess Xingyang did not understand. She thought that the waist injury meant that someone had cut his waist with a knife. That would definitely leave a long scar. She reached out and clumsily undid his armor in the dark. She undid it for a long time, but in the end, she did not know if she had successfully undone it, or if she had forcefully ripped it off. His scent was covered by the thick smell of blood, so she could not smell it at all. She could only use this stupid method. Her hand fumbled around his waist, but it was bloody and sticky. Was there an injury here? Her movements paused. Just as she was about to feel how serious the injury was, her slender wrist was grabbed by a large hand. Immediately following this, she heard a weak and hoarse voice. "Qin Fengwan, what are you doing?" Princess Xingyang was startled. "Xiaoji, it's really you?" Her eyes reddened, and hot tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Xiaoji's injury was serious, so his voice was weak, but his small voice was still very annoying. "Qin Fengwan, don't think that because this marquis is injured, you can take advantage of this opportunity to do whatever you want to this marquis." Princess Xingyang suddenly could not cry. His body was burning up, and his consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. However, he did not let go of her wrist. It seemed that all of his strength had been used there. Princess Xingyang raised her other hand and touched his forehead. "It's so hot. How did you get here? Didn't you and Changjing fall into the snow pit up ahead?" Below the snow pit was this cave. He had pushed Changjing up and fell down. 2 stone slabs in the cave had collapsed, sealing the entrance. He dragged his injured body in another direction. After walking for an unknown distance, his strength was exhausted, and he could no longer walk. Princess Xingyang said to him, "Wait for me here. I'll go call Long Yi." He didn't let go. Princess Xingyang felt the strength on her wrist and anxiously frowned, but she couldn't forcibly pull his hand away. She turned back and shouted in the direction they had come from, "Long Yi, I found Xiaoji." Crack. A cracking sound came from the ceiling. This place was about to collapse. "Can you still walk? The cave is about to collapse." Princess Xingyang asked him. Xiaoji slowly let go of her hand. He couldn't walk, but she could. Long Yi Zhangyong and the others didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, if they were careless, the entire cave would collapse, and Xiaoji and Princess Xingyang would be buried underneath. Zhangyong was about to collapse. "Princess, my ancestor, why did you go down?" The death of a marquis was already enough to make him suffer. If a princess was also involved, his life would be in danger. Hearing the cracking sound, Long Yi suddenly pulled Zhangyong back a step. With a loud bang, the cave caved in. With that small hole as the center, it spread to the 2 sides of the cave. The rocks on one side collapsed inch by inch. Princess Xingyang used all her strength to pull Xiaoji's arm, trying to help him up. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to be crushed to death, Xiaoji, who had already used up all his strength, suddenly found strength from who knows where. He hugged her soft waist and turned her around. Boom! The place they were originally at collapsed. Fragments of rocks fell beside them. Xiaoji used his tall and weak body to cover her, protecting her with his arms. Fragments of rocks smashed on his back. He gritted his teeth and held on. The veins on his forehead and arms bulged, and large beads of cold sweat fell down. After a few breaths of time, everything finally stopped. The road they had come from was completely blocked. They could only continue forward, or die here together. Princess Xianyang raised her hand and touched his face. Xiaoji. Xiaoji didn't move. His strength was already gone. He was relying on his obsession to maintain his posture of protecting her. He had already lost consciousness, and only his body was still frozen there. Xiaoji. Xiaoji. Xiaoji, can you hear me? Princess Xianyang couldn't wake him up. His body temperature was rapidly decreasing, and his breathing was weak. Her hand trembled as she touched his neck. She couldn't feel his pulse. His heartbeat had stopped. Princess Xianyang laid under him, and tears suddenly burst out of her eyes. Xiaoji. Xiaoji, don't die, don't die. She still lost him. When did he start to walk into her heart? Was it when he killed old Liang Wang? Or when he took back Qing'er's antidote? Or when he stood guard outside her delivery room for an entire night in the dead of winter? She couldn't say, but she knew that it was all too late. I still haven't told you. My illness is cured. I won't push you away again. Open your eyes and look at me. Xiaoji, look at me. Tears gushed out of her eyes. So losing your lover felt like a knife cutting your heart. It hurt so much. But why did she realize it so late? Why couldn't she realize her heart earlier? Xiaoji. She clutched his clothes tightly and cried herself hoarse. Cough, cough. Xiaoji, who was lying on top of her, suddenly took a deep breath and coughed with all his might. Princess Xianyang was shocked. Her tear-filled eyes widened, and she looked at him without blinking in the darkness. Xiaoji. Xiaoji. Xiaoji turned his head, coughing so hard that he wanted to cough his lungs out. Princess Xianyang quickly helped him sit against the wall and asked in a choked voice, Are you okay? Xiaoji gasped. I couldn't catch my breath just now. I almost died. Princess Xianyang's tears flowed even more violently. She wasn't a person who liked to cry, and she wasn't pregnant. She couldn't understand why she couldn't stop crying today. Xiaoji leaned weakly against the wall and said weakly in pain, Qin Fengwan, what were you talking about just now? Nothing. Princess Xianyang wiped her tears seriously and tried to speak in a normal tone. Do you have a match on you? Let me see where you're hurt. Xiaoji raised his left arm, which was actually more seriously injured, but wasn't bleeding, and pulled her into his arms forcefully and domineeringly. Her heart thumped, and she heard him whisper in her ear, I heard you, Qin Fengwan. Chapter 979. On the ground, the snowy ground that had experienced a terrifying collapse was a complete mess. Zhang Hu almost fell down and was buried together with the snow. Long Yi had saved him in time. At this moment, the two of them were standing 20 steps away from the collapse point. Behind them were 100 guards who had their backs to them and their eyes closed. Zhang Hu didn't have time to give them the order to open their eyes. He looked at the snowy ground that had collapsed and knelt on the ground. It's over for his mother. Marquis Xianping and Princess Xingyang had both died right under his nose. If this matter was spread to the capital, he couldn't escape because he didn't protect his master. If he couldn't protect others, he might have a chance to live. But one of them was Empress Zhao's most trusted brother, and the other was the emperor's most beloved sister. Even if she wanted to find someone to vent her anger on, he and these 100 people wouldn't be enough to vent the hatred in her heart. His gaze shifted to Long Yi, who was at the side. Although he shouldn't say this, the thought of silencing them had indeed flashed through his mind. Of course, it was just a thought. Even if he and the 100 guards behind him worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The heavens wanted to kill him. The heavens wanted to kill him. Long Yi stared at the collapsed snowy ground. After a moment, he turned around and walked forward. Lord Long Yi. Zhang Hu called out bravely. Are you going back to the capital to report? Could he leave 2 days later, so that he could tell his family what to do after his death? Find the exit and save them. Long Yi said coldly. Zhang Hu was startled at first. Then ecstasy welled up from the bottom of his heart. But since he guessed it, he still had to verify it. Lord Long Yi, you mean? the Marquis and the princess, are still alive? Yes. Long Yi nodded. The cave entrance was sealed, blocking the sound to a certain extent. But Princess Xinyang was crying so loudly that even a deaf person could hear it. Zhang Hu didn't hear anything. I'm offended. Zhang Hu intended to search together with him, but was rejected by Long Yi. Don't come over, you'll crush it. Zhang Hu had just lifted his leg froze in the middle of the air. He embarrassedly retracted his leg and said to Long Yi, Then what can this little one do? Long Yi thought for a bit, then honestly said, Disappear. Zhang Hu. Underground. The two trapped in the pitch-black cave had no idea what was happening on the surface. Princess Xinyang was stiffly held in someone's arms. It was pitch black all around, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. However, the loss of his eyesight allowed him to magnify his other senses. His warm breath fell on the top of her head, and his vigorous heartbeat traveled into her ears, shaking her entire heart. His words, Qin Fengwan, I heard you, was like a raging fire burning in her heart. The awkwardness that had accumulated for more than 30 years swallowed her up, and even her cheeks turned red. She was a prideful person. She was a princess. She thought he was dead, which was why she cried and screamed, saying those unbearable words. If she had known he was still alive, she people were like this. They clearly came to say those words, but when they were actually heard, they didn't want to admit it. I didn't say anything, she said stubbornly. You heard wrong. Xiao Ji repeated her words word for word. He was thick-skinned, so he didn't feel any pressure doing this kind of thing. Princess Xinyang hated that she couldn't find a hole to stuff him in. Why didn't you have such a good memory when you were studying? Xiao Ji's face was pale, and he smiled weakly. There was also the last sentence, I like you. Princess Xinyang blurted out. There was no such sentence. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Ji made a no sound. So you admit it. There were the first few sentences. Princess Xinyang was suddenly tricked. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Ji coughed violently. He was seriously injured and couldn't speak much, but he said so many words in one breath. He was simply courting death. Why you're already like this? Don't you know how to speak less? Princess Xinyang's shame turned into heartache. She was afraid she would press on his wound, so she reached out to leave his embrace. However, he tightened his grip on his fractured left arm and pulled her into his embrace. He said with an unruly expression, If I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost. Princess Xinyang, I think you're looking for a beating again. Cough, cough, cough. The injured person pretended to be pretentious for less than 3 seconds before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Princess Xinyang decisively straightened her body in his arms and groped around his chest. Finally, she found the match. During this time, he made several sounds. He probably wanted to speak, but he was suppressed by his coughs. Princess Xinyang could already guess what he wanted to say. I'm already like this, yet you're still plotting against me. Qin Fengwan, you beast. Thinking about how he wanted to say it but didn't, and how he failed to tease her, Princess Xinyang wanted to laugh. But when she blew on the match and saw his injuries, she couldn't laugh at all. His injuries were too serious. Much more serious than she had imagined. He had grabbed her hand in time and deliberately provoked her with his words. But in reality, he didn't want her to touch the wound on his waist. His skin and flesh had been torn open, and the wound was so deep that she could see his bones. However, this wasn't the only injury on his body. Some wounds were visible, while others were unknown. The entire area was covered in sticky blood. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this scene was shocking. How did you get injured like this? She forced herself to calm down, but her voice still trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Ji hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. They captured Xiao In and Xiao Zhe. That trap was originally prepared for the two brothers. He had risked his life to pull them up, but the price was that he had fallen down. Princess Xinyang couldn't blame him for risking his life. After all, Xiao In and Xiao Zhe were his sons. How are Xiao In and Xiao Zhe? She asked. He leaned his head against the wall behind him and sighed. They were captured by the Dongyi people. Princess Xinyang analyzed. The Dongyi people captured them in order to threaten you. However, your whereabouts are unknown, and the Dongyi people can't find you. They don't know your attitude, so they shouldn't do anything to Xiao En and Xiao Zhe for the time being. Cough cough. Xiao Ji coughed up another mouthful of blood. Princess Xinyang hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood. Who would have thought that when she touched her purse, she would unexpectedly find 2 bottles of medicine? She didn't remember bringing these 2 medicines with her, but she recognized them. They were Jiao Jiao's secret prescriptions. The emerald bottle was golden sore medicine, and the white bottle was medicine for wounds. It had the effect of reducing inflammation and stopping bleeding. When Xiao Ji was recuperating in Jade Water Alley, she had seen Jiao Jiao give Xiao Ji these 2 medicines. Long Yi must have stuffed them into her purse when he threw her clothes down. She was pleasantly surprised. She pulled out the cork of the white bottle, poured out 2 brown pills and fed them to him. Take the medicine first. She remembered that it was this dosage. Xiao Ji didn't eat it. Instead, he frowned and looked at her hand. Her palms and the edges were completely bruised. Aside from the time she had carried Ahing out of the fire, the golden princess of the imperial family had never suffered such injuries. Quickly eat it. What are you doing in a daze? Princess Xinyang urged. When it came to fabricating something out of nothing, his mouth was sharper than anyone else's. When he really saw the evidence of her deep love, he didn't tease her again. He silently took the medicine. Princess Xinyang put away the white bottle and opened the emerald bottle. Wait a moment, he said. This medicine seems to have expired. No. Yes, it tastes wrong. What's wrong? Long Yi gave it to me. It can't be an expired medicine. If you don't believe me, I can apply it for you to see. As she spoke, she pulled out the cork and applied the medicine to her wound. It's not red or swollen. Xiao Ji curled his lips and said, Your hand is so rough. I can't test it. Try using your knee. You really have a lot of problems. Princess Xinyang lifted her pant leg and applied a thin layer of the medicine to her knee. It's not expired. It's a good medicine. Xiao Ji saw that she had applied the medicine to all the places that needed to be applied. Only then did he let out an "oh" sound. Princess Xinyang finally understood. There wasn't much medicine to begin with, so she had been tricked again. Xiao Ji took the medicine bottle and said with a look of disgust, Your hand is heavy. I'll do it myself. Princess Xinyang was about to speak, but he did not give her a chance. Turn around. You're not allowed to peek at this marquis body. Princess Xinyang. She turned around. He blew out the match. Princess Xinyang clenched her fists. I won't look, Xiao Ji. This marquis doesn't trust you. Princess Xinyang. Originally, Princess Xinyang had seen many of the injuries on his body. The act of taking off his armor had nearly taken half of his life away. He tightly gritted his teeth and did not let out a single groan. Then he applied the medicine to all the places on his body that could be applied. As for the wounds that were too shallow or too deep, he did not apply it. The former was unnecessary, while the latter was useless. Princess Xinyang waited for a long time and asked suspiciously, Are you done? Do you need my help? Xiao Ji endured the pain and said in a cold sweat, Don't even think about coveting this marquis body. He used a dagger to cut off a piece of the hem, and used the dagger as a fastener to stabilize his fractured left forearm. Finally, he bit the cloth with his mouth and tied a dead knot. He didn't hang his left arm around his neck. He found it ugly. He leaned against the stone wall and calmed down. Suppressing the exhaustion and pain all over his body, he said, I'm done. Princess Xinyang turned around and reached out to support his arm in the darkness. There seems to be a passage ahead. I'll go see if I can get out. Wait for me here. Let's go together, he said weakly. Can you do it? Princess Xinyang was doubtful about his physical condition. Xiao Ji used a man's dignity to make up for his lack of strength. Qin Fengwan, didn't anyone tell you not to say that a man can't do it? Besides, haven't you personally tried whether this marquis can do it or not? Princess Xinyang clenched her fists. 2 nights. He raised 2 well-defined fingers and finally reached the edge of death. Do you want this marquis to remind you how many times? Princess Xinyang was about to explode. How did I fall for this guy? Is it too late to regret now? I really want to beat him to death. He couldn't take a beating now, but Princess Xinyang still held it in. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When you're better, see how I'll deal with you. Princess Xinyang took a deep breath and regained the elegance and propriety of a royal princess. She helped him up and said calmly, "Let's go." Xiao Ji didn't need to look to feel her murderous aura, but she couldn't flare up because of his injuries. Just thinking about her dark face and how she wanted to explode but couldn't, Xiao Ji couldn't help laughing. Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth. "If you laugh again, I'll leave you behind." The two walked along the passage. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally saw a glimmer of light. Princess Xinyang was delighted. "There's a cave entrance. We're going out." Xiao Ji stared at the place where the light came from, vigilant of all movements. Reality proved that his caution was correct. The moment the two walked out of the cave, two Dongi soldiers suddenly turned around and pulled out their scimitars. Xiao Ji was wearing the armor of the Zhao Kingdom, so it was very easy to recognize him. The two soldiers pounced on them, wanting to capture them alive. Xiao Ji pulled Princess Xinyang, who was supporting him, behind him and grabbed one of the scimitars. Then he raised the scimitar in his hand and cut their throats, killing them both in one blow. The two soldiers didn't even have time to call for help before they both fell into the snow. Xiao Ji felt pain in his chest and fell down powerlessly. He knelt on one knee in the snow and used the scimitar to support his body. "Xiao Ji." Princess Xinyang stepped forward and crouched down, looking at him worriedly. "I'm fine." His vigilant gaze swept forward, and he quickly said, "Hurry and change into their clothes." Princess Xinyang would never wear another man's clothes, but in this life and death situation, she couldn't care less. She took off the armor and outer clothes of the two Dongi soldiers. The two changed in time. Marquis Xianping buried the armor and clothes in the snow. The corpses of the two Dongi soldiers were pushed into a nearby ditch and covered with snow. Princess Xinyang also helped. She raised her sleeve and was about to wipe the sweat off her forehead when she remembered that it was someone else's clothes. She immediately put her hand down. She gasped for breath and said, "There's no problem now, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, the two turned around and saw an old woman with a walking stick standing in the snow not far away, staring at the two of them without blinking. Chapter 980. Princess Xinyang was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. The feeling of being caught red-handed after doing something bad was too scary. The old woman looked to be in her 60s or 70s. Her hair was gray, and she looked very old. Her clothes looked like those of the Dongi people, and were even patched up. She should be a villager nearby. Marquis Xianping maintained eye contact with the old woman, and said to Princess Xinyang calmly, "We have entered the territory of the Dongi people. Be careful." Princess Xinyang agreed in a small voice and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Marquis Xianping said, "Act according to circumstances." If it had been a soldier, Marquis Xianping would have killed him mercilessly. But the other party was an ordinary villager. The soldiers of the Zhao Kingdom did not kill the enemy's people. Marquis Xianping shielded Princess Xinyang behind him and took her hand to walk towards the old woman. "Old woman," he said calmly, "we are soldiers passing by. We are following the trail of some Zhao Kingdom people. Have you seen them?" The Dongi people and the Zhao Kingdom spoke the same language, but there were differences in accents. He spoke with a fluent Dongi accent, which stunned Princess Xinyang behind him. Princess Xinyang knew a little about the Yin and Liang languages, but that was in written form. She could translate an article, but if she really had to translate it, her accent would not be very accurate. Xiao Heng had a great talent for languages since childhood. Princess Xinyang thought it was due to her, but it seemed that he had inherited Xiao Ji's talent. The old woman's calm and dull eyes did not change much. She slowly replied in an old voice, "Oh, I didn't see them." "Old woman, do you live nearby? Who else is at home?" Marquis Xianping continued to ask. "No one, just me." The old woman spoke so slowly that it seemed like she was struggling to speak, and her reactions were slow. But considering her age, this was not surprising. Princess Xinyang peeked half of her head out from behind Marquis Xianping and looked at her. The Marquis of Xianping turned his head and saw the head of black hair. The corners of his lips curled up in amusement. "Old lady." He looked at the old lady again. "It's getting late. Can we rest at your house for the night?" "Okay." The old woman answered slowly. She turned around and walked away with the help of her walking stick. Princess Xinyang looked at the stooped old woman, who was gradually disappearing into the distance, and asked him, "Are we really going to her house?" Marquis Xianpinghe looked around. "There's nowhere else to stay here. At least we won't freeze to death if we go to her house. At the same time, I can also inquire about the Dongi soldiers." Princess Xinyang thought it made sense. Who would have thought that they would stumble into Eastern barbarians' territory? They were not familiar with the terrain, and Xiao Ji was seriously injured. Instead of running around in the ice and snow, they might as well find a place to recuperate. She thought of something and asked, "Do you think she saw what happened just now?" Xianpinghe said thoughtfully, "I'm not too sure." Princess Xinyang sighed. "Forget it, so what if he saw? Could he really do something to an old woman who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? Let's follow her and keep an eye on her so that she doesn't tell on us." The two followed the old woman to a simple and crude hut. The old woman lived in a relatively remote area. 100 steps east was a sparse village. Xiao Ji saw the confusion on Princess Xinyang's face and explained in a low voice. In Eastern barbarians, lonely old people who have no children and no husband will be moved out of the village. They are seen as the embodiment of bad luck. Princess Xinyang suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems that she didn't lie to us. She really is the only one in her house. The old woman was old and couldn't move around easily. She didn't have enough food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and her house wasn't very clean. She pointed to a small house covered in dust and said to the two, "You two will stay here tonight. The food is in the kitchen." With that, she returned to her room and ignored the two strangers. Xiao Ji's injuries were very serious. After entering the house, he could no longer maintain his indifference in front of others. His face was pale as he sat down on the dusty wooden platform. She had encountered a series of accidents as soon as she left the cave. It wasn't until now that she had a chance to seriously size him up. She wouldn't have known if she hadn't looked, but now that she looked, she realized that his condition was terrible. No wonder she wasn't allowed to light a fire in the cave. If she had known that his complexion was so bad, she would have left him to rest and explored the way herself. But on second thought, if she had really gone alone, she would have been caught by the Dongi soldiers at the entrance of the cave. How could he always be so considerate of her? Princess Xinyang was moved. She forgot that she had been driven mad by his words in the cave. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched his forehead. "It's so hot." Xiao Ji took her hand down and held it tightly in his palm, not saying a word. The house returned to silence. Princess Xinyang felt the warmth from his palm. He held her hand tightly and didn't let go. His thumb unconsciously rubbed the back of her hand. It was like a silent comfort. Princess Xinyang tidied up the house and took out some cotton wool and a mattress from the cupboard. These two things were clean, but they were slightly damp. Princess Xinyang went to borrow a brazier from the old madam. She took a fire starter and squatted on the ground to start a fire. She gave birth for a long time, but it didn't end well. She even made herself look like a cat with a dirty face. Xiao Ji sat on the stool with a pale face and looked at her with a faint smile. "Qin Fengwan, is this your first time doing this?" "So what if it is?" Princess Xinyang muttered. "I think it's very fast to start a fire in the Jiaojiao. That's how you start a fire." Xiao Ji laughed. It was too painful. His wound was about to split open from laughing. He stabilized his emotions. He didn't laugh anymore, but the smile in his eyes was almost overflowing. He said, "I'll do it." "Sit down," Princess Xinyang ordered coldly. Xiao Ji sat back down dispiritedly. Princess Xinyang continued to start a fire. Finally, at the cost of burning a small portion of her bangs, she finally managed to start a fire. She started to roast the damp mattress. Then she burned the mattress. The old madam originally didn't want to bother with the two of them, but she was probably worried that if this continued, that woman would burn her house to the ground. She came over with a dark face to help the two of them roast the blanket. Then she brought a new mattress over. She didn't dare to hand it to Princess Xinyang until she was done. Princess Xinyang made the bed and helped Xiao Ji take off his armor. Then she helped him lie down on the warm mattress. I'll go get some food. She pulled the blanket over Xiaoji and turned to go to the kitchen. The old madam's living conditions were very difficult. There was nothing but pickled vegetables and flatbread in the kitchen, but the flatbread was hard and couldn't be chewed at all. Princess Xingyang looked at the water in the water jar and had an idea. The old madam was making hemp rope in her room. She was old and couldn't farm or hunt, so she made a simple living by making simple handicrafts. She thought it was time for the two of them to eat. One of them looked delicate and very picky. He probably wouldn't eat the cold food directly. She was a step too late. As expected, by the time she planned to heat up the food for the two of them, the kitchen was already on fire. Princess Xingyang, whose face was covered in soot, stood awkwardly in the courtyard. The old madam looked at her speechlessly. Princess Xingyang pretended to be calm and said in a low voice, "I've cooked at home before. It's your kitchen that doesn't work." The old madam was speechless. Princess Xingyang took off the gold bracelet on her wrist and gave it to the old madam as compensation. The old madam went to the cellar to get a piece of cured meat and stewed it into steamed buns for the two of them. Princess Xingyang looked at the meat soup on the table and said to the old madam bitterly, "So you hid the good food." The old madam left expressionlessly. Xiaoji couldn't stop laughing. His wound hurt so much that it made him twitch. The weather in the east this year was very strange. The first month was almost over, but it snowed heavily. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers fluttered down. Unlike the snowy scenery in the capital, the snow in the mountains gave people a sense of tranquility and distance. Princess Xingyang helped the old madam put away the clothes and straw rope that had been hanging outside. "Old madam, where did your family go?" she asked. She had only asked casually, thinking that the old madam wouldn't answer. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, the old madam lightly said, "Dead. They were captured and sent to war. They all died." Princess Xingyang looked at the old madam's lonely and stooped back and didn't say anything else. She saw it. At night, the two of them lay on the bed. Princess Xingyang said to Xiaoji, "Ah." Xiaoji didn't understand why this topic had suddenly come up. Princess Xingyang looked at the dark beams and said in a daze, "She saw us kill the Dongyi soldiers. She didn't report us because she also hates the Dongyi soldiers. Her family was captured and exiled. They all died in battle. The cruelty of war wasn't something that ordinary people could bear." Xiaoji didn't like war either, but he had a duty. If he didn't fight, he would destroy the home behind him. The Dongyi soldiers were the same. Everyone served their own master. However, he had always been opposed to capturing able-bodied men and exiling them. The Dongyi king should be killed, and the Dongyi royal power should be destroyed. He held her hand, giving her silent comfort and strength in the darkness. Princess Xingyang's emotions gradually calmed down. "Xiaoji, are you asleep?" she asked softly. She was met with a series of even breaths. "That's right. He was so badly injured and had a high fever. He must have been sleepy long ago." Princess Xingyang couldn't sleep. She propped herself up with her arms and stared unblinkingly at his sleeping face through the snowy light that came in through the cracks in the window. 20 years were like a day. His magnificence hadn't diminished. "Xiaoji." She called him again. Xiaoji was in a deep sleep. She stared at him, and a bold thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Was she possessed? How could she be like this? But she propped her head up again and shyly peeked at him, her heart thumping wildly. Anyway, he was asleep and wouldn't know. The well-educated, dignified, and noble Princess Xingyang finally mustered up her courage and slowly approached him with a red face. Her watery eyes landed on his diamond-shaped thin lips. She took a deep breath and did the boldest thing she had ever done in her life. She leaned over and touched his cheek lightly with her lips. In the night, a low sneer was heard. "Qin Fengwan, you mustered up your courage for half a day, and this is it." Princess Xingyang's hair stood on end. Chapter 981. Is this guy pretending to be asleep? Why is he always like this? Princess Xingyang was in a bad mood. If the words she said in the cave were just unbearable words, then what she said just now was the real deal, kissed his face. Ah, she was caught red-handed doing this. Doesn't she want face? Princess Xingyang flew into a rage out of humiliation. Her chest heaved up and down violently as she glared at him fiercely. Why are you always like this? Always like what? A certain someone asked, asking for a beating. Princess Xingyang wanted to say something but stopped, mainly because she didn't know what to say. She wasn't stupid, but every time she met Xiaoji, she would be incoherent with anger. She decided to ignore him. Otherwise, she would suffer internal injuries from anger before he recovered. Qin Fengwan. A certain someone didn't give up so easily. Although I understand that you've been drooling over me for a long time, I'm seriously injured now. If you really want me, you have to do it yourself. Princess Xingyang. Can someone give me a hammer? I want to beat him to death. She was already lying down, but she was so angry that she propped herself up with her elbow and glared at him in the hazy night. Xiaoji, don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you just because you're injured. I'm warning you, if you keep talking nonsense like this, I'll ugh. In the darkness, Xiaoji raised his injured hand. Domineeringly and gently, he clasped the back of her head and pressed her down on him. Her soft lips landed on his slightly cracked lips. She had never been so intimate with him when she was awake. Her mind went blank. The entire world seemed to quiet down, and all she could hear was her thumping heartbeat. After their lips kissed, Xiaoji didn't take the next step. He patiently waited for her to get used to it. After making sure that he didn't bring back any bad memories, he really kissed her. It was a deep and lingering kiss. Princess Xingyang was completely dumbfounded. So it can be done like this. Her heart was beating so fast, and her chest was so swollen that she almost couldn't breathe. He released her slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Idiot, take a breath. I can't change it." She was about to faint. Her whole body was heating up, and her face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. Xiaoji laughed mischievously. "Your heart is beating so fast." Princess Xingyang placed her hand on his chest. Blushing, she muttered, "Don't you also jump very fast?" He wasn't any slower than her. It was so unfair. Her heart was beating so fast, but she was the only one who was panicking. He was so calm as if nothing had happened. Indeed, this kind of thing also depended on talent. Xiaoji's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Qin Fengwan, who was lying on top of him. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Qin Fengwan, the next time you steal a kiss from me, I'll use this standard." "Who wants to steal a kiss from you?" Princess Xingyang muttered without any confidence, her face turning even redder. "He's asleep." She lay down angrily beside him. Outside the house, snow was falling and the cold wind was howling. She touched her wet and soft lips, savoring his deep kiss. She actually liked it a lot. Snowflakes fluttered down for most of the night. Princess Xingyang's heart was thumping all the way until she fell asleep. It was a feeling she had never felt before. It was very strange, but also very beautiful. Her mood and breath inadvertently affected Xiaoji. Unintentional teasing was the most fatal. Unfortunately, Xiaoji was injured like this and couldn't do anything more excessive. He could only obediently fall asleep. On the other side, Long Yi was doing his best to find the whereabouts of the two people. However, due to the difference in terrain between the underground and the surface, it was already 3 days later when he found the exit of the cave. During these 3 days, Xiaoji was peacefully recuperating at the old woman's house. Princess Xingyang took off all the valuable things she had and gave them to the old woman. As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you have to take care of someone else's disaster. The old woman lied that she was injured and went to the village's witch doctor to buy a few herbs and some special ointment. Needless to say, it was quite effective. Xiaoji's fever subsided and his injuries also gradually improved. However, on the night of the 3rd day, an unforeseen event occurred. A group of Dongyi soldiers suddenly came to the village. At first, the two people thought that these Dongyi soldiers had come to capture them. But later they discovered that this was not the case. They were clustered around a carriage and seemed to be escorting someone with status. When that person got out of the carriage, the two people stealthily glanced at the hillside behind the small thatched cottage. They discovered that it was actually a man wearing a bamboo hat and a curtain. He was completely covered from head to toe. Are you sure it's a man? Princess Xinyang asked. I heard his voice, Xiao Ji said. Princess Xinyang was stunned. You can hear him from so far away? Xiao Ji faintly smiled. Your man is very powerful. My man. Princess Xinyang felt a little uncomfortable from this sudden address. Xiao Ji didn't seem to realize that he had said something that made her blush. He looked in the direction of the group of people and said, Those Dongyi soldiers are very high-ranking. They seem to be the Dongyi king's personal guards. When it came to business, Princess Xinyang's mood became much more serious. Is the person they are escorting the Dongyi king? Xiao Ji shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. The Dongyi king is at least 50 or 60 years old. That's a young man. Princess Xinyang thought for a moment. The Dongyi king's son? Xiao Ji said seriously. We can't rule out this possibility. But why would he cover himself so tightly? The two people went to ask the old woman for information. The old woman said that she knew nothing about this. She was just an old woman in the countryside. The furthest she had been was the forest 10 miles away. The most honorable person she had seen was the village chief. After returning to the house, Princess Xinyang saw that he was deep in thought, and knew that he had a plan. She asked, Are you planning to do something? They have a lot of people, and you haven't recovered from your injuries. You are no match for them. Xiao Ji said, I won't fight them head-on. Princess Xinyang's expression changed slightly. Are you planning to take that person's place and meet the Dongyi king? Xiao Ji silently agreed. Princess Xinyang clenched her fists. Are you crazy? You've only been recovering for 3 days. Your wounds haven't even healed. If you go and assassinate the Dongyi king at this juncture, aren't you going to die? Xiao Ji smiled easily. As long as I kidnap him, I won't die. Princess Xinyang frowned. What if you don't succeed? The smile on Xiao Ji's face faded. Xiao In and Xiao Zhe are still in the Dongyi king's hands. I've been missing for 3 days. At the time, the Dongyi people saw me fall into a trap. I was heavily injured and had to be pulled up by Chang Jing. If I don't appear for too long, the Dongyi people might think that I died from my injuries. He stopped there. How could the intelligent Princess Xinyang not understand? The Dongyi king had captured Xiao In and Xiao Zhe to threaten him. If he died, Xiao In and Xiao Zhe would lose their value. They would be killed or tortured to death. She didn't try to dissuade him anymore. Instead, she made a request. I don't object to your plan, but you have to bring me along. Xiao Ji was helpless. Qin Fengwan. Princess Xinyang interrupted him. That person had a servant beside him, and they were sitting together in the carriage. Do you think that servant is just a decoration? You must be serving him closely, and taking off his bamboo hat and curtains every night. If we replace them together, nothing will go wrong. Actually, she had a deeper consideration. Marquis Xianping was a general. If he was really captured, he would rather take his 2 sons and commit suicide than fall into the hands of the Dongyi people. She didn't want that to happen. I'll be fine no matter what. I'm a princess. If they capture me, they can exchange many things with His Majesty. If she was a princess without power or influence, she might not be able to speak so boldly. Everyone knew that she was favored by the emperor, and was His Majesty's most beloved princess. Even though she herself felt that this rumor was fake, it was enough to scare others. Seeing that Xiao Ji still didn't relent, she pointed outside the door. Are you sure you want to leave me here alone? Do you believe that the moment you leave, the old lady will sell me out? The old woman who was sweeping the floor in the central room. What really made Xiao Ji decide to take Qin Fengwan away was what happened next. The Dongyi soldiers found the corpses of the 2 Dongyi soldiers killed by Xiao Ji in the ditch near the entrance of the cave. The group immediately became alert and started searching inside and outside the village. Xiao Ji hurriedly used his sword to break the bed in the old woman's room. He also hid one of the 2 cups on the table and took out a stool, making it seem like only one person had lived in the room. The old woman lived alone, so the villagers must know that this room was originally empty. Xiao Ji's actions would make them think that the old woman's bed was broken, and she had no choice but to move into this small room. Princess Xinyang sighed inwardly. He was just like this. He looked like a rough person, but was actually very meticulous. He had killed countless people on the battlefield, But he had also protected even more people. Xiao Ji used the fastest method to erase all traces of the two people living in the room. Then he took Princess Xingyang out of the back door. Since the Dongyi soldiers sent out at least half of their forces to search for the murderer, the security around the mysterious young master decreased sharply. Xiao Ji successfully sneaked into the mysterious young master's residence, knocked him and his servant unconscious, tied them up, and stuffed them into a cage. He also gagged them. The Dongyi soldiers' conversation came from outside the courtyard. "Sir Wu, we didn't find the assassin." "We didn't find him either." "Us too. We went door to door and even searched the mountains, but we found nothing. Maybe the assassin has already escaped." "Escaped? I don't think so." This person's tone was different from the soldiers from before. "He should be the Sir Wu that the soldier mentioned," he said warily. "The young master's safety is the most important. If the assassin is still hiding in the dark and attacks the young master in the middle of the night, both our heads will be gone." Princess Xingyang couldn't help but glance into the box. What young master was so important? Other than looking like a pretty boy, she didn't find anything extraordinary about him. If the Dongyi people knew her evaluation of the person in the box, they would be so angry that they would spit out blood. This person was the most handsome man in the Dongyi people, but in her mouth, he was just an ordinary pretty boy. "Young master." Sir Wu's voice came from outside the door. "There's a situation in the village. I'm afraid we'll have to travel through the night. Young master, please get on the carriage immediately." Xiao Ji and Princess Xingyang finished their disguises. Xiao Ji was slightly taller and more muscular, but with a bamboo hat and curtain, it wasn't so obvious. As for the servant, he was a small man, so Princess Xingyang didn't feel much pressure pretending to be him. His face naturally didn't look like him, so she had to hide it. Based on their past experience, no one would deliberately stare at a servant's face without suspicion. The two successfully got on the carriage. They couldn't talk in the carriage, and could only write on each other's palms. "Princess Xingyang, who do you think this young master is? The king of Dongyi's son?" Xiao Ji's palms felt numb. He really wanted to hold her cold fingertips, but he resisted. He wrote back, "Doesn't look like him." This time, it was Princess Xingyang's palms that felt numb. She wasn't as calm as a certain person. Her eyelashes trembled, and her cheeks heated up. Xiao Ji raised his brows and wrote, "Qin Fengwan, focus. Don't keep drooling over my body." Princess Xingyang's face instantly darkened. Both of them thought this person must be related to the king of Dongyi, but when they arrived at their destination, they realized they were wrong. A group of women came to welcome them. The leader was dressed in red. She asked faintly, "Is the young master here?" Sir Wu smiled flatteringly. He's here. He's in the carriage." The woman in red asked coldly, "Didn't you say he would arrive tomorrow?" Sir Wu hurriedly smiled and said, "Something happened on the way. I was worried about the young master's safety, so I rushed here overnight." The woman in red's face darkened. "You actually dared to rush here overnight? If you tire the young master out and delay the saintess wedding, I'll see what you'll do." Hearing the word wedding, the couple in the carriage was stunned. After all this time, did they just rob a groom? Princess Xingyang suddenly looked at Xiao Ji coldly. "Congratulations, you're about to get married." Xiao Ji had a toothache. He didn't know this guy had this kind of identity. Chapter 982. Long Yi found the village after Xiao Ji, Princess Xingyang, and the others had left. The old woman's hut was the closest to the cave, so he went to her first. He had stayed with Princess Xingyang for many years, so he knew her aura like the back of his hand. As soon as he entered the hut, he knew she had been there. He asked the old woman where they had gone. He was wearing a mask, and his eyes were emitting endless killing intent. "Meng Meng is very fierce. You better tell me the truth. Otherwise I'll kill you." The old woman was successfully threatened. She raised her hand and pointed to the hillside in the backyard. They left from there. Xiao Ji didn't say where they had gone. First, he didn't want to implicate the old woman, and second, he was in case the old woman betrayed them. Protection was one thing, trust was another. If he didn't take care of everything, he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Long Yi went to the back of the mountain and followed the traces to the house where the young master had once lived. The senses of a martial artist were different from ordinary people. He instantly detected the breathing sound in the box. He opened the lid and saw two men with their hands and feet tied and their mouths gagged. The two of them had already woken up, but unfortunately, they couldn't move or scream. Finally, someone had come, so the two of them were very excited. Longy looked at them and pulled out the cloth in the mouth of the young master, who looked more pleasing to the eye. He asked, "Who did this to you?" The young master hurriedly complained, "A man and a woman." They were wearing the clothes of Dongi soldiers, but their accent didn't sound like Dongi people. "Wait, your accent doesn't sound like Dongi people. Where did they go?" Longy grabbed his neck. The young master trembled. To the Saint Lady's Hall. He had heard the two of them disguised as master and servant being escorted into a carriage by the Dongi King's guards. So they should be going to the Saint Lady's Hall. "Where is the Saint Lady's Hall?" Longy asked again. The young master trembled. I haven't been there." He had never been there before. The temple of the Saint Lady was the most sacred and mysterious place in the entire Dongi tribe. Outsiders had no way to get close to it. If it weren't for his good looks and excellent birth characters, he wouldn't have had the chance to be chosen to marry the Saint Lady. But who would have thought that he would be intercepted halfway? Longy determined that he couldn't ask anything, so he knocked out both of them with his palm. Then closing the lid of the box, he went out. He followed the wheel tracks and footprints in the snow to the entrance of the village. As he passed by a big tree, he heard a teasing voice above his head. "Big guy, are you going to the temple of the Saintess?" He raised his head and looked at the little princess of the Eastern barbarians, sitting on the tree branch in confusion. The little princess of Dongi jumped down and looked at him strangely. "I know the way to the temple of the Saint Lady." Longy looked at her and said, "Lead the way." The Dongi princess was stunned. "You're not even going to ask if it's true? Also, why don't you ask me why I'm helping you?" "Lead the way," Longy repeated. The Dongi princess curled her lips. "I won't." Longy left. The little princess of Dongi stared at his back with her almond-shaped eyes and stammered, I already said that I won't lead the way." Then she followed him. The temple of the Saintess was a shrine located on the Dongi mountain of the Eastern barbarians. Of course, this was only for the Eastern barbarians. In the eyes of Xiaoji and Princess Xinyang, it was just an ordinary palace. It wasn't a particularly ingenious one. However, the atmosphere in the palace was very mysterious. There were only women here, no men. Everyone was expressionless, as if they didn't belong to the mortal world. In addition, there was incense burning everywhere in the palace. There was incense at the door, in the corridor, and even in the room. The first thing that came into view were two large incense burners. Achoo! Princess Xinyang's nose itched and she sneezed. The woman in red frowned and looked at her. Xiaoji calmly said, "When can I see the Saintess?" The woman in red's attention was successfully diverted. Her gaze moved away from Princess Xinyang's face and landed on Xiaoji's screen. According to the rules, you can only see the Saintess on the wedding day in 3 days. If the Saintess wants to see you, she will come over. It seemed that these people didn't recognize the young man's voice. Perhaps they hadn't seen his face. Forget it, he shouldn't show his face so easily. "Can I go in and rest?" he asked indifferently. "Yes," the woman in red said. Xiaoji led Princess Xinyang into the side room. He went in, but Princess Xinyang was stopped outside. "What do you want?" he asked in an icy voice. The woman in red didn't expect this young master's aura to be so strong. Her voice sank, and she almost couldn't bear it. Wasn't he a poor boy from the countryside? He was called the most handsome man in the Eastern barbarians because of his appearance. In fact, he didn't have much ability. The Saintess chose him because of his appearance and birth characters. Why did the person in front of her give her a different feeling from the rumors? But doubts were doubts, and it didn't rise to the point of suspecting that he was an imposter. After all, he was sent by the king of Dongi. She bowed and said, "The rules of the Saintess temple forbid men from staying in the temple. He will come with me to the outer hall." Xiaoji said majestically, "He is my attendant. I am used to him serving me. He must stay." As a first-rank martial marquis of the Zhao Kingdom, no one could surpass him in terms of aura. He didn't need to threaten her. His casual tone was enough to make her feel oppressed. The woman in red felt her scalp go numb. She tried to calm down and said, "I will report to the Saintess. If she objects, he will still have to leave." She was shocked by Xiaoji's aura. At least she could make him stay. The two entered the room. The woman in red sent 2 maids to guard the door. She went down to prepare for the wedding. At this juncture, it was not worthwhile to offend the Saintess's husband. He was just a servant. Let him stay. Anyway, she had already explained the rules. If the Saintess blamed her one day, it wouldn't be her disobedience. It would be the Langjun. The room was very large. It was separated from the outer and inner rooms. The two sat in the inner room. They spoke softly, so that the people outside couldn't hear them. Xiaoji took off the curtains and bamboo hat, and threw them on the table in disgust. The men were wrapped up like this, and the women were chattering. Princess Xinyang looked at his sullen appearance, and couldn't help laughing. The Saintess has a high status in the Dongyi tribe. Her marriage is the same as a man's marriage. Her husband also has to abide by the 3 obedience and 4 virtues. He can't casually show his face in public. Xiaoji looked at her with a faint smile. "Qin Fengwan, you seem to be very envious. Why? Do you want to imprison me and make me your exclusive property?" Princess Xinyang said angrily. "When did I say that?" Xiaoji raised his eyebrows. "You just didn't say it. That means you thought it. TSK, Qin Fengwan. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Princess Xinyang was so angry that her face darkened again. At night, the woman in red personally delivered the wedding clothes for the Langjun to try on. "You guys go out. He'll help me change," Xiaoji said to the people holding the clothes and hair accessories through the curtain. The woman in red ordered the servants to put the clothes on the table in the outer room. Then she left as instructed. The door was open. They couldn't leave until they knew the results of the fitting. Princess Xinyang carried the clothes into the inner room and whispered, "Do you really want to try it on?" Xiaoji whispered, "They won't leave if I don't let them see." This was their duty. They had to ensure that every detail of the wedding was perfect. If the Longjuan's wedding clothes didn't fit, they would be blamed. Princess Xinyang understood this and didn't say anything else. She hesitated for a moment before asking him, "You?" Xiaoji smiled and looked at her. "Of course I can't change. Can you do me a favor?" Princess Xinyang thought that it was inconvenient for him to be seriously injured, so she silently walked over and helped him untie his belt. The wounds on his body were wrapped tightly with strips of cloth, and there was a slight trace of blood. His top muscles were well defined, and he constantly emitted a sense of strength from battle. Princess Xinyang's eyelashes trembled. She looked away and turned around to take the wedding clothes. There were 3 layers in total: underwear, and wedding gown. He opened his arms to make it easier for her to dress him. She was so close to him that she could clearly feel his unique masculine aura. It was somewhat captivating. She wrapped her hands around his back and tied his belt for him. This action made it seem like she was hugging him. Her cheek inadvertently rubbed against his firm and broad chest. He suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She was slightly startled and hurriedly retreated. She looked up at him in panic. "Did I hurt you? Did I touch your wound?" He took a deep breath and raised his well-defined hand to cup her cheek. His thumb lightly pressed against her soft lips. His eyes gradually darkened, and his voice became hoarse. "Qin Fengwan, do you want me to take you here?" She stared blankly at this incomparably handsome face and felt his seductive aura. Her head heated up as she asked, "Then, do you want me?" Chapter 983. The moment Princess Xinyang said that, the room fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Xiaoji was quiet, because he never expected Qin Fengwan to say something like that. Qin Fengwan was a snow-white rabbit that would run away with a poke. He was used to teasing Qin Fengwan, and this was the first time he saw her not playing by the rules. While his blood rushed to his head, he was also a bit confused. Princess Xinyang was quiet, because she also didn't expect herself to say something like that. She regretted it right after saying it. "What's going on? Am I possessed?" Or is it because I've been with this guy for so long that I've become stained by his company? She finally knew how to be embarrassed. Seeing that she was embarrassed, Xiaoji felt better. Otherwise, words spoken were like spilled water. If they didn't fight for 300 rounds tonight, it wouldn't end well. But if that really happened, wouldn't she be scared out of her wits? Not to mention that he might not even be able to see the sun tomorrow? You'll give it to me just because I want it. Qin Fengwan, when did you become so obedient? He couldn't take her body, but he had to take advantage of her with his mouth. Without waiting for Princess Xinyang to speak, he continued, "But how can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Do I have to give it to you just because you want it? I won't. You can't give it to me, right? You're already injured like this. Which part of your body can still move?" Princess Xinyang knew that he was taking advantage of her thin skin to take advantage of her again and again. She should just push him down and tell him to stop talking nonsense. If he's a man, he should be serious. But on second thought, she really couldn't do such a thing. She was angry at herself and at him. Her face darkened, and she glared at him before suddenly tightening her belt. Xiaoji was caught off guard and sucked in a cold breath. This time it really hurt. Outside, the woman in red who hadn't seen Xiaoji for a long time spoke up. "Langjun, is there a problem with your clothes? Do you want us to come in and serve you?" Langjun. Hearing this, Princess Xinyang's face darkened even more. Xiaoji looked at her playfully and said smugly, "Qin Fengwan, you're jealous of this too? In the Dongyi tribe, Langjun is just a title for a married man. It doesn't have any ambiguous meaning." "Langjun, I'm coming in," the woman in red said. Princess Xinyang quickly adjusted her expression and silently retreated to the side. Xiaoji put on her veil and turned around, blocking her from view. She hooked her finger under the cover of her wide sleeves. Princess Xinyang's fingertips went numb, as if electricity had passed through them. She quickly hid her fingers behind her back. Under the veil, Xiaoji's lips curled. When the woman in red entered the room, she couldn't help but frown. She felt a very strange aura, but she couldn't tell what it was. She just felt that she was a little extra. She shook her head and cleared her thoughts before inspecting Xiaoji's wedding robe. The Holy Virgin's husband's wedding robe was also red, but the material and style were slightly different. It wasn't made of high-quality brocade but red silk and shark's gauze. This was more of a test of a man's figure. If he wasn't careful, he would appear short and fat. Xiaoji didn't have any concerns in this regard. He was tall and muscular, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his legs were long and slender. His figure would look good even if he wore a sack. The woman in red was also quite stunning. If it weren't for the rules, she would have taken off her Longjuan's veil and seen his appearance. "How much longer do you want to look?" Xiaoji asked impatiently. The woman in red suddenly came back to her senses and lowered her head in embarrassment. The embroiderer made a mistake in Longjuan's measurements and made it 2 inches too big. "I didn't expect it to fit just now. I'll take off Longjuan's wedding robe for him." Xiaoji said rudely, "Does your Holy Virgin know that you're touching my body?" The woman in red choked. "It's our duty to serve you, but after hearing what you said, she suddenly didn't dare to do it." Xiaoji said indifferently, "Go out. My people will bring you the wedding robe in a while." The woman in red answered and turned to leave. She muttered inwardly. Her Langjun was of low birth, so she didn't take him seriously. However, his aura was too strong. After taking back the wedding robe, she carried it to the Holy Virgin's inner hall. The Holy Virgin meditated and prayed for Dongyi every day, and today was no exception. The woman in red didn't dare to disturb her, and waited for 2 hours until the Holy Virgin came out of the prayer hall. The pure Holy Virgin was dressed in white and had a slender waist. She wore a white veil on her face, revealing only a pair of arrogant and cold eyes. The woman in red bowed to her. "Holy Virgin." The Holy Virgin glanced at her and asked, "Hongwan, why are you waiting for me here?" Hongwan said, "Langjun has tried on the wedding robe. The size is suitable." "That's good." The Holy Virgin's mood didn't change much. The Holy Virgin's wedding was part of her duty. She had to give birth to a suitable successor for the Holy Virgin. Seeing that Hongwan didn't move, she couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you leaving?" "That." Hong Wan thought for a moment and said truthfully, Holy Virgin, I know this marriage isn't what you want. If you don't get married in time, you may become the king's woman. However, you may have chosen the right marriage this time. Lang Jun is very good. Is that so? The Holy Virgin expressionlessly came to her dressing table and glanced at the phoenix coronet and robe placed on the stool. Hong Wan came to her side and said, Holy Virgin, you will like Lang Jun. You rarely praise men, the Holy Virgin said. Hong Wan honestly said, because Lang Jun is worthy of this praise. The Holy Virgin turned around and glanced at her. I'm curious about what he looks like to make you praise him like this. Fine, bring him to see me. Yes. Less than half an hour later, Hong Wan appeared at the door of Xiaoji's room. Xiaoji had bolted the door, so she couldn't enter. She reported outside the door. Princess Xinyang frowned and whispered, It's so late. Why did the Holy Virgin summon you? Could she have discovered something? Xiaoji thought about it carefully. He did not think that there was anything wrong with him. If there was something wrong with him, it would be that he was covered in wounds and had the smell of gold medicine and blood. However, the Holy Virgin's hall was filled with incense, and the rich fragrance had long covered his smell. Xiaoji said indifferently, It's nothing. I'll go meet her first and find the antidote for Xiaoming. Xiaoming's poison came from the Holy Virgin's hall. Be careful, Princess Xinyang warned. Seeing her worried look, Xiaoji inexplicably wanted to tease her. Qin Fengwan, are you worried about my safety, or are you worried that I'll stay overnight in another woman's room? Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. Xiaoji raised his eyebrows and stood up with his hands on the table. Ah, that's true. You don't care anyway. He pretended to walk out the door, shaking his head and sighing as he walked. Princess Xinyang knew he was doing it on purpose, but she still couldn't help but reach out and grab his sleeve. Xiaoji tilted his head and looked at her in confusion. Her eyes moved, but she didn't look at him. Instead, she stared at the clean floor in front of her and whispered, You're not allowed to stay overnight in another woman's room. Xiaoji asked her, Are you not allowed to do it tonight or in the future? Princess Xinyang cleared her throat and said without a change in her expression, In the future, in the future. Xiaoji narrowed his eyes. This request was too much. She was the one who said she didn't care about him. Now she was the one who wanted to control him. She had slapped herself in the face. Even she felt embarrassed. Princess Xinyang thought he would take the opportunity to say, Give me a reason. Or Qin Fengwan, what makes you think you have the right to do this? But she guessed wrong. He turned around, raised his well-defined hand, and gently pinched her chin. Then he leaned down and fiercely kissed her lips under her confused gaze. The unexpected kiss stunned her. Her long eyelashes fluttered innocently, and her heartbeat sped up. Her breathing quickened as she felt his domineering demand. When he let go, her head was dizzy, and her entire face was red. He stared at her with a sober expression. Qin Fengwan, there's a price to pay for monopolizing me. I might do something even worse to you. It's not just words, do you understand? Princess Xinyang was stunned. Xiaoji didn't immediately force her to give him an answer. They hadn't really done it willingly. She had been drugged for 2 nights, and she had given herself to him under those circumstances. She hadn't done it willingly. She hated him and pushed him away time and time again. He could restrain himself from doing anything overboard to her. But she had started to accept him and get close to him. He wasn't a saint. Could it be that he could really control himself and stop himself from dabbling in it every single time? Or did she have to take the drug every time? Xiaoji went to see the Holy Maiden. Princess Xinyang sat in her room, deep in thought. Chapter 984. This hall was full of twists and turns, giving people a headache. Coupled with the strong smell of incense, Xiaoji frowned. However, he still secretly memorized the route he had taken. He didn't like to study when he was young. First, his father forced him too hard, so he had a rebellious mentality. Second, his eyes and head hurt when he saw those densely packed words. Then he plunged into the military camp and never went to study again. He wasn't stupid. As long as he didn't study, he basically had a photographic memory and could remember most of the things he heard. This gave him a great advantage on the battlefield. But no matter how many battles he won, it couldn't change the fact that he was a rough person. Qin Fengwan was a princess who was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, and had both talent and beauty. At that time, he selfishly felt that he couldn't match up to her because he didn't know many words. Now he knew a lot of words, directly or indirectly influenced by Qin Fengwan. "Young master, do you have something on your mind?" Hong Wuan noticed that his mind was wandering and seemed to be absent-minded about meeting the saint. Xiao Ji's consciousness came back quickly, as if he wasn't thinking about anything else. He said sarcastically, "Does your saint know that you care about me so much in private?" Hong Wuan choked and didn't dare to say anything. There was clearly no meaning to it. So why did it change when it came to Longjuan's mouth? She quieted down, and Xiao Ji went back to thinking about what happened just now. But once some emotions were broken, it was difficult to pick them up again. He frowned in annoyance. The two of them came to the saint's inner hall. There were 4 maids guarding the door, and each of them knew martial arts. In addition, there were many masters hidden in the dark. It seemed that although there were no men in the saint's hall, the defense was not lax. "Saint Langjun is here," Hong Wuan reported from outside the hall. "Come in," the saint said. Her voice sounded quite young. She had the aura of a superior, and also a detached loftiness. Xiao Ji secretly gave her a first impression. As long as the saint had never seen him in person, everything would be easy. It was impossible to say that his face looked like he was in his early 20s, but it was also impossible to say that there were traces of age on his face. The main thing was that his eyes and expression had the restraint and calmness of his age. He had to put on a little act, and then lie that he was exhausted. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, he should be able to get away with it. However, the Holy Maiden had actually seen Xiao Ji in person. "It's you." After the Holy Maiden removed Xiao Ji's veil, she stared at his handsome face and was shocked. Xiao Ji was dumbfounded. "I can't be that unlucky, right?" She recognized him just like that. The saintess turned around and pulled out a long sword from the shelf. She placed the gleaming blade on Xiao Ji's neck. Xiao Ji looked at the sharp blade out of the corner of his eye, then looked at the veiled saintess and asked, "Do we know each other?" The saintess was also wearing a veil. She did not take off her veil, but said coldly, "You don't know me, but I know you. When you were fighting with the Dongi army, I analyzed your strategy on the chariot." Xiao Ji suddenly realized, "Ah, you are the military advisor behind the Dongi king." The Dongi king did not have many soldiers, but he could repeatedly defeat the soldiers at the border. The main reason was that he had a very powerful military advisor. He did not expect that the military advisor would be the saintess of the Saint Lady Temple. The saintess said angrily, "All the warriors of the Dongi tribe have been killed by you, Marquis Xianping Xiaoji. I was worried that I would not be able to find you, but you came to me on your own accord." She was very angry, but Marquis Xianping did not feel any substantial murderous intent from her. She did not want to kill him. Why? Xiao Ji's judgment of the enemy was very accurate. On the battlefield, any wrong judgment could lead to a large number of casualties. Of course, this ability was not without mistakes. He had paid a huge price for it. Xiao Ji looked at her deeply and sat down on the chair. She frowned and did not cut him with her sword. Instead, she continued to hold the sword against his neck. Xiao Ji confirmed his guess. She really did not want to kill him. This was not a good sign. He and she were mortal enemies. Even so, she still did not want to kill him. Was she going to capture him and take him to the Dongi king? Wouldn't it be better to take his head? Things were not good. "What did you do to that person?" the saintess asked. Xiao Ji said casually, "Nothing. He is alive. I will send him back to you later." "Come," the saintess suddenly ordered. 2 black shadows flashed out from behind the screen. Both of them were women, but they were very skilled. The 2 of them saluted. "Saintess," the saintess said mercilessly, "kill him." "Yes," the 2 of them answered and left. Xiao Ji was stunned for 3 seconds. The person the saintess wanted to kill was the young man he had robbed? Things are not going in the right direction. Xiao Ji had an ominous feeling in his heart. The saintess flicked her sword and cut open his clothes, revealing the gauze wrapped around his body. She raised her eyebrows slightly. I see. I was wondering how you could be safe after falling into my trap. You sneaked into the Saintess temple for your brother's antidote and your 2 bastard sons, right? I have to disappoint you. The antidote is in my hands, but your sons are in the dungeon of the Dongi King. But as long as you listen to me, I can return your sons to you. Xiaoji looked at her indifferently. Listen to what? The Saintess sheathed her sword and neatly put it back into the scabbard. Marry me and be my husband. Xiaoji didn't know what to say. Xiaoji looked at her and pointed to his head. Is there something wrong with your head? I killed so many Dongi people. And you still want to marry me? Aren't you afraid of betraying Dongi? The Saintess raised her chin and said, if you surrender to me, you will be a warrior of Dongi in the future. You will kill more soldiers of the Zhao kingdom, for Dongi to atone for your crimes. This was the funniest joke Xiaoji had ever heard. He sneered. What if I don't agree? Are you going to kill me? Or are you going to kill my brother and son? The Saintess looked at him calmly. No, I will kill the servant who came with you. Xiaoji's smile froze on his face. He lowered his eyes and smiled. He looked at her coldly and said, this kind of thing has to be consensual, right? I don't want to marry you. Even if I marry you, I will still abandon you. The Saintess smiled. No, you won't. Xiaoji narrowed his eyes. The next second, he saw the Saintess turn around and press a switch on the wall. The bookshelf on one side moved to the other side, revealing a dark secret room. Xiaoji couldn't use much strength at the moment, so he couldn't sneak up on her. The Saintess didn't put her guard up against him, because she knew about his condition. She entered the secret room, and came out with a white pill on her fingertips. She took the pill to Xiaoji and slowly bent down. She lifted Xiaoji's chin with her white fingertips. Eat this, and you will be loyal to me. Xiaoji looked at the white pill, and an idea flashed through his mind. Could this be the knockout drug that Grand Concubine Jing had fed the emperor? The holy maiden took in his expression. Oh, it seems that you know him? This was originally a secret medicine of Dongi. Later, it was taken to Shangyi by a traitor. It's said that some pharmacists in the Yin kingdom also made this medicine. But the effect of those pills isn't as strong as the one in the Saintess temple. It's stronger than the one the emperor took. What kind of strong drug is this? Xiaoji's mouth twitched. What if I don't take it? The Saintess said coldly. It's not up to you. Xiaoji vaguely remembered that after taking this drug, he would have a good impression of whoever he saw. At that time, he would close his eyes and refuse to open them. His mind was full of Qin Fengwan. If she had the ability, she would cut off his eyelids. As soon as he swallowed the pill, its effects were indeed strong. In just a few breaths of time he felt drowsy. I can't open my eyes. I can't open my eyes. He tried hard to recall Qin Fengwan's face in his mind, trying to squeeze the image of the Saintess out of his mind. Bang! Something seemed to have fallen. His consciousness began to blur, and the faces of the Saintess and Qin Fengwan flashed back and forth in his mind. After all, the last person he saw today was the Saintess. It was really not easy to completely remove her from his mind. Fortunately, he had willpower that ordinary people could not imagine. After spending a lot of effort, Qin Fengwan's face finally covered the Saintess' face little by little. At this moment, he vaguely felt that he heard a familiar voice. Hey, big guy, what's wrong with him? Then in the next second, his eyelids were opened by Long Yi's hand. Long Yi's pair of index fingers and thumbs held his eyes wide open. Long Yi also opened his eyes wide and looked at him without blinking. Hello. Marquis Xianping's last trace of spirit power was used up. Before fainting, he looked at Long Mingming's face and gritted his teeth. Fuck. Chapter 985. The Saintess had calculated everything, but unexpectedly, Long Yi had appeared out of nowhere and made a ready-made wedding dress for her. Since this medicine originated from the Eastern barbarians, the Eastern barbarians' medicine was naturally more effective. After Xiaoji fainted, he began to dream. In his dream, it was his last fleeting glimpse. Handsome Long Yi, cute Long Yi, super fierce Long Yi, in short, Long Yi was everywhere. This was the effect of the medicine, and no one could resist it. When he woke up, Long Yi's image was deeply implanted in his mind and couldn't be erased. "You're awake." Princess Xinyang's voice sounded beside him. He opened his eyes and found that he was still in the saintess' inner hall. He was lying on a small bamboo bed covered with tiger skin and covered with a thick layer of skin. There was a charcoal fire in the hall, so it wasn't cold. He looked at Qin Fengwan and then looked around. He swore that his gaze had only inadvertently swept across the saintess' bed. Princess Xinyang chuckled. "You still want to sleep in that woman's bed?" Xiao Ji, who was inexplicably scolded. "What's this situation? Where's Long Yi?" he asked subconsciously. After asking, he realized that something was wrong. How could he ask Long Yi first? If he wanted to ask, he should ask Qin Fengwan why she was here. Although the answer was definitely Long Yi, Princess Xinyang didn't notice anything wrong for the time being. She just thought that he had seen Long Yi before he fainted, and when he woke up and found that Long Yi wasn't there, he should ask. She said, "Long Yi and Zhen went to find the antidote for Xiao Ming. I heard from Zhen that it was very dangerous just now. The saintess seemed to want to harm you. Fortunately, they arrived in time." Xiao Ji wanted to ask why Long Yi didn't wait for him, but he held back. What the hell was going on? If he continued to ask, how would Qin Fengwan see him? He suppressed his concern for Long Yi and asked her, "Long Yi, did you come here?" Fine, every sentence about Long Yi. Princess Xinyang was still as innocent as ever. "Yes, I didn't alarm anyone. They thought the saint had asked you to stay the night, so they didn't dare to ask." Saintess was knocked unconscious by Long Yi, and is still unconscious in the secret room. She explained very carefully, probably because she saw that he was injured and wanted to save him some energy to ask questions. Thinking of something, Princess Xinyang took out a bottle of medicine from her wide sleeve and said to him, "By the way, this is the medicine that Zhen found in the Saint Lady Temple. Try it." She knows about this. Xiao Ji had never heard Zhen mention this before. Princess Xinyang had chatted with Zhen for a while. She said, her mother was originally a member of the Saint Lady Temple and served the previous Saint Lady. The Saint Lady Temple was proficient in medicine. Zhen was influenced by her mother since she was young and learned a little from her. What a pity, Xiao Ji sighed. She lost her mother at a young age and lived under someone else's roof for a few years before being sold off by her aunt. This child was truly pitiful. The medicine was to be taken orally. Princess Xinyang poured some water and had him drink it. He thought about it and decided to tell Princess Xinyang about him being drugged to avoid any misunderstandings. "I have something to tell you." "Speak." "I miss Long Yi. F***K. Xiao Ji hated that he couldn't strangle the saintess. What kind of medicine did she feed him? Princess Xinyang looked at him in shock. No. He pinched the space between his eyebrows and was about to explain when Long Yi returned with the Dongyi little princess. Without saying anything, he lifted the quilt and walked over to Long Yi. Meng Meng. He wanted to cut himself with a knife. Long Yi, who was inexplicably called by his nickname. Dongyi little princess, who was inexplicably called by her nickname. As well as Princess Xinyang, who didn't understand what was wrong with her husband. Xiao Ji had spent a tremendous amount of effort to push the saintess out of his mind, but Long Yi had taken advantage of him. Now he had no choice but to spend another tremendous amount of effort to explain how he had been drugged. Of course, he didn't have to think about Qin Fengwan. He only said that Long Yi had appeared when he had just taken the medicine. Dongyi little princess suddenly understood. Oh, so you fainted because of this. You're finished. You've been drugged by our Dongyi's most powerful medicine. You're dead meat. Princess Xinyang's face paled. Isn't there an antidote for this medicine? She remembered that there was some white medicine and black medicine. Dongyi little princess shook her head. There is no antidote. You must have remembered wrongly. Although there are disgusting medicines with opposite effects, if used as an antidote, they can cause confusion. In serious cases, they can even turn people into fools. Princess Xinyang thought of the emperor. He had been drugged by 2 different kinds of medicine at the hands of concubine Jing. It was really difficult for him not to become a complete fool. Dongyi little princess continued. Moreover, the effect of our medicine is much stronger. I advise you not to do this. Princess Xinyang frowned. Is there no other way? Thinking of her husband sticking to Long Yi day and night from now on, she couldn't tolerate it. We can only wait for the medicine's effect to wear off. Dong Yi little princess put her elbows on the table and supported her little cheeks with her hands. Princess Xinyang hurriedly asked, how long will the medicine's effect last? Dong Yi little princess thought seriously. It varies from person to person. Marquis only ate one, right? At least 10 days to half a month, at most a month. Princess Xinyang murmured. So long. Dong Yi little princess said. If we don't let Marquis see Long Yi, the medicine's effect will weaken and disappear faster. So it's like this. Princess Xinyang made up her mind to keep an eye on Xiao Ji from now on. Who would have thought that when she turned her head, Xiao Ji was no longer in the room? Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly got up and went to the backyard. In the empty courtyard, two big men were squatting on the ground and digging snow. The scene was intimate and harmonious. Long Yi made an ugly snowman, and Xiao Ji praised with stars in his eyes. Meng Meng is awesome. Princess Xinyang suddenly felt green above her head. Quickly let them separate. Otherwise, Marquis's condition will worsen. Dong Yi little princess sincerely suggested. The effect of this medicine would gradually become stronger as the contact deepened, and one day, it would reach its peak and then slowly fade away. From the performance of Xiao Ji just now, he was indeed becoming more and more clingy to Long Yi. Did you find your father's medicine? Princess Xinyang suddenly asked Dong Yi little princess. Dong Yi little princess was dumbfounded. She didn't know whether it was because of the words your father, or because she was surprised to hear this topic. She lowered her eyes and said, Oh, I found it. Then there was nothing else to arrange for Long Yi. Princess Xinyang asked, Is there another room in the Holy Maiden Hall? Dong Yi little princess said, There is. Does princess want me to take Long Yi there? Princess Xinyang answered. Then what about you? Dong Yi little princess asked. Princess Xinyang looked at Xiao Ji who was clingy to Long Yi and took a deep breath. I will stay here to look after Marquis. You live next door to Long Yi, and help me look after Long Yi. Long Yi was definitely not a problem, so she didn't know why she was worrying about him. Dong Yi little princess wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she didn't say anything and took Long Yi to find a room to stay. Xiao Ji wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Princess Xinyang. Cold wind blew, and the snow on Xiao Ji's palm melted. He was so cold that he shivered and became clear-headed. He looked at the ugly snowman on the ground with a complicated expression and asked, Just now I didn't do anything strange, right? Princess Xinyang. Because she knew it was the effect of the medicine, Princess Xinyang didn't really get angry with him, and took him back to the inner hall. During this time, the red-robed woman came, and asked Holy Maiden if she needed anything. Xiao Ji said to her from the other side of the door, No need. Everyone is dismissed tonight. I will wait upon Holy Maiden and help her rest. Princess Xinyang put on Holy Maiden's clothes and combed Holy Maiden's hair, casting a shadow on the window paper. The red-robed woman didn't suspect anything, and respectfully dismissed the guards. As for the hidden experts, Long Yi had already quietly dealt with them. When Long Yi wasn't around, Xiao Ji was still relatively clear-headed. Late at night, it was time to go to bed. Princess Xinyang changed the soft blanket on the bed, and lay down together with him. Just now, I really didn't do anything, right? He asked. No, Princess Xinyang said without changing her expression. At this crucial moment, it was best not to mention Long Yi's name. Did you get the antidote for Xiaoming? He asked again. Got it, Princess Xinyang said. Xiao Ji felt relieved. That's good. Xiaoming has been poisoned for too long. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. He said and paused. Then, we only have to save Xiao In and Xiao Zhe. What do you plan to do? Princess Xinyang asked. Xiao Ji analyzed. We can directly kill our way into the king of Dong Yi's dungeon and save them. This method is too risky. Long Yi alone won't have enough manpower. Even if I go with serious injuries, I won't be able to help. It was rare for Princess Xinyang to not choke. Now you know your limits. How could you be so confident when you were talking nonsense to me? Xiao Ji continued. Or we can use the Holy Maiden to exchange for Xiao In and Xiao Zhe. But this is also risky. If the king of Dongyi refuses to exchange, the army will break through, and we will all die here. With Long Yi's martial arts, he could definitely break through, but it would be difficult to bring others with him. Princess Xinyang frowned. This won't work. That won't work. There's a third method. Xiaoji paused again, this time for a long time. The wedding will continue. The king of Dongyi will come to attend the Holy Maiden's wedding. Long Yi will take this opportunity to kidnap the king of Dongyi. Princess Xinyang's mood was really agitated. She leaned over, straightened her body with her fingers and looked at him. You really want to marry the Holy Maiden? Thinking of the scene of him going through the wedding ceremony with another woman, she felt uncomfortable all over. And she won't cooperate, she said angrily. Xiaoji said, yes, what you said is not without reason. She won't cooperate obediently, unless I give her the same drug, so that she will. In your dreams. Princess Xinyang looked at him coldly, and rejected this suggestion. Xiaoji sighed helplessly. But, other than the wedding, there's no better way to lure the king of Dongyi here. Princess Xinyang turned her back. She slept outside. First, it was convenient for her to take care of Xiaoji at night. Second, it was to prevent Xiaoji from looking for Long Yi in the middle of the night. She faced the table in the inner hall, and on the table was the Holy Maiden's wedding dress. For some reason, she thought of the wedding many years ago, which she had been unwilling to do. She had also put on the wedding dress, but with the mission of watching him, and being ready to kill him at any time. She still remembered that when she got off the sedan chair, the red silk was a step too late, and he offered his hand to her. She didn't take it, and waited until the servants brought the red silk. Afterwards, Yujin told her that her etiquette during the wedding ceremony was very lacking, and Xiaoji was very sincere. He bowed more than she did every time. The guests laughed that he would not be able to control his wife in the future. The young Xiaoji only laughed, not angry. But that pure and beautiful young man was killed by her on their wedding night. She lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, all right then, you can marry the Holy Maiden. After she wakes up, I will give her the drug and make her listen to me. She will marry you smoothly. Xiaoji frowned. Wait, this was not what he had expected. Shouldn't you be jealous of me marrying another woman? So you want to do it yourself? Xiaoji was unhappy. He endured the pain all over his body and sat up. Princess Xinyang turned around and looked at him vigilantly. What are you doing? Xiaoji said indifferently. I'm going to find Long Yi. Is the drug taking effect again? Princess Xinyang frowned and said coldly, you're not allowed to go. Lie down. Xiaoji curled his lips and lay down sullenly. Princess Xinyang was still not at ease, so she found a silk ribbon and tied it around their wrists. This time, he couldn't go find Long Yi. Xiaoji chuckled. Qin Fengwan, although I'm injured, I can still untie a mere silk ribbon. Princess Xinyang thought for a moment, then tied his other hand to the head of the bed. Xiaoji. Xiaoji looked up at the sky. Long Yi. Long Yi. Princess Xinyang couldn't bear it anymore and said, shut up. I can't. My head is full of Long Yi. Xiaoji threw the blame to her. It's the drug's effect. Princess Xinyang clenched her fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Xiaoji continued to ask for a beating. If you don't want me to talk about Long Yi, that's fine. Distract me. How? Princess Xinyang asked. Xiaoji said very shamelessly, you kiss me. Bkj mobile reading website. zhhbqg. Com. Chapter 986. Why are they kissing again? Xiaoji said. It might not work, I'm just trying. Princess Xinyang frowned and said, what is your head full of? Xiaoji said, how about I go find Long Yi? What was going on? How could she allow her husband to go find another man in the middle of the night? You really? She found it hard to say the following words. Xiaoji was very clear about what she wanted to ask. He looked at her with a face full of sincerity and nodded. More real than gold. If you don't distract me, my head will be full of Long Yi. Princess Xinyang held her forehead. After a bitter struggle in her heart, she gathered her courage, leaned over, and quickly kissed him on the cheek. Taking the initiative to do this kind of thing while he was sober was really too embarrassing. Is it useful?" she asked with a slightly red face. Fortunately, there was the cover of the night. Otherwise, if someone saw her like this, she would be even more embarrassed. Xiao Ji carefully thought about it and said, "It doesn't seem to be very useful." Princess Xinyang said angrily, "The method you mentioned won't work." Xiao Ji innocently said, "How can that be effective?" Princess Xinyang's eyelashes trembled. "What do you mean?" Xiao Ji shamelessly said, "You have to follow the standard that this marquis showed you last time. Or you can improvise on the spot and add a little more." Princess Xinyang simply sucked in a mouthful of cold air. According to his standard, if she moved her lips and stuck out her tongue, then what would it be like if she did it a bit more? She had never been so impetuous in her life. Wait a minute, or was it that during those 2 nights when she ate the wrong medicine, she was this impetuous? Thinking of this possibility, her whole body felt unwell. Her cheeks were as red as fire, almost dripping blood. "Long Yi, Long Yi," Xiao Ji began to call her soul again. Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, slightly tilted her head, and affectionately leaned towards him. Her lips trembled slightly. It was obvious that she was really nervous. She struggled for a long time before she moved her lips very slightly. Xiao Ji held his breath. Princess Xinyang was so nervous and shy that she didn't realize that the person beneath her had been set on fire by this insignificant action. Blushing, she released him and asked, "How about this?" Xiao Ji calmed down and said calmly, "It seems to have some effect. Continue." Princess Xinyang held back her shyness and kissed him again. She was emotional, inexperienced, and had no skills to speak of. In the end, Xiao Ji could not stand the torment of not being able to scratch an itch. He raised his hand to break free from the rope, gently clasped the back of her head, and kissed her deeply. Are you done?" Her fingertips caressed her bright red lips as she asked while panting. He said hoarsely, "It's not enough, Qin Fengwan." Who knew how many kisses he had asked for that night? She lay down beside him and fell into a deep sleep. Worried that she would press on his wound, she didn't lie in his arms. Instead, she turned sideways to face him. Her black, satin-like hair spread out on the pillow and intertwined with his hair. In the darkness, he looked at her sleeping face. Enduring the pain, he leaned over. This time he didn't kiss her lips. Instead, he planted a light kiss between her eyebrows. The next day, the saintess in the secret room woke up. Long Yi and the Dongyi little princess also came over. Long Yi hit her mute acupoint, making her unable to speak. The Dongyi little princess found the knockout medicine in the secret room and gave it to Princess Xinyang. To prevent Xiao Ji from seeing Long Yi and triggering an even stronger effect, Princess Xinyang left Xiao Ji alone on the bed with the curtains tightly covering her. She especially looked like a forbidden item that couldn't be exposed to light. Princess Xinyang said to the Dongyi little princess and Long Yi, "You two go out first. I have something to say to her alone." The two went out. Princess Xinyang closed the door of the secret room and walked in front of the saintess with the pill and the candlestick. The saintess sat on the ground with her hands tied behind her back. She could only coldly stare at Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang said indifferently, "Don't look at me like that. I won't let anyone unseal your mute acupoint. I'll make a deal with you. If you agree, blink once. If you don't, blink twice." After a quarter of an hour, Princess Xinyang came out of the secret room and said to Long Yi, "You can let her go." Long Yi went in and untied her. The Dongyi little princess asked Princess Xinyang, "Did she eat it?" Princess Xinyang said, "She ate it. She shouldn't be disloyal to me anymore." The Dongyi little princess kindly reminded, "You still have to be careful. The effect of this medicine varies from person to person. The difference is very big." Princess Xinyang lightly nodded, "I know. There are still 2 days before the wedding. There will be more people coming and going. You and Long Yi had better not show yourself in front of people." Thinking of something, she added, "Or let Long Yi send you away first. When we kidnap the Dongyi king, we might not be able to take care of you." The Dongyi little princess said, "I know martial arts. I can protect myself." She insisted on staying. But this place was too far away from the Zhao country's military camp. It was too late to send her back. She was also worried about leaving her on the road, so Princess Xinyang didn't mention sending her away again. Princess Xinyang and Xiaoji returned to their original room. Long Yi and the Dongyi little princess hid in the shadows of the saintess, closely monitoring her every move and observing the changes in the effect of the medicine. In case the medicine's effect was gone, they would use force. But the effect of the knockout drug seemed to be good. The saintess obeyed Princess Xinyang and didn't make any trouble. In the blink of an eye, the day of the wedding arrived. Xiaoji woke up early and found that Qin Fengwan wasn't there. He asked the maid at the door and learned that she had been called over by the saintess. The saintess didn't call her. She was probably worried that something would happen to the saintess, so she went to keep an eye on her. He didn't think twice and regretfully looked at the wedding clothes on the table. He put them on himself. Although it was a fake wedding, he didn't want Qin Fengwan to be unhappy, so he tried to be perfunctory in his etiquette. After dressing up, he went to the saintess's bedroom to wait for her. Not long after, the saintess, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe, walked out of the inner hall under the escort of Hong Wan and the other maids. Hong Wan held a piece of red silk in her hand. She handed one end to the saintess and the other end to Xiaoji. Xiaoji looked around, but didn't see Qin Fengwan. He guessed that she should be waiting in the secret room. Hong Wan led the way. Xiaoji had never seen the Dongyi people get married, but it was said that the wedding customs were different. But when they arrived at the wedding hall, he was surprised to find that the rumors were wrong. Braziers, saddles, and tiles. Weren't these the wedding customs of the Zhao country? He walked forward impatiently, not wanting to wait for the bride. The bride almost fell from his tug. The bride glared at him through the veil, lifted her heavy skirt, and jumped over from the saddle. Then she stepped over the brazier without any mishap. Next, it was time to step on the tiles. The bride raised her leg high up in the air and fiercely stomped down. Her imposing manner of lifting 1,000 caddies startled Hong Wan. It's just stepping on a tile. You don't have to use so much strength. The tile shattered completely. Under the veil, the bride breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to be very satisfied with her strength. Xiaoji frowned. The newlyweds entered the main hall, which was hung with red silk. The king of Dongyi and the other nobles had already taken their seats in the hall. Xiaoji frowned again. Was the old guy already here? Where did Longyi go? Why hasn't he started? First bow to heaven and earth. The MC of the saintess's hall began to chant. Xiaoji and the bride turned around, faced the heaven and earth outside the door and bowed. Xiaoji was only halfway through his bow. He glanced at the saintess and found that she was very sincere. Second bow to the holy ancestor. The saintess was the incarnation of the priesthood. She had long severed her relationship with her parents. Naturally, there was no ceremony at the wedding. Instead, they bowed to the statue of the ancestor of the saintess temple. Xiaoji and the bride faced the statue again. This time, Xiaoji bowed even more perfunctorily. He almost bowed slightly. His actions caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the guests. But it was not good to show it in public. The last round of bowing to each other. Xiaoji refused, but he clearly saw the other party bowing deeply with all her sincerity and trust. It was as if she wanted to entrust the rest of her life to him. His eyes moved, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The ceremony is complete. As the MC of the Saintess Temple finished speaking, a strong figure descended from the sky. With the momentum of a dragon's roar and a tsunami, he suddenly appeared in front of the king of Dongyi. His movements were too fierce and fast. Everyone only saw an afterimage. By the time they reacted and wanted to protect the king of Dongyi, Long Yi had already grabbed the king of Dongyi by the neck. Chapter 987. The moment Long Yi kidnapped the king of Dongyi, Xiaoji also quickly grabbed the bride in front of him. With a shake of his arm, the dagger in his sleeve slid into his palm. He pressed the dagger against the bride's throat and came to Long Yi's side. Back to back, he and Long Yi were vigilant against each other. The guests at the scene were panicking. They didn't understand how an assassin could sneak into a wedding. The groom was personally chosen by the saintess and was escorted by the king of Dongyi's personal guards. Who would have thought that he was a traitor? Protect the king. A king of Dongyi pulled out his sword and shouted. Long Yi kicked him back into the chair. Xiao Ji sneered. King of Dongyi, it seems that you have been on the throne for too long. Some people can't wait anymore and want to take the opportunity to kill you. The king of Dongyi was 60 years old this year and had inherited the throne for 30 years. He was indeed the king with the longest tenure in the history of Dongyi. Among the guests present were his own brother, his own son, and his own nephew. He did not believe that none of them coveted the throne. Now that he had fallen into the hands of an assassin, these people angered the assassin under the pretense of saving him. It wasn't impossible for the assassin to kill him in a fit of anger. It had to be said that Xiao Ji completely crushed many of the civil officials in the court in terms of playing with power in people's hearts. The king of Dongyi was old and cherished his life. He didn't dare to fight with Xiao Ji. He suppressed the panic and anger in his heart and glanced to the side. He asked, Who sent you? Although the person who kidnapped him was Long Yi, the one who made the decision was the groom who had just spoken. There were a few generals in this group who had fought with Xiao Ji before. However, Xiao Ji was wearing a veil, so they didn't recognize him for the time being. He was Marquis Xianping who had killed countless Dongyi warriors on the battlefield. Xiao Ji smiled faintly. It doesn't matter who sent me. If you want to live, get someone to prepare a carriage and bring Xiao In and Xiao Zhe here safe and sound. If they lose a single strand of hair, this marquis will chop off one of your fingers. Xiao Ji. The king of Dongyi recognized Xiao Ji's voice. Xiao Ji admitted frankly, Yes, it's me. So you should know what I'm capable of. I really can kill you. The king of Dongyi had originally intended to deal with the other party, but now he had completely given up. Xiao Ji had a strong background, but her methods were even stronger. If he said he would kill, then he would really kill. He would not hesitate to destroy both jade and common stone. He looked at his eldest son and said, Do as he says. The eldest prince of Dongyi hesitated. Father, Xiao Ji laughed mockingly. King of Dongyi, you really have a good son. The king of Dongyi's suspicious mind was exposed. He looked at his eldest son coldly and said, What? Are you thinking of rebelling? Or do you want me to die in the hands of the people of Zhao, just like your uncle? Then you can smoothly inherit the throne. The eldest prince of Dongyi's expression changed. He definitely did not mean that. He just wanted to stall for time and let someone get the poison to knock them out. His loyalty could be witnessed by the sun and moon. But if his father didn't believe him, then his loyalty was nothing. The second prince of Dongyi took the opportunity to stir up trouble. Father, since big brother is not willing, I will do it. Very good. There was an internal conflict. Xiao Ji was happy to watch from the sidelines. He did not care who brought Xiao In and Xiao Zhe in the end. In short, he just wanted the two brothers to be safe. 2 hours later, Xiao In and Xiao Zhe were brought over by a large carriage pulled by 6 horses. Xiao Ji took the Holy Virgin into the carriage. Then Long Yi, who was bringing up the rear, also took the king of Dongyi into the carriage. At this time, a Dongyi official said, It's enough that you have the Holy Virgin in your hands. Let the king of Dongyi go. Xiao Ji laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? Isn't it better to have more hostages? Everyone was rendered speechless. Yes, if they could have more hostages, why only bring one? Could it be that the carriage could not fit all of them? However, it was not that they did not have a chance. A few days ago, Marquis Xianping fell into a trap set by the Holy Virgin to save his son. When he was rescued, he was already dying. Although he was lucky enough to survive, he was still seriously injured. He did not have much fighting power. That expert could not take care of both the inside and outside of the carriage at the same time. As long as the coachman did something halfway and caused the carriage to overturn, the expert would not be able to take care of the hostages if he could take care of Marquis Xianping. At that time, they would have a great chance of saving the king of Dongyi. After making up their minds, everyone secretly exchanged glances and sneered in their hearts as they let them go. The coachman received the secret signal from the guard captain and nodded slightly. 10 miles away, at the small spring slope, the carriage overturned. It was a surprise attack. Xiao Ji and the others were not familiar with the terrain of Dongyi. They would not notice the coachman if he went a long way. The soldiers of Dongyi took a shortcut to the small spring slope, where a large number of experts and archers were lying in ambush. However, they waited for a long time and waited until the sky was dark, but there was still no carriage coming. Of course, the carriage would not come. Not long after they left the Holy Virgin Hall, the coachman was whipped out by the little princess of Dongyi, who was lying in ambush nearby. The little princess of Dongyi took over the coachman's position and led the carriage away from another road. In the carriage, Xiao En, who had been drugged, gradually woke up. Xiaozi was still unconscious. The two of them were injured, as if they had been tortured. However, they were stubborn and didn't say anything that they shouldn't. Xiao En saw his father at a glance and felt a burst of excitement. His eyes began to turn red. Xiao Ji tucked him in and touched his forehead. "Don't talk. Rest well. We will reach the barracks soon." Xiao En did not have the strength to speak at this time. The two of them were Xiao Ji's illegitimate sons. They had been raised by Madame Xiao since they were young. In their hearts, they did not dare to compare themselves with Xiao Heng. They always knew their identity and duty. They did not dare to expect their father to love them as much as he loved his younger brother. But this time, their father risked his life for the two of them. He had never dared to express his closeness to his father. However, at this moment, he could not help but move his head slightly and rest it on his father's palm. At this time, he was like a small animal covered in cuts and bruises. He carefully approached his father. He was a little nervous and apprehensive. He was afraid that he would cross the line and make his father angry. He was also worried that his failure would disappoint his father. Xiao Ji did not pull his hand away. Instead, he raised his thumb and gently stroked his temples. "You did well." The sons of the Xiao family not only had to have the determination to die, but also the courage to face failure. Xiao En closed his eyes. Hot tears fell from the corners of his eyes. The carriage continued to move forward. The king of Dongyi was also unconscious after being hit by Long Yi's acupuncture point. Outside the curtain, the little princess of Dongyi, who was dressed as a guard, drove the carriage and asked, "I forgot to ask. You kidnapped the king of Dongyi and the Holy Virgin. Where is the princess? Did you take her with you?" Xiao Ji glanced at the bride, who was wearing a veil and had been silent all the way. "Oh no, we forgot about Qin Fengwan. She must still be in the secret chamber of the Holy Virgin Hall." The little princess of Dongyi staggered and almost drove the carriage into a ditch. "Ah, how did you do your job? How could you forget the princess in the Holy Virgin Hall? It's over, it's over. We just captured the king of Dongyi and the Holy Virgin Hall, and now the princess is in their hands. This. In the carriage, the bride clutched the handkerchief in her hand tightly, wishing she could poke a hole in it. "Xiao Ji, I thought you recognized me. So you actually forgot about me." Xiao Ji looked at a certain someone's trembling body and smiled. He pretended to say, "You can't blame me for this. Who asked me to be drugged? My mind was full of Long Yi. How could I remember anyone else?" Swish! The handkerchief in the bride's hand was finally torn. Long Mengmeng widened her eyes and looked at the torn handkerchief. After thinking for a while, she cleverly sat outside and drove the carriage with the little princess of Dongyi. The little princess of Dongyi approached Long Yi and whispered, "Mengmeng, is what the marquis said true? Did he really forget the princess in the Holy Virgin Hall?" Ever since she knew Long Yi's nickname, she liked to call him that. Long Yi hesitated for a split second between correcting her name and answering her question. Then he frowned and said, "A man's mouth is a liar." The little princess of Dongyi was speechless. Naturally, their return journey would not be smooth sailing. The Dongyi princes did not wait for them at the small spring slope and guessed that they had changed their route. Thus, they simply led their troops to the only route to Donglin Pass, intending to launch a full-scale assault on them there. They did not intend to care about the life and death of the king of Dongyi, who didn't want the throne. In front of the civil and military officials and the people of the Holy Virgin Hall, the princes did not dare to openly disobey the orders of the king of Dongyi. But afterward, They had a whole day to think about what their fate would be if the king of Dongyi really died. Naturally, there was a follow-up night attack. However, just as they were about to shoot everyone in the carriage to death, Chang Jing led the troops and arrived. Chang Jing took the lead and went straight to the root of the problem, breaking the formation of the Dongyi army into a mess. The Dongyi people were left to Chang Jing to deal with, and Xiaoji and the others returned to the barracks. The little princess of Dongyi took the antidote to find Xiao Ming. Long Yi brought Xiao En and Xiao Zhe back to their tent and threw the king of Dongyi into the snow. Princess Xinyang was angry all the way and was still gnashing her teeth in the carriage. Xiao Ji suppressed the smile on his face and said indifferently, "We've arrived at the barracks. Get out of the carriage." Seeing that she did not move, he said in an arrogant tone, "What? Do you want me to carry you out of the carriage?" Princess Xinyang was very angry. She had spent so much effort to go through the wedding ceremony with him. But this guy had forgotten that she was in Dongyi. And he even brought back the Holy Virgin of Dongyi. Sure enough, men were all big pig trotters. Very well. She wanted to see what he wanted to do to the Holy Virgin of Dongyi. She wore a veil and got out of the carriage. Chapter 988. Yujin heard the commotion in the camp and hurried over. She saw the marquis standing at the entrance of the tent, but she didn't see her princess. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Marquis, where is the princess?" Xiaoji looked at the flapping curtain and pretended to sigh. He said, "When I got married to the saintess, I was so focused on kidnapping the saintess that I forgot your princess was in the saintess hall." "Wha what?" Yujin was struck by lightning. She looked at Xiaoji dumbfounded. It was too dark, and she was too panicked to notice that Xiaoji was wearing red. It was slightly different from the wedding clothes of the Zhao Kingdom's bridegroom, but his explanation made sense. She was wondering when her marquis liked to wear such flashy colors. There was the sound of stomping and anger from the tent. Xiaoji winked at Yujin. "Don't worry. The saintess and the king of Dongyi are in our hands. They won't dare to do anything to the princess. We'll hold back for now. They can't wait, and will come to us to negotiate terms." Yujin was stunned again, and then she understood everything. Her silly princess was tricked by the marquis again? Yujin couldn't bear to watch. She was obviously a smart person, but in the hands of the sly marquis, she was completely controlled. "Then do I need to prepare anything?" She had learned bad things. "Yujin, you're smart." Xiaoji's eyes were full of smiles, but his tone was casual. "Prepare some hot water for the saintess to wash up. Then go to the kitchen to make some food. The saintess doesn't eat spicy food. Remember to put less chili." There was no longer the sound of stomping in the tent, but the sound of pounding on the table. Yujin couldn't bear it. "Marquis, don't go too far." "I know. Go." Xiaoji suppressed his smile and turned to enter the tent. Yujin had carefully tidied up the tent. She added some furniture and changed the bedding to softer and warmer ones. At this moment, Princess Xinyang was sitting on a stool covered with a cotton cushion. From head to toe, she exuded an aura of wanting to kill Xiaoji. The Eastern barbarian's wedding robes had pockets that were hidden in the creases on both sides. With his hands in his pockets, Xiaoji walked over to Princess Xinyang and sat down next to her. "Saintess, you must be tired from the long journey. Are you tired? I was locked up in the Saint Lady Temple, but you only cared about the Saint Lady. If I had Long Yi's martial arts, you would have already lost your life." Xiaoji couldn't hold it in any longer. She couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil and couldn't see it. He got up and fiddled with something in the tent. It seemed like he had lit a candle. Princess Xinyang felt that there was light on the ground. Xiaoji said softly, "Just now when we were bowing to the heavens and earth, Madam was so sincere that this Xiao was neglectful. I feel guilty in my heart, but I will not let you down in the future." "You're already calling me your husband. You've never called me that before." Princess Xinyang's decades of calmness were completely shattered at this moment. She was finally angered to the point that she was like a little chicken. She raised her hand and was about to lift the veil and lay her cards on the table. She wanted to tell him that from now on, she would never have any contact with him. Who would have thought that before she could lift her hand, Xiao Ji's big palm gently caught her hand. Xiao Ji said, "The veil on the wedding night should be lifted by your husband. Marquis, the hot water is here." Eugen's voice came from outside the door. "Bring it in," Xiao Ji said. Eugen brought in a basin of hot water, then turned around to bring in a box of snacks. "The food will take some time. Marquis and Cough, you two fill your stomachs first." After she left, Princess Xinyang continued to be angry. But suddenly, a strange thing entered her eyes. It seemed a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where. Before she could think of anything, the veil was lifted. What entered her eyes was a handsome and enchanting face, just like that youth who had used the jade rui to lift her veil on their wedding night many years ago. His face had the grace of time, but the anticipation and joy in his eyes had not changed at all. He looked at her with a smile, carrying a purity and beauty that had not been eroded by time. Of course, there was also a hint of mature and restrained dominance. Princess Xinyang was stunned. For a moment, she felt like she had returned to 20 years ago. Compared to 20 years ago, the two had changed more in temperament. Time seemed to have forgotten them to some extent. She was still as beautiful as before, and he was still as handsome and elegant as before. "You!" She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't make a single sound. She lowered her head to look at the thing in his hand. No wonder it looked familiar. It was the jade rui. No matter how stupid she was, she understood now. When he had lifted her veil, he had not shown any shock. This meant that he knew it was her under the veil. This guy, had he been teasing her the whole time? She felt that this was not right, and wanted to be angry with him. But when she saw his expression, which was the same as before, and the jade rui in his hand, as well as the dragon, phoenix, incense and candles that had been lit on the table at some point, her heart unconsciously moved. "When did you prepare these?" she asked in a low voice. "You're talking about this." Xiao Ji looked at the jade rui in his hand with a smile and said, "On the way." When we were about to reach the military camp, we stopped in the town. The carriage stopped. She had only been angry, and had not paid attention to these details. Did he deliberately let her be the saintess all the way just for this? Thinking about it, if he had said earlier that he had recognized her, then in front of Long Yi and Jin she would have been too shy to continue wearing the veil, and pretending to be a bride. She had thought that everything would be over after the wedding ceremony. That was the time she and Long Yi had agreed to make their move. She had no more extravagant demands. But how did this man think of such a malicious move? On one hand, he made her angry, but on the other hand, he took advantage of her inattention to get the dragon, phoenix, incense and jade rui. Xiao Ji had not only gotten the dragon, phoenix, incense and jade rui, but also the nuptial wine that they had not drunk before. He poured 2 cups of wine and handed one to her. The wine at the border is not as fragrant as the imperial wine in the palace, so you have to make do with it. Princess Xinyang looked down at the light in the wine cup. "How did you recognize me?" Xiao Ji smiled. "You bowed like that. Were you afraid that I wouldn't recognize you?" Princess Xinyang blushed. "Didn't you do the same back then?" The two's wrists intertwined, and they drank the nuptial wine that had been delayed for more than 20 years. She didn't know if it was the effect of the wine or the burning charcoal in the tent, but her cheeks were red. Xiao Ji gazed deeply at her. "Qin Fengwan, do you know what nuptial wine means?" Princess Xinyang was startled by his sudden question. He didn't expect her to answer and continued. "After drinking nuptial wine, we live in the same quilt, and we die in the same fur." It even rhymed quite well. Princess Xinyang mumbled, "Why haven't I heard of it?" He put the empty wine cup back on the table and said righteously, "There will be in the future. It will be recorded in the history books. It was me who said it." Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang put the wine cup next to his cup. Even the cups were paired, which was very appropriate for the occasion. "And then?" she asked after gathering her courage. Xiao Ji glanced at her. "And then what?" "After drinking nuptial wine, what should I do?" "Naturally, we should consummate our marriage," Xiao Ji said and looked at her seriously. "Qin Fengwan, you should know when to stop. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is? Drinking nuptial wine with you is already very indulgent of you. And you still want to consummate our marriage?" Princess Xingyang glanced at his wound. Oh, Xiaoji frowned. It's not that I can't, but consummating our marriage in the military camp is against the rules. Also, do you think those people are deaf? People who practice martial arts had excellent hearing. Princess Xingyang thought that the commotion could be heard at any time, so she didn't have the courage to consummate her marriage. After washing up, the two lay on the soft bed. You're wound, she said. It's fine, he said. It's impossible for us to consummate our marriage. Princess Xingyang lowered her eyes. Oh, Xiaoji smiled faintly. Qin Fengwan, are you very disappointed? No, Princess Xingyang said. She lay flat beside him and pulled up the quilt. Xiaoji said, that's good. Don't take advantage of me in the middle of the night. I'm a bit cold, Princess Xingyang said. Xiaoji, if you want me to hug you, just say it. Princess Xingyang's face was slightly red. Hug me, Xiaoji. He looked at the blushing Princess Xingyang beside him in disbelief. Could it be that he had bought the wrong wine? He told the owner to get the one with the least alcohol content. Did the owner give him the one with the most alcohol content? Princess Xingyang's heart was on fire. Alcohol boosts courage. She couldn't hold her liquor well. At best, she was only a bit better than Gu Jiao, but not by much. After drinking a cup, the past flashed through her mind. The more she thought about their wedding night, the more she felt that she owed him, and the more she regretted missing out on the beauty they had missed out on all these years. How many 20 years could a person have in their life? One wasted night was one less night. It was as if her conception and governing vessels had been opened, and all her previous understandings were overturned. Xiaoji didn't consummate their marriage, not because he was retreating, but because he really didn't plan on taking her here. First, it was because of his injury. Second, she was a noble. This was her sincere first time. So he didn't want to be so hasty. But a certain someone was drunk tonight, and kept rubbing against him. He looked at the restless woman in his arms, and took a deep breath. Qin Fengwan, what are you doing now? Princess Xingyang's hand went deep into his clothes. I'm not doing anything. I'm just touching. Xiaoji. Qin Fengwan, you're drunk, he said helplessly. He took Qin Fengwan's hand out. Princess Xingyang inadvertently acted coquettishly. I can't sleep. I'm a bit hot. Xiaoji's blood rushed to his head, and he pulled her onto his body. He held her head and kissed her domineeringly and forcefully. The fragrance of the wine lingered between his lips and teeth. He tasted her beauty, and his hand unconsciously caressed her sensitive waist. But he didn't go overboard. He held it in. After kissing for an unknown amount of time, her body suddenly tightened, and her mind went blank. Xiaoji froze. Princess Xingyang let go of his lips with a red face, and buried her head in his arms, not moving at all. Xiaoji was shocked. Qin Fengwan, I only kissed you, and you actually. Princess Xingyang was so embarrassed. Yes, it was only a kiss. Why did I? Xiaoji hugged her and murmured in a daze. You didn't take your medicine tonight. Why are you more sensitive than if you took your medicine? Princess Xingyang was too ashamed to see anyone. Just now, she had also sobered up, and her mind was unprecedentedly clear. And it was precisely because she was clear-headed that she wanted to die even more. So embarrassing, Xiaoji calmed down and said seriously, if you really want it, I can also. Shut up. Princess Xingyang didn't allow him to mention this matter again. She got off his body and pulled the blanket over her head, deciding to shut herself in and not see anyone for the rest of her life. Xiaoji lifted the blanket and went out. Princess Xingyang didn't know why he suddenly left, but from his restrained actions tonight, she guessed that he wanted her to calm down by herself. Outside the tent, the sound of soldiers gathering could be heard. The sound of horses' hooves and armor rubbing against each other could be heard. Princess Xingyang was dumbfounded. Didn't I just do that? As for training soldiers in the middle of the night to calm down? A quarter of an hour later, the sound of soldiers gathering gradually stopped. Her mind was buzzing, and she couldn't tell what had happened. The next second, the tent's curtain was lifted, and a figure wearing the moon and stars quickly walked in. He first locked the curtains, then strode to the bedside. He took off his clothes. Princess Xingyang heard the rustling sounds behind her, and turned around in a daze, looking at him in confusion. You, what are you doing? Consummating the marriage, he said. Princess Xinyang looked at him in surprise. But didn't you say, it's against the rules? He untied his belt. I am the rules. Then they went out. So you woke them up in the middle of the night not to train soldiers, but to drive them all out. How much better is this than letting them hear the commotion? Tomorrow, the entire border will know that a first-rank Marshal Marquis of Zhao country kicked the soldiers out of the barracks in the middle of the night, in order to have sex with his wife. Princess Xinyang, I might as well die. That night he was extremely gentle. He treated her like a treasure that he had protected for a lifetime, giving her all the beauty of the consummation of the marriage. Chapter 989. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. After Xiao Ming took the antidote, he finally woke up on a dark and windy night. However, what puzzled him the most was that the huge military camp was completely empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. It was ridiculous. Did the Dongyi people already occupy the border? Did they kill all the soldiers in the camp? It couldn't be that all the soldiers were sent out. Since ancient times, there had never been such a precedent. Just when he was puzzled, a muscular black shadow flashed into his tent and carried him along with his mattress. Then, the shadow ran out of the camp as if it was flying. It was Long Yi. They only remembered that they had left the poisoned Xiao Ming in the camp when they were far away. He came back to take Xiao Ming away. Long Mingming was not a bad shadow guard Long who would eavesdrop. His ears were stuffed with cotton. The soldiers in the camp wandered outside for 3 days before they were allowed to return to the camp. During these 3 days, they couldn't return to the camp, but they couldn't really wander outside, so they went to rob the Dongyi people. Chang Jing and the first prince of Dongyi's army were engaged in a fierce battle. A terrifying torrent of armor surged in unstoppably. Chang Jing just raised his long sword to stab the second prince of Dongyi when his sword was knocked away. He turned around and found that it was his own people. He couldn't lose his temper. Chang Jing's face darkened. Xiao Ming's poison had been cured, and Xiao In and Xiao Zhe had successfully escaped danger. The Eastern barbarians no longer had any means of restraining the Zhao kingdom. The soldiers' sullen mood from being woken up in the middle of the night and chased out of the barracks was vented on the Eastern barbarians. The Eastern barbarians were beaten to a pulp and surrendered within a few days. The Dongyi people looked at the army of the Zhao kingdom that didn't return to the capital at all. They thought that they had surrendered and signed the oppressive treaty. Why didn't they leave? The soldiers felt bitter, but they didn't say anything. Xiao Ji was injured, although he had taken the medicine from the Saint Lady Temple and was recovering very well. Even if it was excessive, it still had an impact. Not only was his wound torn open, but he had also caught a cold. Princess Xinyang was no better than him. She was the one who had infected Xiao Ji with the cold. Achoo! In Xiao Ming's tent, Xiao Ji sneezed heavily. Xiao Ming looked at his brother with a speechless expression. Big brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're not a brat who hasn't tasted meat. How can you be so unrestrained? Look at your injuries and illnesses. Those who don't know what's going on might wonder what's wrong with you. Xiao Ji's nose was blocked. She said in a nasal voice, You don't understand the happiness of being newlyweds. Xiao Ming, a newlywed for over 20 years, haha. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In another tent, Princess Xinyang sat on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, sneezing incessantly. Yujin's heart ached for her. She hurriedly took the ginger soup from the table and handed it to her. Hurry up and drink it while it's hot. You'll be sweating all over. Princess Xinyang raised her hand, intending to take the ginger soup, but found that she didn't even have the strength to move her arm. Eugene facepalmed. What's going on? She shook her head, picked up the spoon, and began to feed her princess spoonful by spoonful. As she fed, she said resentfully, The Marquis is really too much. He knows that the princess is young, experienced in human affairs. He should know how to control himself. Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes and drank the medicine. She mumbled an N. She felt a bit guilty. After all, He wasn't the only one who didn't know how to control himself. A great victory at the border. Xiao Ji released the king of Dongyi, but he couldn't bear the burden himself. A few days later, he fell seriously ill and passed away before he could issue a decree to pass on the throne. After the foreign invasion, Dongyi began to have internal strife. Several princes fought until their faces turned red, but the result of their ascension surprised everyone. The new king was actually the Holy Maiden of Dongyi. Her husband was the son of a noble from the Zhao kingdom. Good plan, Qin Fengwan. On the carriage back to the capital, Xiao Ji crossed his arms and calmly looked at Princess Xinyang, who said that women were inferior to men. Qin Fengwan wasn't interested in court politics. Otherwise, she could also be a regent princess. That day, everyone thought that Qin Fengwan had drugged the Holy Maiden, but that wasn't the case. Qin Fengwan clearly gave the Holy Maiden two choices. The first was to be drugged and forced to submit to her. The second was to make a deal, and both sides would take what they needed. When she heard that Qin Fengwan wanted to use the throne of Dongyi in exchange for the chance to marry Xiao Ji, the Holy Maiden thought that Qin Fengwan was crazy. Qin Fengwan wasn't crazy. She just felt that this man was worth it. She proposed this condition based on many considerations. The Holy Maiden was ambitious and capable. No matter which prince succeeded the throne in the future, he wouldn't be able to withstand the rebellion of the Holy Maiden Temple. Instead, it was better to take advantage of the situation and help the Holy Maiden to the throne. There was also an additional condition. The Holy Maiden had to marry into the Zhao kingdom. She would decide on the candidate. After Xiaoming woke up, he recognized his daughter. From then on, there was no longer a little princess of Dongyi in the world. There was only the daughter of the Xiao family, Xiaozhener. Xiaozhen was going to be recorded in the genealogy. She returned to the capital with Xiao Ji and Qin Fengwan. On the day before they set off, a small episode occurred. Xiaoming grabbed a long sword and chased Long Yi around the military camp. You stop. He couldn't beat Long Yi, and he couldn't catch up with him. Long Yi's face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath, but he was about to faint. The story started when Long Yi and Xiaozhen went to the Holy Maiden Temple to find Xiao Ji and Qin Fengwan. Xiao Ji was drugged, and it had an effect on Long Yi. In order to prevent the drug's effect from getting worse, Qin Fengwan asked Zhen to take Long Yi to another room to stay for a few nights. Who would have thought that after searching the entire Holy Maiden Temple, there would only be one room that was close to the inner hall, and no one had passed by. Zhen wanted to say something but stopped. But seeing that her uncle and his wife were glued to each other, she couldn't bear to separate them. So she stayed in the room with Long Yi. But she swore to God that there was nothing between her and the big guy. Long Yi didn't easily fall asleep in an unfamiliar place. He stayed on the roof beam and vigilantly watched the movements of the Holy Maiden Temple all night long. Long Yi was simple and didn't think much about it. Zhen also felt that it wasn't worth mentioning. It was best to let this matter rot in each other's stomachs. Who would have thought that she drank a few mouthfuls of horse milk wine that night and accidentally let it slip and let her father hear about it? Xiaoming firmly believed that Long Yi had ruined his daughter's reputation and wanted to chop Long Yi, this bastard. While running, Long Yi turned his head and looked back, making Xiaoming angry. After Xiao En and Xiao Zhe recovered, they went to pay their respects to Qin Fengwan. Princess. The two cupped their hands and bowed. In their impression, Princess Xinyang didn't accept their father, so naturally, she wouldn't accept their father's children. Qin Fengwan didn't force them to call her mother. She made 2 sets of clothes for the 2 of them. This was the first time the 2 of them had received a gift from her, so they were a little confused. Qin Fengwan said warmly, "You're all grown up and should get married. Do you have a girl you like? If you do, I'll go and propose marriage." The 2 of them looked at her in disbelief. Qin Fengwan continued, "If you don't have one, I'll choose 1 or 2 for you. Naturally, I'll go and send the betrothal gifts only if they suit your taste." Did the princess accept them? Qin Fengwan looked at them and said, "I heard from your second uncle that you'll be able to return to the capital at the end of this year. It just so happens that Qing and Yi haven't seen their 2 older brothers yet. The two of them choked with sobs as they hugged the clothes she had personally sewn and bowed deeply. At the end of April, Xiaoji and Qin Fengwan's carriage arrived at the capital. Take the busiest street. Open all the windows. Lift the curtains as well, Xiaoji instructed boldly. Chang Jing drove the carriage and asked in confusion, "Why do you have to do this?" Xiaoji flicked his wide sleeves and said infuriatingly, "This marquis is so handsome. Let the people see more of me." Chang Jing. What Xiaoji wanted the people to see wasn't his face, but his and Qin Fengwan's love. Didn't the people say that he and Qin Fengwan didn't get along well? He wanted them to open their eyes wide and see. "Go around again," he instructed Chang Jing. Chang Jing complained helplessly, "We've already gone around 3 times. All the people in the capital saw you sitting in Princess Xinyang's carriage. That person didn't see it." Xiao Ji pointed at a beggar on the side of the road. Chang Jing said expressionlessly, "Because he's blind." Xiao Ji, "Then go and tell him." Chang Jing. After going around 3 more times, the sky was dark. Only then did Xiao Ji let Chang Jing in today's parade in satisfaction. "Are we going back to the residence?" Chang Jing didn't have a temper anymore. Xiao Ji raised his eyebrows. "No, to the palace." As soon as the two of them arrived at the palace gate, they were picked up by Eunuch Wei, who was by the emperor's side, and Eunuch Su, who was by Empress Zhao's side. In the imperial study, the emperor wanted to say something several times, but didn't. Qin Fengwan calmly glanced at him and asked, "What's the matter, Your Majesty?" The fear of being dominated by his imperial sister came. The emperor silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. She was clearly his younger sister. But why did it feel like she was his imperial sister when she was serious? The emperor finally said it. He sighed. "Xinyang, I heard that you found a new gigolo." Qin Fengwan asked strangely, "Where did this come from?" The emperor raised his hand. "Don't hide it from me. It spread throughout the palace that you went to the border and bumped into Xiao Ji's romantic affair. In a fit of anger, you found a gigolo who looked like Xiao Ji, and even paraded around the capital for an entire day to humiliate Xiao Ji." Qin Fengwan's mouth twitched. Did she swim around all day and feel lonely? How did Xiao Ji become her gigolo? In Cunning Palace, Xiao Ji was also being interrogated by Empress Zhao. "Brother, tell me the truth. Are the rumors outside true? Did you really bring an unfamiliar woman back to the capital? You even let all the people in the capital see it. Are you finally unable to stand that woman anymore? Have you decided to revolt?" Xiao Ji frowned. "What's going on?" Empress Zhao was Xiao Ji's younger sister, so of course, she would side with Xiao Ji. She said happily, "That's true. She treated you so badly all these years. You should have taken in another concubine to anger her. What's her status? If it's not enough, I'll help you raise it up and make sure your sweetheart becomes a concubine." Xiao Ji looked at his younger sister worriedly. "If you let Qin Fengwan become a concubine, aren't you afraid that she'll give the emperor 100 concubines?" They deliberately showed off their love, but in the end, they showed off a bunch of chicken feathers. The couple was also very sullen. Chapter 990. The news of Xiao Ji and Qin Fengwan taking their concubines and male companions to parade through the streets caused a sensation in the capital. Those who recognized Xiao Ji said that Xiao Ji took his concubines, and those who recognized Qin Fengwan said that Qin Fengwan took her male companions. Both of them recognized each other. In any case, no one believed it. In short, no one in the capital believed that the two of them were truly in love. At best, it was just the imperial family putting on a show. These princes and nobles all care about face. They appear to be united, but are actually divided. They put on a show for us common people to see, but who knows what they're like in private? This was what a small eunuch in charge of purchasing told the two of them word for word. Qin Fengwan's face turned green. Xiao Ji's face was also not much better. He didn't give up and said domineeringly, "This marquis and the princess had a daughter in these 2 years. What did they say?" The small eunuch braced himself and said, "They all said that the princess drugged you and ran away after using you. She even threw you away." Xiao Ji. Qin Fengwan. Xiao Heng had just left the inner pavilion when he heard about the storm on the streets. They caused such a big commotion on the first day of returning to the capital, as expected of his parents. He simply didn't know what to say. When he returned to the mansion, he asked the servants if his parents had returned. The servants said no, and seemed to have gone to the palace. As for how the servants knew, it had to start with Long Yi. The first thing Long Yi did when he returned to the capital was to find the twins. Naturally, he mentioned the whereabouts of Xiao Ji and Qin Fengwan to Yu Ye. Xiao Zhen didn't come back with them, because the matter before leaving made Xiao Ming change his mind. He let his daughter return to the capital with Xiao In and Xiao Zhe at the end of the year to avoid Long Yi, this bad guy who took advantage of his daughter. Gu Jiao had already finished packing and was waiting for Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng kissed his wife and went to the inner room to change his clothes. Then, he sat in the carriage with her and entered the palace. In the carriage, Xiao Heng waited for a while, but Yu Ye didn't come back with the two children. Yener and Songer, Gu Jiao said. Long Yi left, it's okay, they will enter the palace in a moment. As for whether he would go through the gate or not, that would depend on Long Yi's idea. If he wanted to leap over eaves and vault over walls, then the imperial bodyguards wouldn't be able to stop him. Xiao Heng heaved a long sigh of relief. Thank God Mom and Dad are finally back. The twins could be sent away, and Yi could be sent away. He could spend time with Jiao Jiao again. He was happy. Brother, sister-in-law. A small head with a small bun on her head poked through the curtain of the carriage and looked at the two cutely. Xiao Heng was in a very good mood, because he would be able to return the little fellow to its rightful owner in a while, along with the gift of the twins. The three of them entered the palace. Xiao Ji and Qin Fengwan were still unhappy about the rumors. The two of them sat in the pavilion, and the flowers in the imperial garden didn't dare to bloom. Xiao Heng held Xiao Yi's hand and looked at the pavilion in front of them. He said, "Do you see Mom and Dad? Quickly go and greet them." Xiao Yi turned her little head, and her eyes shone. "Brother Chongjing." She decisively waved her little hand and went to look for Chongjing. The two of them didn't care that their youngest daughter had been abducted by Chongjing, and they sat in the pavilion and sighed. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao walked over and greeted the two of them. Xiao Ji looked at his son and daughter-in-law and asked, "You should have heard the rumors outside. What do you think?" "What rumors?" Gu Jiao asked. It was a bit difficult to say such words in front of the children. Even Xiao Ji hesitated for a while before coughing lightly and saying seriously, "I brought a woman back from the border. Your mother has a gigolo." Xiao Heng mumbled, Is it a rumor?" "Xiao Ji. Marquis. Princess. You're back." Steward Lu quickly walked over with a large pile of high-quality tonics, which Xiao Heng had prepared for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Xiao Ji waved at him. "Come here." "Yes, Marquis." As Xiao Ji's confidant, Steward Lu had always been loyal to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji looked at Qin Fengwan beside him and held Qin Fengwan's hand in front of everyone. He said solemnly, "The princess and I have rekindled our relationship. From now on, we will be a loving couple who will never leave each other." Qin Fengwan blushed. The pavilion was silent for a full 3 seconds. Xiao Ji said indifferently, "What? You don't believe me?" I believe. Steward Lu's face was wild with joy. "Congratulations, Marquis. Congratulations, Marquis. Congratulations, Princess. Congratulations, Princess. I've long said that you two are a match made in heaven. There's no more loving couple in the world than you two." Xiao Ji was very satisfied. "That's more like it." The next second, Steward Lu moved closer to him while tidying his clothes and whispered, "Marquis, blink if you're threatened." Xiao Ji. Dinner was served at Renshou Palace, and the old chancellor also came over. The reason was that 2-year-old Qin Wuyo was enlightened. He was Qin Wuyo's enlightened teacher, and would enter the palace to teach Qin Wuyo every day. However, Qin Wuyo was the eldest grandson of the emperor, so he couldn't teach alone. He even picked many peers from the aristocratic families to accompany him. The 3.5-year-old Gu Xiaobao was one of them. Gu Xiaobao lived in Renshou Palace. Every time after class, the old chancellor would personally send Gu Xiaobao over. As usual, he sent Gu Xiaobao to the entrance of Renshou Palace and coincidentally bumped into the emperor, who was here for dinner. As Qin Wuyo's study companion, and a resident of Jadewater Alley and Rensho Palace, Gu Xiaobao had met the emperor many times. Like a little adult, he respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty." Xiaobao came over. The emperor looked at him amiably. "Did you learn today's lesson?" Gu Xiaobao thought for a while and replied, "No. Actually, he knew everything, but Qin Wuyo didn't." Then he couldn't know either. He was a little shrew since young. The emperor was very happy. It wasn't that his grandson was stupid, but that the things the old chancellor taught were too difficult. "Go in," the emperor said to Gu Xiaobao. Gu Xiaobao went to find his great-aunt. The emperor turned to go in, but the old chancellor suddenly asked despite knowing the answer. "Your Majesty, Rensho Palace is so lively. Did something happen?" The emperor said indifferently, "Marquis Xianping and Xinyang have returned. They are greeting mother inside." The old chancellor stroked his beard. "Ah, so the princess has returned. This humble official should go greet Princess Xinyang. You're not familiar with her. Why are you greeting her?" The emperor said, "Isn't it too late? You should go to her residence tomorrow to greet her." The old chancellor said, "Not late, not late." The emperor said, "I'm asking you to leave. Didn't you see?" The old chancellor said, "Aya, this old minister's eyes are blurred. I can't see." Xiao Ji and his son were both there, as well as Chang Jing and Long Yi. It wasn't appropriate to reject the old chancellor with the excuse of being a foreigner. The emperor led the old chancellor into Rensho Palace with a dark face. The old chancellor paid his respects to Princess Xinyang, and then he didn't leave. The emperor was so angry that he sat on the side and shook his legs. Could it be that my beloved minister wants to have dinner in Rensho Palace? The old chancellor cupped his hands. "Since your Majesty said so, this official can only accept the decree." The dinner was placed in the courtyard. They admired the flowers, the moon, and the scenery of late spring. The children had finished eating long ago, and were playing in the garden. Several young palace maids accompanied them, as if they had endless energy. Qin Fengwan rubbed her sore arms. Just now, she had only hugged Yi and the twins twice, but her waist and back were aching. "It's still good to be young," she sighed. The adults had also finished eating, so the servants removed the dining table and replaced it with a tea table. Xiao Ji was peeling an orange for Qin Fengwan. "What's good to be young?" Qin Fengwan thought of the rumors of him taking in a concubine and said sourly, "You men like young girls." Xiao Ji was about to speak when the old chancellor on the other side spoke first. "Who said so?" He looked at the old chancellor, but the old chancellor didn't look at them. It didn't seem like he was talking to them. He continued peeling the orange. "Qin Fengwan, don't you know how many times I look at you every day? I don't even look at those young girls." Qin Fengwan touched her face. "When I'm older, you won't like to look at me anymore." Xiao Ji removed the tangerine that she didn't like and raised his brows. "You're old, but am I not old? Besides, even after 10, 20 or 30 years, you'll still be the most beautiful little old lady in Jiaodu." The old chancellor said, "That's right." Xiao Ji turned around and looked at the old chancellor strangely. Qin Fengwan was far away, and her hearing wasn't as good as Xiao Ji's, so she didn't hear what the old chancellor said. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "When I'm very, very old, will you still like to look at me?" The old chancellor said, "Of course." Xiao Ji frowned. What's wrong with you today?" Under the moonlight, Empress Dowager Zhuang was looking at a few playful children, while the old chancellor was looking at the quiet her. "Oh." Chapter 991. After leaving the imperial palace, Xiao Heng wanted to give the 3 children to his parents. But when he turned around, his father decisively took his mother to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Xiao Heng didn't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. He looked at the carriage that disappeared into the street and muttered, "What are they doing?" Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. "Honeymoon." Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. A honeymoon that was 20 years late. He looked at the 3 little kids who were staring at him with wide eyes, and instantly felt his life crumble. He first sent Gu Jiao and the 3 children back to the princess manor, then set off for Marquis Ding'an Manor. Little Jing Kong was a well-rounded child. Not only did he complete his cultural studies, he didn't fall behind in martial arts either. Recently, he was learning martial arts from Gu Changqing. Even though Gu Changqing said he would send him back, Xiao Heng still tried his best to pick him up every night. It felt different to have a parent pick him up. Actually, there were many people who taught little Jing Kong martial arts. Xian Yuanqi, Long Yi Marquis Xianping, Gu Changqing, Changjing, and his master Liao Chen. He learned well from everyone and didn't mix up. He was also gifted. Big brother goodbye. Sister-in-law goodbye. Little Jing Kong said goodbye to Gu Changqing and Yuan Baolin at the entrance of the manor. Xiao Heng also thanked the two, and then brought little Jing Kong into the carriage. Little Jing Kong wasn't young anymore. He was 9 years old, and was growing faster by the day. He was no longer a little kid, who would be completely blocked by the table when he sat down. Bad brother-in-law. He snorted and arrogantly got into the carriage. Xiao Heng. You're not cute the moment you open your mouth. I wonder who you learned this from. Little Jing Kong had long been a tyrant in the Imperial College. He was cold and handsome. He was only childish in front of Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng. The carriage didn't go through Chang'an Street, but went in the direction of Black Tortoise Street. What are you doing? Little Jing Kong had a good sense of direction, especially since the Imperial College was on Xuanwu Street. He was very familiar with this area, and could tell if the carriage was going in the right direction with his eyes closed. This is not the way back to the princess residence. He looked at his bad brother-in-law suspiciously. Are you going to sell me in the middle of the night? Xiao Heng looked at him with both anger and amusement. Yes, I want to sell you so that you won't raise my rent in the future. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms, raised his chin and snorted. You're still talking about it? You haven't paid your rent this year. It's been 4 months. Xiao Heng flicked his wide sleeves and said indifferently, Didn't you pay off your debt? Little Jing Kong's eyes flashed. Pay off what debt? I fought with someone with a bird, and was given a demerit by the Imperial College. My parents were called. I went. I collected protection fees, and was given a demerit by the Imperial College twice. My parents were called. I went. I cheated in the exam, and was given a demerit by the Imperial College 3 times. I went. Speaking up to this point, Xiao Heng glanced at a certain little fellow and said, Let's agree on it. I'll help you hide it from Jiao Jiao for 500 taels each time. So you still owe me 300 taels. Little Jing Kong's arrogance fell. He bluffed. You've changed. You would never be bribed by me in the past. Xiao Heng wouldn't be led by the nose. So you're saying that I have to cover for you for free? Fine, I'll tell Jiao Jiao later. Little Jing Kong was furious. No. They bickered. The carriage suddenly stopped. Little Duke, little master, we've arrived, the coachman said. Xiao Heng stood up. Get off. Little Jing Kong followed him, and got off the carriage. He looked around and asked in confusion. Huh? It's so late. What are we doing at the Imperial College? I'm taking you to meet someone, Xiao Heng said. He led the way in front, and Xiao Jingkong followed unwillingly. After entering the Imperial College, Xiao Heng took him directly to the teacher's attic. The teachers had already finished their shift, and the attic was dark. There was only one room that seemed to be lit by an oil lamp. The two of them came to the door. The door was open, and a teacher was writing something. Because he was too focused, he did not notice that someone had come. Teacher Sun. Little Jing Kong recognized him. Teacher Sun used to be one of the teachers of the prodigy class. He didn't teach the prodigy class anymore, because of some personnel changes. Little Jing Kong rarely saw him. Teacher Sun looked older than a few years ago. He had a few strands of white hair on his head. In fact, he was only in his 40s. Why did you bring me to see Teacher Sun? Little Jing Kong asked in confusion. Xiao Heng looked at him and said, I didn't want to bring you to see Teacher Sunday. Teacher Sun wanted to see you himself. Huh. Little Jing Kong was even more confused. Teacher Sun's eyes were sore. When he raised his hand to rub his eyes, he saw Xiao Heng and Little Jing Kong. He wasn't surprised. Instead, he felt relieved. He smiled and said, Come in. The two entered the room. Little Jing Kong found that there were a lot of papers on his desk. The papers were filled with all kinds of strange formulas. He had learned a little, and knew that these were the mathematics of Jiao Jiao's previous life. A lot of mathematical knowledge was recorded in one of the national books of the Yan Kingdom. Sorry to keep you waiting, Teacher Sun, Xiaoheng said. It's okay. Teacher Sun hurriedly waved his hand and said, It's my honor that you agreed to come. Who would have thought that the little cripple whom he looked down upon in the past would become the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court? He was blind and didn't recognize that he was the young Duke of Zhaodu who died in the fire. However, his achievements today had nothing to do with his identity. It was because he was truly talented and full of wisdom. Teacher Sun didn't beat around the bush. He directly bowed to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was shocked. What's going on? Teacher, you suddenly bowed to me. I'm very nervous. After Teacher Sun bowed, he smiled and said sincerely, The ancestral rate that you read out was correct. I was too arbitrary and wronged you. This was when little Jing Kong just entered the Imperial College. Teacher Sun taught a math problem to the children of the prodigy class and expanded it to the ancestral rate. The ancestral rate passed down by the ancestors was only up to 7 digits, which was recorded in the Swanjing 10 books. Little Jing Kong read out 17 or 18 digits in one breath. Teacher Sun said that little Jing Kong was talking nonsense and disturbing the class. Little Jing Kong, on the other hand, suspected that Teacher Sun was misleading his students. He even threw 10 arithmetic problems that Gu Jiao had taught him in one go, successfully stumping Teacher Sunday. Teacher Sun was not convinced and gave him 10 math problems. He answered half of them. He even said some infuriating words. What's so strange about me not being able to answer the remaining questions? I'm a student. I came here to study because I don't know how to do it. If I know how to do it, why do I need a teacher? Teacher Sun was so angry that he hit his palm with a ruler. However, little Jing Kong dodged quickly. He didn't hit Teacher Sun but fell down himself. The whole class burst into laughter. The students of the other 4 classes also came to watch. Teacher Sun was so embarrassed that he cried on the spot. After that, Xiaoheng took little Jing Kong to apologize to Teacher Sunday. As a student, he shouldn't disrespect the teacher and disturb the class. But at the same time, Xiaoheng also made a request to Teacher Sun. As for the ancestral rate, I will try my best to verify it. If Jing Kong is correct, then I hope Teacher Sun can also apologize to Jing Kong because you wronged him. Little Jing Kong thought that Shi Yi was touched by his bad brother-in-law. But after that, his bad brother-in-law didn't mention it again. Little Jing Kong gradually felt that it was not a big deal and forgot about it. Xiaoheng found the formula for calculating the ancestral rate in the national letter of the Yan Kingdom. After he learned it, he taught it to Teacher Sunday. Teacher Sun had calculated it 3 days ago. It was raining outside when they came out of the attic. Bean-sized raindrops hit the eaves. The rain came so suddenly that no one expected it. The coachman was waiting outside the attic with an umbrella. There were only 2 umbrellas. Xiaoheng gave one to the coachman and the other to little Jing Kong. The rain was heavy and rapid. Small streams of water meandered through the low-lying areas. Xiaoheng squatted down in front of little Jing Kong. Come up. Little Jing Kong muttered. I can walk by myself. Hurry up, Xiaoheng urged. Little Jing Kong slowly climbed onto his bad brother-in-law's back and opened the umbrella to block the pouring rain. Xiaoheng stepped in the puddles. His clothes and shoes were soaked. The rain in late spring was cold, as if it was the last resistance to summer. Little Jing Kong lay on Xiaoheng's broad and warm back. He couldn't help but feel his breath. He thought of what had happened today and muttered softly, Why do you still remember? Who wants his apology? Xiaoheng said. Then should I ask Teacher Sun to take it back? Little Jing Kong, no. Xiaoheng laughed. Forget it. I'll give you a free rent this year. Remember to pay back the 300 taels you owe me. Bad brother-in-law. After the new year, little Jing Kong was 9 years old. He deserved to be called a child prodigy. There was a huge gap between him and the children who just started school. Xiaoheng and the old chancellor had to give him special treatment from time to time. He wanted to take the imperial examination. Xiaoheng had no objection. Gu Jiao also agreed. He passed the examination and successfully passed the imperial examination. A 9-year-old imperial examination was quite rare. He was quite happy. He took the imperial examination to show off to his bad brother-in-law. In the end, he learned that his bad brother-in-law passed the imperial examination at the age of 8. He didn't feel good at all. How could his bad brother-in-law pass the imperial examination earlier than him? When did my bad brother-in-law pass the imperial examination? He asked the servant in the residence. The servant said, when he was 10 years old. Originally, little Duke could pass the imperial examination after passing the imperial examination. However, the princess said that it wasn't too early. She delayed it for 2 years before letting little Duke take the examination. He passed the imperial examination at that time. He wanted to be a 9-year-old imperial examination. He was better than his bad brother-in-law. In the previous dynasty, the imperial examination was held twice every 3 years. In this dynasty, in order to select more talents, it was changed to once a year. This year's imperial examination hadn't arrived yet. Little Jing Kong signed up with high expectations. He was full of confidence in the examination. The old chancellor and Xiao Heng also thought that it wouldn't be a big problem. However, no one expected that he, who had always been lucky, would go against the flow on the day of the examination. Little Eight's son chewed up his examination permit. That's right. Little Eight, who was brought to the capital by Gu Yan from the farmstead, grew up and became a father with 2 puppies. Little Jing Kong broke down and cried loudly. Sure Sui didn't pass the imperial examination too late. He could tie with his bad brother-in-law. However, he went against the flow again. He broke his hand on the day before the examination. Although 11 years old was a year late, it wasn't too much. This time, he finally entered the examination hall successfully. After finishing the examination, he caught fire. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Bad brother-in-law, did you pass your bad luck to me?" He stopped taking the imperial examination when he was 12 years old. When the dispute between the 6 states arose again, he joined the army. Chapter 992. Yen country ushered in another cruel winter. The biting cold snow almost didn't stop since the winter. The battle at Samapo had been going on for 2 months. Due to the snow blocking the road, the imperial court supplies couldn't be delivered. The soldiers at the border had been hungry for several days. They could only dig grass roots and gnaw on tree bark to satisfy their hunger. Otherwise, they would eat the corpses of horses. In the commander's tent, several generals and commanders gathered. No one spoke. The atmosphere was very solemn. About a year ago, a rebel army suddenly rose up in the southwest region of the Yin Kingdom to fight against the Empress. They spread rumors everywhere, claiming that the Empress's throne was obtained through improper means. The retired emperor originally didn't intend to pass the throne to her. It was she who forced her biological father to step down from the throne and put him under house arrest in the harem. Only then did she ascend the throne. She wasn't really destined to be. Moreover, her methods were too cruel and fierce. Compared to the previous tyrant, she was even worse. She killed the loyal and good and preyed on the common people. If the emperor is not benevolent, the country will not be a country. The above were the words of the rebel army. Some were true and some were false. It was true that Shangguan Yin forced the emperor to abdicate the throne. It was also true that she put him under house arrest. However, she didn't tyrannize, nor did she kill the loyal and good and the common people. As for whether she was destined to be or not, it depended on the benevolence and the wisdom of the wise. The sky was high and the empress was far away. The people in the southwest didn't know what kind of person Shangguan Yin was. The rebel army wantonly spread rumors of Shangguan Yan's atrocities. The common people began to question Shangguan Yan's character as the country's ruler. The time of the rebel army's rise was very sensitive. On the surface, the 6 countries maintained peace, but in secret, they had long been competing with each other. The situation at the border was tense. The imperial court advanced a large number of troops to the border. In contrast, the rebel army didn't attract much attention from the imperial court. However, this was where the problem lay. Samapo belonged to Zhangzhou. Guomang, as the commander of Tsangzhou, received the imperial court's order to immediately lead 10,000 troops to Samapo to clean up the rebel army. Like the imperial court, he initially thought that the rebel army was just a few stragglers. It was only when the battle began that they discovered that the enemy's military strength far exceeded that of Tsangzhou's regular army. No one knew where these troops came from. They were like weeds that grew all over the Sima slope overnight. Guomeng was an experienced general. He thought that the advantage in numbers didn't mean anything. After all, they were a regular army. The soldiers had the strongest physique and quality. The barracks were also equipped with the most powerful supplies and weapons. It was only a matter of time before they won. It was only when they started fighting that Guomeng realized something was off. These rebels are really good at fighting. Moreover, their equipment and armor were as hard as those of the regular army. Both sides fought and Guomeng suffered defeat after defeat. Not only did he fail to take down the rebel army's base, but he also lost a city. This city did not have a city wall, and the nearby Sima slope was a strategic location that could be attacked and defended. Guomeng changed his previous aggressive fighting style and adopted a roundabout strategy. Originally, he wanted to stall for time while waiting for reinforcements from the neighboring Yunzhou to arrive. Unfortunately, the snow had sealed off the mountain. Not to mention reinforcements, they couldn't even transport rations over. The soldiers were cold and hungry, and the wounded soldiers couldn't get medical treatment. The morale of the army was at an all-time low. Guomeng called his deputies over today to discuss the next step of the plan. The soldiers can't hold on any longer. This was Guomeng's first sentence. No one in the tent could refute it. This time, they had been careless and underestimated the enemy. They didn't expect the Tsangzhou rebel army to be so difficult to deal with. Misfortune never comes alone. The snow had sealed off the mountain, making it impossible for rations and reinforcements to arrive. Did the heavens want them dead? I have a plan here, Guomeng said seriously. Everyone was not in the mood. They had suffered too many defeats, and their confidence had long been shattered. Guomeng understood what everyone was thinking. In fact, he was the one who had collapsed the most. As the main general of this battle, he couldn't escape the blame. The others could say that they were following orders, and that they had to fight, however the higher-ups wanted them to. But could Guomeng comfort himself like that? Obviously not. He spent a great deal of effort to stabilize his emotions that were on the verge of collapse. He licked his cracked and bleeding lips and said, "The enemy's military strength is more than twice our military strength. In addition, they have sufficient rations and combat power. We can't attack them directly." There was silence in the tent, as if no one was listening to his words. Guomeng looked at the falling snow outside the tent and continued, "We will attack the rebel camp at night and capture, or take Zhou Chongyue's head." Zhou Chongyue, the rebel army's leader. It was said that this person was born with superhuman strength, great martial arts, courage, and wisdom. He was the one who had used less than a year to expand a weak rebel army into a force of 20,000 soldiers. Taking his head was easier said than done. Fortunately, spies had sent news not long ago that Zhou Chongyue had accidentally fallen off his horse during training. He was trampled by the horse's hooves and was heavily injured. This was a good opportunity for them to severely injure Zhou Chongyue. Guomeng looked at everyone solemnly and said, "I know this mission is difficult, but this is our only way out. Zhou Chongyue is injured. If we don't kill him now, we won't have another chance. Once he recovers and leads his troops to attack us, we won't be able to resist. No, we don't have to wait until that day. All of us will starve to death and freeze to death here. Since we're going to die anyway, why not die on the battlefield? Killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. At least we won't be ashamed to face our ancestors when we reach the netherworld. We didn't waste our time in this world." These words didn't mean much to ordinary people, but in the hearts of every loyal soldier, it ignited their last shred of fighting spirit. They weren't afraid of death. What they were afraid of was not being able to die a worthy death. The snow was getting heavier. It was the perfect weather for a sneak attack. The rebel army probably wouldn't have dreamed that the Tsangzhou army, who were already starving, would dare to attack them on such a snowy night. This was simply suicidal. Guomang calmly selected the 100 most powerful soldiers. Everyone didn't eat dinner, and gave the last of the grass and horse meat to these 100 warriors. In tonight's battle, they would either win or die trying. After filling their stomachs a little, Guomang personally led 100 soldiers to attack. Before leaving, he appointed Deputy General Lin as the reserve commander. If he didn't return, Deputy General Lin would continue to lead everyone into battle. The group of people rode their horses into the night, braving the goose feather like snow. They took a long detour through the east side of the forest, past the frozen lake, and all the way to the right wing of the rebel camp. Everything went smoothly. The horses were left in the forest, and Guomang led the group to sneak into the enemy camp. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a large number of archers appeared from all around. They drew their bows and surrounded them. Guomang's expression changed. Soon after, a wild laughter came from behind. The archers automatically opened up a path for a man in his 30s. He wore armor, had a tall and sturdy body, and had a full beard. He strode toward Guomang. He stopped about 10 steps away from Guomang. Guomang took a closer look, and was instantly dumbfounded. Zhou Chongyue. Not good, we've fallen into a trap. Zhou Chongyue wasn't injured at all. He purposely released false information to lure Guomang to attack. Although the rebel army had a large number of soldiers and provisions, and had a good chance of winning, Guomang wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was good at defense. Otherwise, Zhou Chongyue would have killed them all. Zhou Chongyue laughed. General Gua, it wasn't easy to lure you here. Don't worry, let me finish. I admire General Gua very much. If General Gua is willing to surrender to me, I promise you that not only will I not kill you, but I will also protect your subordinates. The main road is blocked by snow. You must have been hungry for many days, right? What a coincidence. I have good wine and dishes to entertain General Gua and everyone. He finished speaking and clapped his hands. Behind the archers, a row of garrison cooks came over carrying braziers and roasted whole lambs. The aroma of the lamb mixed with the crispness of the sesame seeds made the already hungry Zhangzhou soldiers drool. Guomang also swallowed his saliva. Zhou Chongyue smiled and made a gesture of invitation. General Gua, don't be so polite. Guomang looked at the sizzling roasted lamb. His eyes glowed green. He drooled and walked toward the roasted lamb in a daze. Zhou Chongyue smiled with satisfaction. But just as he brushed past Zhou Chongyue, Guomang suddenly thrust his sword at Zhou Chongyue. Zhou Chongyue's face changed color. Luckily, he reacted quickly and grabbed Guomang's wrist in time. Guomang was too hungry and couldn't use his full strength. Otherwise, his sword would have succeeded. General Gua, it seems like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Zhou Chongyue smiled coldly and kicked Guomang in the chest. Guomang fell to the ground with his sword. The rest of the Zhangzhou soldiers saw this and came back to their senses. They drew their swords and rushed toward Zhou Chongyue. A row of archers stood in front of Zhou Chongyue and surrounded Guomang's group with the remaining archers. Zhou Chongyue said coldly, "Kill. Don't leave a single one alive." The archers released their arrows, and the Zhangzhou soldiers fell one by one. Soon, the snow was dyed red with blood. Guomang looked at the soldiers lying in a pool of blood. His eyes reddened, and he gripped his sword tightly. Zhou Chongyue, I will kill you. Zhou Chongyue snorted disdainfully. Ha, with just you. He grabbed Guomang's neck and lifted him up high. Guomang's martial arts were not bad, but he was someone who had been hungry for 3 days. How could he be Zhou Chongyue's opponent? Just as Zhou Chongyue was about to break his neck, a sharp eagle's cry came from the vast sky. It carried a terrifying murderous aura. Even the snow in the sky seemed to freeze for a second. Zhou Chongyue frowned. In the next second, a ferocious eagle spread its snow-covered wings and swooped down. Ah! A mournful scream came from the crowd. It seemed that someone's eyeball had been pecked out by the eagle. Zhou Chongyue turned his head to look at the archer who was covering his right eye and rolling on the ground. Furrowing his brows, he threw away Guomang in his hand and went forward to grab an archer's bow and arrow. Pulling the bowstring, he aimed at the eagle. However, before the arrow in his hand could be released, A murderous red-tasseled spear came through the air and pierced Zhou Chongyue's shoulder. Zhou Chongyue was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground by the terrifying force. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Amidst the swirling snow, a young man clad in silver armor rode a warhorse similarly clad in silver armor, treading through the snow. Despite his young and tender age, he had a pair of resolute and cold eyes. Thousands of soldiers and horses could not stop him. He pulled on the reins as if he was in a no-man's land. The red cape on his silver armor fluttered behind him. Arrows covered the sky and shot toward him, but there was no fear in his eyes. Zhou Chongyue looked at the wolf youth, who was exuding endless bloodthirst. He frowned unconsciously. He thought that the person who attacked him was a powerful expert, but it turned out that it was a child. How old was he? Was he 13? How could he hurt him? He must have been careless and let him get away with it. He did not care if he was a child. If he hurt him, he had to pay the price. He wanted to twist his head off. Zhou Chongyue gritted his teeth and pulled out the red-tasseled spear on his shoulder. What shocked him was that this spear was much heavier than any of the red-tasseled spears he had ever held. He could not help but wonder what kind of spear it was. He turned his head to look. Damn, it was so ugly. Zhou Chongyue was shocked by the ugly red-tasseled spear with red flowers and red braids. In that instant, the young man had urged his horse to break through the archer's encirclement and came in front of him. The young man swung his whip and rolled the red-tasseled spear back. Then, the young man's warhorse raised its hooves and stepped on Zhou Chongyue, who was about to attack. Zhou Chongyue immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The young man held the red-tasseled spear and coldly pressed it against his forehead. Zhou Chongyue looked at the cold glint of the spear in front of him, and his body stiffened. He could not believe that he, who had never been defeated before, could not fight back in the hands of the young man. He raised his head to look at the cold and inexperienced youth on the horse's back. The youth had a face that could topple cities, but his gaze was cold and full of killing intent. He asked in a trembling voice, Who are you?" The young man said word by word, "Black Wind Rider Xianyuan Shi." Chapter 993. Zhou Chongyue was stunned. This child was actually from the Xianyuan family. Then it wasn't strange that he lost to him. No, it was still strange. Firstly, this child was too young. He looked like he was only 12 or 13 years old. Secondly, he had never heard of such a powerful young general from the Xianyuan family. There was a reason for this. He had always been in Zhao country and had only entered the Black Wind camp this year. Although he was a direct descendant of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Qi didn't give him any special treatment. He started from the lowest cavalry. He was assigned to Li Shun's command and had always listened to Li Shun's orders to charge and break through enemy lines. This was the first time he had received command and led troops to Tsangzhou to provide support. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Zhou Chongyue had never heard of him. In fact, it wasn't just Zhou Chongyue. Even Guomeng and the others were stunned. Xianyuan Qi was so strict with his child that it made one's hair stand on end. In order to prevent people from secretly taking care of him, he didn't even allow him to use his real name. He was still called Jing Kong in the army camp. Today, in order to intimidate this group of bastards, he revealed his identity. The effect was very good. Zhou Chongyue was stunned. The remaining 5,000 rebels were also stunned. For a moment, no one dared to charge forward. Zhou Chongyue dared to rebel because he had a strong heart. He quickly forced himself to recover from the shock. He looked at the young man, who held him hostage with his red-tasseled spear. He clenched his teeth and said, "You're lying. I've never heard of such a person in the Xianyuan family. You think I'll be afraid of you just because you're pretending to be from the Xianyuan family?" His words were sonorous and powerful. They were not only for himself, but also to reinvigorate the morale of his troops. As expected, when the rebels heard this, they gradually looked suspiciously at the silver-armored young man on the horse. Zhou Chongyue struck while the iron was hot and said coldly, "The Xianyuan family was destroyed many years ago. Only Marshal Xianyuan Qi and his son Xianyuan Zheng survived. Where did you come from, brat?" Actually, he had heard that the eldest son of the Xianyuan family had a child. However, the child rarely showed himself. There were many rumors about the child, especially in the Tsang prefecture. The child itself was a rumor. At this time, if he tried to defend himself, regardless of whether it was true or false, he would become the passive party. Guomeng looked worriedly at the silver-armored youth on horseback, worried that he would fall for Zhou Chongyue's provocation. However, the young man was not led by the nose by Zhou Chongshan. He looked coldly at his defeated opponent and said arrogantly, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1 surrender. 2 die. I'll count to 3. If you don't answer me, I'll take it that you've chosen the second option. 1, 2. Just as he was about to count to 3, Zhou Chongyue grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and threw it at Xian Yuanxi. Almost at the same time, the expert hiding behind Xian Yuanxi leaped into the air, his hands clenching his scimitar as he launched a sneak attack on Xian Yuanxi. Be careful. Guomeng was facing Xian Yuanxi and saw the sneak attack from Xian Yuanxi's back clearly. However, he was too far away and injured to block it in time. The corners of Xian Yuanxi's lips curled up slightly. Insignificant skill. His spear was like a dragon spinning above his head. Without turning his head, he coldly pierced the expert's heart. As for the snow that Zhou Chongyue had thrown, it was blown away by the warhorse under the young man before it could reach half of the ground. Zhou Chongyue's body trembled. Fuck. This horse can blow snow. 3. Xian Yuanxi finished counting. He looked calmly at the stunned Zhou Chongyue. Looks like you've chosen the second option. No. I didn't even have time to say. The long spear gleaming with cold light fell, and the head of the rebel leader rolled to the feet of an archer. The archer was paralyzed with fear. Everyone shuddered. Reporting for General Zhou, someone in the crowd shouted. Unfortunately, before he could finish, a bugle horn sounded not far away, and countless horses galloped over. One of the cavalrymen rushed at the front, carrying a flying eagle banner on his shoulder that fluttered in the wind and snow. That was the Xian Yuan family's commander's flag. The Xian Yuan family's cavalry had really come. The young man who killed Zhou Chongyue was not lying. He was from the Xian Yuan family. With the death of their leader and the arrival of imperial reinforcements, the rebel army's morale had plummeted. It was hard to remember who was the first to escape. In short, before the Xian Yuan family's cavalry flattened the mountain, all the rebels had fled. Guomeng let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness the Black Wind cavalry had arrived just in time. Just as he was about to witness the Black Wind cavalry's heroism, he saw a familiar face. The one carrying the commander's flag. Yes, I'm talking about you. Aren't you Erdan? Erdan was one of Guomeng's lieutenants. His surname was Zhang Minghuan, and Erdan was his nickname. Guomeng rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. At this time, all the riders who had been shouting to charge and break through the enemy's lines had charged forward. However, he was completely dumbfounded. How were these the Black Wind cavalry of the Xian Yuan family? They were the remnants of the soldiers he had left in the camp. He turned to look at Xian Yuanxi in a daze. My lord, what's going on? He did not know Xian Yuanxi's official position, but judging from his majestic appearance, it should be above his own. Xian Yuanxi wiped his red tasseled spear with a handkerchief and said calmly, "Oh, I borrowed your men." "Where are your men?" Guomeng asked. "Just me," Xian Yuanxi said. Guomeng staggered and almost fell. What do you mean just you? The imperial court only sent you as reinforcements?" "No, they sent quite a few, but they were all blocked by the snow. Only he and little Shi had rushed over." Guomeng swallowed and mustered up his courage to ask, "May I ask how many reinforcements the imperial court sent?" 200, Xian Yuanxi said. Guomeng was dumbfounded. Only 200? That's not enough. It'll take at least 10 or 20,000. Xian Yuanxi put away his red tasseled spear and looked at him strangely. Why do you need 10 or 20,000 soldiers to escort the supplies? Guomeng was deeply shocked. You are actually just an escort for the supplies? Did the rebel army know that they were being played by a small group of cavalrymen transporting supplies? May I ask from whom did you learn this skill of bluffing? Guomeng suddenly thought of an important question. Don't tell me your identity as a member of the Xian Yuan family is also. My identity is real, Xian Yuanxi said. I am indeed a member of the Xian Yuan family. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the remaining soldiers who were waiting for orders and frowned. What are you still standing there for? Take it. Guomeng was speechless. Under Xian Yuanshi's leadership, the remaining soldiers of Tsang province plundered the rebel army's camp clean, leaving not a single grain of rice or thread behind. That night, the Tsang province army, who had been starving for many days, finally had a full meal. Although Zhou Chongyue was dead, his son was still alive, and so were the 20,000 soldiers of the rebel army. The weather was still bad, and the reinforcements from Yinzhou could not arrive. The Tsang province army only had 3,000 soldiers left, but only 2,000 could fight. Guomeng's suggestion was to defend. We've taken some supplies. We can defend until the Yinzhou army arrives. Xian Yuanshi did not agree with this idea. First, they did not know how long the weather would last, and the supplies would run out one day. Second, there were too many injured soldiers. They had to quickly take back the city and let the injured soldiers in for treatment. He said seriously, for a hot-blooded soldier, the saddest thing is not dying on the battlefield, but dying of illness in the barracks. Guomeng was stunned. He did not expect a 12 or 13-year-old boy to say something like this. Had he also experienced death and pain? Otherwise, why would he have such feelings? He would rather die in battle than die of illness. In the end, Guomeng agreed to Xian Yuanshi's plan. 3 days later, Xian Yuanshi led 2,000 soldiers of Tsang province to attack the rebel army's right wing. The rebel army had never seen the real Black Wind cavalry, but Xian Yuanshi's reputation had already spread. Coupled with the Xian Yuan family's flag, all of the rebel army thought that the ones attacking them were the Xian Yuan cavalry. The rebel army's morale was low, and Xian Yuanshi led the Tsang province army to attack the main commander's camp, scattering the 20,000 soldiers. Xian Yuanshi first caught the least number of soldiers and chased after them. The rebel army had no power to fight back. 2 hours later, Xian Yuanshi beheaded Zhou Chongyue's youngest son, Zhou Fengdong. 3 days later, Xian Yuanshi captured Zhou Chongyue's third son, Zhou Fengxiu. On the 7th day, Xian Yuanshi seriously injured Zhou Chongyue's second son, Zhou Fengxia. That night, Zhou Chongyue's eldest son, Zhou Fengchun surrendered. In just 7 days, 2,000 soldiers defeated Zhou Chongyue's 20,000 rebel army, ending a year of civil strife in the southwest. Xian Yuanshi could be said to have become famous in one battle. When Shangguan Yin received the news of victory from the southwest, he was overjoyed. Without waiting for Xian Yuanshi to return to court, he directly issued an imperial edict to the whole world, conferring Xian Yuanshi as the first marquis champion in the history of Yin Kingdom. A 13-year-old marquis, within the 6 countries, there was no one like him. Chapter 994. For the time being, Xian Yuanshi did not know that he had been conferred the title of Marquis Champion. The civil strife in the southwest had been quelled, and he was preparing to return. Before leaving, he arrived at Sima Slope. Riding Little Shi, he stood on a high slope and gazed into the vast expanse of whiteness in the distance. Guomeng urged his horse to follow beside him. Seeing that he did not speak for a long time, Guomeng felt sure Yi could not figure out what he was thinking. After these days of contact, Guomeng had a whole new level of respect for this youth, who was even younger than his own son. He had the frivolity and hot-bloodedness of a youth, but not the impulsiveness and naivety of a youth. He was brave and resourceful, and his temperament was steady. Guomeng often sighed with emotion. This youth seemed to be born for the battlefield. The cold wind whistled, and Guomeng felt a trace of coldness. He looked at the youth with cracked lips and firm eyes, and finally opened his mouth to ask, "Sir, what are you looking at?" Xian Yuanshi said, "The mountains and rivers of the Yin Kingdom." Guomeng thought for a moment, then asked, "Then, what do you see?" Xian Yuanshi said indifferently, "The Liang Kingdom is asking for a beating." Guomeng did not understand. How did the Liang Kingdom suddenly get involved? The topic had gone off the rails a bit too quickly. Xian Yuanshi was not stingy with his answer. Where did the rebel army's armor and weapons come from? Where did the money to raise the army come from? Zhou Chongyue is only a martial artist. How could he have such great ability? Guomang's expression changed. You mean, the Liang kingdom is behind the chaos in the southwest? A withered leaf flew over and gently landed in Xian Yuanxi's palm. Xian Yuanxi clenched his fist, his eyes cold. The Liang kingdom. He released his hand, and the withered leaf turned into fine powder, which was blown away by the wind into the snow. The chaos in the southwest had come to an end, and Xian Yuanxi set out to return to the capital. The road is still closed. Would you like to return a few days later? Guomang tried to persuade him. No need. He had to rush back to spend the new year with Jiao Jiao. He nimbly mounted his horse. His silver armor and red cape fluttered in the wind behind him. He looked valiant and very handsome. Guomang was stunned. This child was simply too good-looking. Of course, when it came to killing the enemy, they were not merciful at all. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome young man was the little killing god who had struck fear into the hearts of all the rebels on the battlefield a few days ago. Goodbye, General Gua. The young man patted the warhorse's neck and said with a smile, There are only 13 days left. Little Shi, I'm counting on you. The adult horse king raised its front hooves and tightened its muscles. It cracked open its mouth as if it was laughing wildly. I'm coming. All the horses in the barracks were knocked over by him. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it rushed into the endless wind and snow. A man, an eagle, and a horse braved the biting cold wind and snow. They crossed mountains, cities, and forests in this extremely cold world. Finally, they arrived at Xingdu on New Year's Eve. The snow in Xingdu was also very heavy, but there was no wind today. The goose feather-like snow fell quietly. There were no pedestrians on the street, and the shops were closed. The whole street could only hear the rapid sound of horse hooves and the loud cry of the eagle hovering high in the sky. Xian Yuanxi had not seen Jiao Jiao for a year. He missed her so much that his heart ached. He could not wait to return to her side. Little Shi. He pulled the reins tightly. The horse king and the young man on the horse grew up together. They had a tacit understanding and increased the speed of the horse. The horse king actually wanted to go back earlier. Human cubs were good, but it was troublesome to walk them. This time it had slipped away for a year. It really did not want to slip away again. It wanted to go back to Jiao Jiao. This year, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng took the children to celebrate the new year in the Yin kingdom. First, they wanted to visit Duke Yin and Shangguanyan. Second, the situation in the Yin kingdom was tense. Xian Yuanxi had been guarding the border for 2 years and had not returned to the capital. Gu Jiao may go to the battlefield. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law strolled in the imperial garden wrapped in silver. From time to time, the children's laughter could be heard from behind the flowers in front of them. They were innocent and carefree. Shangguanyan's eyes flashed with a trace of tenderness. The longer she was the emperor, the stronger her fierce aura was. The palace servants rarely saw her soft side. Shangguanyan said with emotion, Jing Kong has made a great contribution to the civil strife in the southwest. Do you know that he asked to go to the southwest? He said that if he did not go, you would go. Gu Jiao's expression froze. Shangguanyan sighed. He said that you don't need to fight anymore in the future. He will fight all the battles. He told me and the Grand Marshal not to tell you any military information. It's enough to tell him. He will definitely win, he promises. Gu Jiao's heart seemed to be hit hard by something. She suddenly remembered what Jing Kong said to her when he first came to her home. Jiao Jiao, you are very powerful. I also want to be very powerful. More powerful than Jiao Jiao. Then Jiao Jiao won't need to be powerful. She was puzzled. The 3-year-old little Jing Kong looked up. His clear eyes without a trace of impurities looked into her eyes. Jiao Jiao must be very hard, right? Master said that powerful people have suffered a lot and will continue to suffer a lot in the future. Because powerful people are destined to go up the mountain. Going up the mountain is very hard. Going down the mountain is more comfortable. Jiao Jiao, wait for me to grow up. When I grow up, I will carry you up the mountain. If powerful people have to go up the mountain, then he will carry Jiao Jiao up the mountain. Jiao Jiao doesn't need to walk. Jiao Jiao's hardships, he will bear them. At that time, Gu Jiao didn't quite understand what a 3-year-old squishy ball meant by going up and down the mountain. She only gradually understood later. She also finally understood why he suddenly joined the army when he was 12 years old. He gave up the civil service and joined the military, not because he was unlucky and lost confidence in the imperial examination, but because he wanted to go to war for her, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to inherit the lost knowledge of the past, and to create peace for all ages. She didn't have time to teach him these. His mind was very simple. He just wanted to give her a golden age of peace. He didn't tell me when he left. She whispered. If he had told you, you wouldn't have let him go. Shang Guanyin said, looked at Gu Jiao and said, the war in the southwest is over. Jing Kong will come back soon. He will be very happy to see you. Gu Jiao nodded. She missed Jing Kong. She missed him very much. In addition, Shang Guanyin paused. The situation of the 6 countries may change again. Since the last war against Jin, the 6 countries have been at peace for several years. But not long ago, this delicate balance was broken. Shang Guanyin proposed to build a water transportation system for the 6 countries, but it was opposed by all the countries. The reasons were strange. They didn't want to destroy the geomancy of their country, or they didn't want to waste money. However, the reason was actually because of an island called Baoshan. Baoshan Island was located in Jin, the territory of Jin. When Jin was defeated, they ceded a lot of cities to seek peace, including Baoshan Island. However, Baoshan Island was a deserted island. No one took a fancy to it, so Yan Kingdom took it. Who would have thought that the people who reclaimed the island would find a gold mine on the island? The other countries were unbalanced. They all thought that Yin Kingdom deliberately concealed the mineral vein, making everyone mistakenly think that it was a deserted island. Now all the countries wanted a share of the pie, but this was impossible. Shang Guanyin would never give in. However, this was not the only reason for the tension in the 6 countries. There was another major reason: the Turks. The Turks had changed. The Turks were originally separated from Jin. There were a total of 13 tribes. Over the years, the major tribes were in their own way, and there were constant disputes. It was not that no one tried to unify the 13 tribes, but no one had the means. But just 3 years ago, the weakest Turk tribe suddenly rose and annexed the other tribes one by one. In less than 3 years, they ruled the 13 tribes that had been separated for hundreds of years. 2 months ago, the Turkic Khaganate established their country and named it Wei. Whether the 6 countries recognized it or not, it was a country that started a new era. The Wei king did not claim the title of emperor for the time being, but only a king. He probably wants to wait for the envoys of the 6 countries to arrive there and witness his enthronement ceremony before officially ruling the world. Shang Guanyin said, and took out an edict from her wide sleeve. This is a letter written by the king of Wei, inviting the royal family of each country to attend his enthronement ceremony. Gu Jiao took it. She couldn't understand Jin's language, so she asked, "Is mother going?" Shang Guanyin said, "Qing'er said he wants to go, but I'm always a little worried, so I hope to find someone to accompany him. Let's see if it's you or uncle." Gu Jiao nodded. This was not a big problem. She could go, and Xin Yuanqi could also go. In addition, I want to remind you of one thing. Shang Guanyin said. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Shang Guanyin frowned and said, "Rumor has it that the reason why the king of Wei can go from being the son of the weakest tribe leader to today is because he has a resourceful prime minister under him." Gu Jiao subconsciously asked, "What's his surname?" Shang Guanyin said, "Liu." Chapter 995. Liu what? Gu Jiao asked. Shang Guanyin shook her head. "I don't know much about the Wei country's prime minister. I only know that his surname is Liu, and he comes from a poor background. He came across the Wei country's prince by chance. Perhaps because they were in the same boat, they felt like old friends at first sight. Since then, he has been working under the Wei country's prince. From an inconspicuous little strategist, he slowly became the Wei country's most powerful think tank." Gu Jiao's attention was on the poor background and the poor background of the Wei country. The Wei country, she murmured thoughtfully. Could it be him? While she was thinking, the 5-year-old Xiao Yin ran over with her little brother, bold sweating. The twins were very delicate. They were white and tender. When they smiled, they had a pair of small dimples. They were very cute. Xiao Yin raised her chubby little face and said with a smile, Imperial grandmother mother, Songer wants to play sleigh. The quiet little handsome boy Xiao Tsong's face darkened. You want to play? Who likes that kind of childish thing? Go play. Gu Jiao said. Xiao Yin happily pulled Xiao Tsong away. Xiao Tsong, who was just a tool from beginning to end. The Yin country's imperial palace was very big. In order to let the two little guys play to their heart's content, Shangguan Yin didn't hesitate to tear down a garden and 2 palaces to make a super big ski resort near the imperial garden. The palace servant brought the light shui sleigh made by Xiao Heng himself. Xiao Yin twisted her little butt and couldn't wait to sit on it. What are you doing? Come on, little brother. She especially liked to call Xiao Tsong little brother. But in fact, Xiao Tsong never thought of himself as a little brother. Originally, he should have been the first to come out. But this girl kicked him aside and snatched the first place from him. So he was actually the older brother. Xiao Yin spread her hands and raised her eyebrows. Are you afraid? Xiao Tsong sat on it expressionlessly. The first place was taken by Xiao Yan. He sat behind Xiao Yan. He quietly pinched the corner of Xiao Yan's clothes. Xiao Yan tightened her grip on the reins and said proudly, Don't tell me you secretly pinched my clothes again? Xiao Tsong's expression froze, but his tone remained the same. I'm afraid that you'll fall. Xiao Yan patted her chest and said crisply, It's okay to be afraid. You're the younger brother. Big sister will protect you. Xiao Tsong, don't imitate your uncle. Xiao Yan smiled mischievously. Sit tight. Wasn't it just a sleigh pulled by a few palace servants? It wasn't that fast either. Did they think that they couldn't sit properly? Just as Xiao Tsong finished muttering to himself, he saw a black horse galloping over at lightning speed. It picked up the rope of the sled and galloped off. Xiao Tsong's face turned pale. Why was it little Shi? He didn't have time to jump off the sled or call for help. Little Shi was running too fast. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was blown into a little sad frog. Little Shi ran 3 laps before stopping. The twins' hair was blown into a shamate style. Xiao Yin was so excited that she clapped her hands. One more time. One more time. Xiao Tsong calmly got off the light shui and covered his chest with his hands. With a cold expression, he knelt down in the snow and vomited. On the other side, Xin Yuanxi finally saw Jiao Jiao, whom she had been longing for. Everything had changed over the years, but Jiao Jiao was still the same in his eyes. Gu Jiao Jiao was wearing a light green brocade cloak. The edge of her hat was inlaid with a circle of snow-white fur. When the wind blew, the fur swayed gently, making her skin look even more beautiful. Jiao Jiao. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart as he called out her name loudly. When Gu Jiao Jiao heard him, she immediately turned around and saw the travel-worn youth across the frozen lotus pond. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes, and the corners of her lips curled up. Jingkong. Xian Yuanxi used his qinggong and leaped into the air. He wanted to give Jiao Jiao a handsome and confident figure, so that Jiao Jiao would be immersed in his charm and be unable to extricate herself. At the same time, he wanted to prove to Jiao Jiao that he was no longer the little wrestling monk from before. The palace maids all screamed. Heavens, which girl could resist such a beautiful youth falling from the sky? Gu Jiao Jiao also smiled as she looked at the youth flying towards her. Just as he was about to land, a crisp and demonic voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Uncle Jingkong. Ah! Xian Yuanxi's breath stagnated, his body stiffened, and he fell from the air. It was neither close nor far, and he just happened to fall in front of Gu Jiao Jiao. His handsome face fell, and he fell flat on his face. Gu Jiao Jiao. Shangguan Yan. All the palace maids. The culprit Xiao Yan ran over and squatted beside the Uncle Jingkong. She tilted her head and looked at him curiously. 3 seconds later, she copied the same posture as the Uncle Jingkong. She buried her face in the snow and positioned herself like a small horse. Everyone again. It was rare for him to act cool, but the result was that he fell like a toad. Xianyuan wished that he could die on the spot. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth for 5 seconds before he calmly got up from the snow. Then he saw the little kid who imitated him. The young man's body trembled. No way. Did he fall so ugly? I want to die again. Gu Jiaojiao laughed. Xianyuan looked at her laughing uncontrollably and scratched his head. Alright, if it could make Jiaojiao happy, it was worth it no matter how ugly the fall was. Xiaoyan was very dedicated. No one helped her up, so she kept her unconscious posture. Shangguan Yan was angry and amused. Get up! It was Xianyuan who lifted her up. He didn't realize that the way he lifted Xiao Yan was exactly the same as the way Xiao Heng lifted him. Uncle Jing Kong, I miss you so much. You've become more handsome. The way Xiao Yan flattered him was exactly the same as when he was a child. Family was really a wonderful pair of words. Jiao, your majesty. He greeted Gu Jiao and Shangguan Yan. Shangguan Yan nodded with relief. It's been hard on you. Did you get hurt? No. He shook his head decisively. Then he looked around. Huh? Why don't I see Tsong and Xiao Xian? Xiao Yan sat on his arm and complained with an exaggerated expression. Little brother was sitting in the sleigh and was so scared that he vomited. Xiao Tsong, who was carried by a palace maid, had a dark face again. I got carsick and vomited. Xiao Xian was the second child of Gu Jiaojiao and Xiao Heng. He was also born in the 12th lunar month and just celebrated his second birthday a few days ago. He was sleeping. Shangguan Yan knew that the siblings had a lot of intimate things to talk about since they just came back from Jingkong. She smiled and said, Xiao Xian should wake up. You can go and see him. Come to Fengqi Palace for dinner tonight. Okay. Gu Jiaojiao agreed. Shangguan Yan left with everyone. Xianyuan put down Xiao Yan and cupped his hands to salute Shangguan Yan. Gu Jiaojiao stared at the handsome and well-educated young man in front of her and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The little boy had really grown up. Xiao Yan could walk by herself. She walked in front of Xiao Kong. Xiao Tsong was a little weak after vomiting. Gu Jiaojiao planned to take him from the palace maid. I'll do it. Xianyuan said. He stretched out his slender arms and picked up the 5-year-old Xiao Kong, uncle from Jing Kong. Xiao Tsong weakly called out. He gently looked at the little guy in his arms. Don't talk. Gu Jiaojiao looked at him with a slight smile. You've grown taller. After a pause, she said. You've become tanned. The first sentence was quite funny, but the second sentence made him stiff. The dark history of being tanned by his bad brother-in-law came to his mind. His expression changed, and he began to look around. Gu Jiaojiao said, Your brother-in-law is not here. He went to repair the gun with your brother Qing. Xianyuan coughed lightly. I didn't find a bad brother-in-law. Gu Jiaojiao smiled. Are you injured? She asked. I'm not injured, he said firmly. Gu Jiaojiao said. Okay, let me examine you later. He choked and his eyes flashed. No, I'm not a child. I can't show you. There were too many big and small injuries on his body. He didn't want her to see them. What's more, his injuries were nothing. No matter how many injuries he had, Jiaojiao's injuries would only be more serious than his. He hurriedly changed the topic. Is Xiao Xian's body better? It was strange. Xiao Xian was clearly a single fetus, and a full-term fetus, but his body was much weaker than a premature boy-girl fetus. Jing Kong remembered that after the little guy was born, he was sick almost every month. During the confinement period, he lost weight instead of gaining weight. He had to drink so much medicine that his heart ached. Gu Jiaojiao paused and said, He's much better. While talking, the two came to the second prince's palace. Although Jing Kong was a man with a different surname, Shangguan Yan had already decreed that he was allowed to live in the imperial palace. Therefore, no one dared to stop him. When the two were about to come to the door of the palace, they saw a silly little being cutely poking his head out. Chapter 996. The little boy stuck out half of his body and looked around. He had a round little head and wore a clean little monk's robe. A string of small Buddhist prayer beads hung around his neck. He held the door frame with one hand and held the string of small Buddhist prayer beads with the other. He looked very obedient and cute. Xian Yuanxi, however, was stunned. Who is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy saw Gu Jiao. He wanted to come out but held himself back. He clung to the door frame and called out in a childish voice, "Mother!" Xian Yuanxi was petrified on the spot. This little monk couldn't be Xiaoxian? Xiaoxian became a monk. Gu Jiao saw his confusion. As she led him towards Xiaoxian, she explained, "Xiaoxian's body is weak, and he always falls sick every few days. Later, my mother carried Xiaoxian to the temple. The master in the temple said that he was fated with Buddha." Xian Yuanxi was flabbergasted. "And then he became a monk." Gu Jiao held little Xiaoxian's hand. "Well, you can say that. These clothes were worn by you when you were young. Princess Mother said that wearing old clothes is good luck and can let the child grow up safely." Xian Yuanxi mumbled, "No wonder it looks so familiar." When Xian Yuanxi left home, Xiaoxian was only 1 year old. Now that a year had passed, Xiaoxian didn't remember him. Xiaoxian raised his round little head and looked at him curiously with his big black grape-like eyes. "Who are you?" Xian Yuanxi pinched his little face. "I'm your uncle from Jingkong. Do you still remember me?" Little Xiaoxian shook his head very honestly. Xian Yuanxi smiled. Xiao Tsong, who was lying in his arms, opened his eyes and glanced at his younger brother. "Tell your uncle in Jingkong what your name is." Little Xiaoxian nodded obediently and began to introduce himself in a childish voice. "My name is Xiaoxian, and my Dharma name is Xian. Xian Yuanxi. You even have a Dharma name." Xiaoxian looked smaller and thinner than other children his age, but Xian Yuanxi learned from Gu Jiao that he didn't get sick as easily as he did when he was 1 year old. Yao Shi and Princess Xenyang felt more and more that raising the little guy as a monk was the right choice. There was a precedent for this among the relatives they knew, Kuan Dao Yuan Baolin. Gu Jiao held little Xiaoxian's hand and walked in. Xian Yuanxi looked at the 2-year-old boy who was struggling in the snow. He wanted to ask Jiao Jiao if he didn't want to hug him. Xiao Tsong said calmly, "Mother hugs you the most. She rarely hugs the 3 of us." Xian Yuanxi was stunned. Gu Jiao gave her love for her eldest son to Jing Kong without any reservation. At that time, she didn't know how to be a parent. She and Xiao Heng struggled to raise the little monk they brought back from the mountains. The little monk chased after her all day long, wanting to be her little tail. The little monk always sat on the doorstep and waited for her to come home, no matter how late it was. The little monk would act spoiled and ask for kisses. He also liked to stay in her arms. It was her first time raising a child. She couldn't do anything about the clingy little monk. She could only spoil him. Fortunately, she didn't spoil him. The little monk who used to wrestle grew up to be an indomitable black wind rider. Xiao Tsong sighed like an adult. I'm jealous." Xian Yuanxi's eyes reddened. Heat waves rolled in his heart. "Is Jiao Jiao," Xiao Tsong reminded him. "Uncle, you're hugging me too tightly. I can't breathe." Xiao Heng and Sheng Guanqing came back 2 hours later. His harem was getting bigger and bigger. After his first wife, he had 6 more concubines, all of whom had top-grade firearms. Today, his first wife's firearm was broken. It took a long time to fix it. The 2 brothers didn't know that they had come back from Jingkong. As they walked to the twins' bedroom, they said, "If Mother knows that you like firearms so much, she'll take them all away for you." Sheng Guanqing said, "Don't tell Mother." Xiao Heng said with amusement, "Mother asked me to ask you, are you satisfied with the daughters of the aristocratic families she picked for you last time?" Sheng Guanqing waved his hand carelessly. "I'm not dissatisfied. If she likes them, she can put them in my backyard." Xiao Heng asked, "Aren't you afraid that your backyard will catch fire?" Sheng Guanqing put a hand on his brother's shoulder and said cynically, "Men, you know." Xiao Heng firmly drew a line with him. "I don't know. My love for Jiao Jiao is stronger than gold." Sheng Guanqing hit the nail on the head. "Gold is very soft." Xiao Heng. Sheng Guanqing hadn't met his destined daughter yet. He was also very worried. It wasn't that he didn't like women, but he hadn't met anyone who moved him. What could he do? "I've said it before. She has to be as good at martial arts as Jiao Jiao. as dignified and gentle as mother, and as humorous and witty as mother. Such a woman is my destiny. Xiaoheng glanced at him speechlessly. You can be single for the rest of your life. As the two brothers talked, Xiao Yan's voice came from the bedroom. She was patiently teaching her brother. What's 1 plus 1? 1, Xiao Xian said. Xiao Yan touched her forehead. I've taught you this many times. It's not 1, it's 2. Xiao Xian said 2. Right. On the Kong bed in the warm room, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged opposite her brother. Say it again. What's 1 plus 1? Xiao Xian said 1. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan took a deep breath. 1 times 1 equals 1. What's 2 plus 2? She took out 4 fingers and looked at little Xiao Xian with a mischievous gaze. Xiao Xian said, 2. Xiao Yan collapsed. Xiao Yan sat up and grabbed her clothes. She breathed in and out. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know how to do this, right? Xiao Xian nodded. Xiao Yan taught seriously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiao Xian answered seriously. Shang Mountain, hit tiger, head axe, tiger. Xiao Yan spat out 180 degrees of blood on the spot. After spitting out the non-existent blood, she fell backwards. Her small body sprawled out on the heated bed. Next door, Gu Jiao had just finished examining Xiao Tsung's body. He only had simple motion sickness, and would be fine after a day or 2 of rest. She asked the nanny to take Xiao Tsung out. Xianyuan she also planned to go out. Sit down, Gu Jiao said. Xianyuan she scratched his head and smiled. I really don't need it. I didn't vomit. Gu Jiao pressed him down on the chair. The white light from the window shone on the youth's handsome face. He blushed a little, and his ears were visibly red. I'm really fine, he said. Gu Jiao took his pulse and asked seriously, Where are you hurt? No, he subconsciously retorted. He thought of something, and his eyes flashed. He raised his left wrist and said, Are you talking about this? Gu Jiao lifted his sleeve slightly, revealing a red and swollen bruise. He said carelessly, I didn't hold the red tasseled spear properly that day and accidentally twisted it. In the past, he would sit on the threshold and wait to show her his small injury. He would even save his tears for her to see when she came back. Now he was covered in bruises and refused to say a word. Let me do it. Xiao Heng's voice suddenly appeared at the door. The two of them looked at him in unison. You're back, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng nodded and stepped into the room. He looked at the medicine box on the table and said to Gu Jiao, There are couplets outside. Do you want to take a look? Okay. Gu Jiao left the medicine box and turned to leave the room. Xianyuan she pursed his lips reluctantly. What? I just said a few words to Jiao Jiao. Bad brother-in-law. When Xiao Heng saw him at the door, he didn't dare to recognize him. He hadn't seen him for a year, and he had grown taller and more mature. He was no longer that immature child. He had the heroic spirit of a soldier and the murderous aura that came from the battlefield. But when he spoke, Xiao Heng was sure that he was still the little monk who fought with him in a battle of wits and courage. Xiao Heng said to him, Okay, Jiao Jiao is gone. There's nothing to hide. Take off your clothes. Xianyuan she vigilantly crossed his arms. What are you doing? Xiao Heng picked up the medicine on the table and said lightly, If I don't finish this medicine for you, I won't be able to help you if Jiao Jiao asks. Xianyuan she chose between letting Jiao Jiao worry, or letting his bad brother-in-law worry. Then keep it a secret for me. Don't tell Jiao Jiao. Got it. He unbuttoned his clothes, revealing the mottled scars all over his body. When he was a child, Xiao Heng bathed him. Xiao Heng knew exactly where he had pockmarks on his body. Xiao Heng knew that he would be injured, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Although most of the scars had healed, he must have been in a lot of pain at the time. This was also a child that he had raised himself. You! Xiao Heng's throat swelled with pain. Xianyuan she pretended not to see his slightly red eyes. He turned his face and said, Hurry up, I'm cold. The tip of his nose was also sore. It was strange. He didn't want to cry. But when his bad brother-in-law's eyes turned red, he couldn't help it. Chapter 997. Xiao Heng stayed in the room for half an hour before coming out. Just now, He deliberately gave Gu Jiao a reason to leave, not because Gu Jiao really wants to read the couplets. Sure enough, he went next door. Gu Jiao sat there motionless. That quiet look of hers made one's heart ache. Gu Jiao heard him push the door open. She got up and looked at him. Her tone was calm, but her eyes were worried. How is Jing Kong? Xiao Heng entered the room and put the empty bottle of medicine on the table. The answer was already obvious. Such a big bottle, their whole family can't use it in a year. It can be seen how many injuries Jing Kong has. Gu Jiao sullenly put her forehead on his tight chest. He raised his slender hand and gently rubbed her head. When she was depressed, he always comforted her like this. Xiao Heng whispered, "Don't be too sad." I looked carefully, his injuries are all healed. He can calmly explain to her. Just now in the room, he almost couldn't hold it in several times. Fortunately, his embarrassing appearance was not seen by Jiao Jiao, otherwise, he will have no face to see people in the future. She whispered, "He used to have acne. I didn't even want him to leave a small pockmark, so I wrapped his little hand. He sneaked out to scratch himself, and was caught red-handed by Gu Chongqing. Now that he has so many scars on his body, her heart must be in pain. Also, he would even tell me when he hurt his finger by hitting walnuts." Xiao Heng doesn't know how to comfort her. Boys are like this. When they are young, they always stick to their mother. But as they slowly grow up, some things can only be known by their father. Probably, this is the price of growing up. It's the child's protection of his mother. Dinner was placed in Sheng Guanyan's room. Because Xiao Tsong just vomited, his body hasn't recovered, so someone has to carry him. Xiao Heng has already carried Xiao Yan and little Xiao Xian, so Gu Jiao went to carry Xiao Kong. But how can Xianyuan she let Jiao Jiao be tired? He had to be the one to carry the baby. Xianyuan she decisively took Xiao Kong. Xiao Tsong sat in his arms with a dark face. "Uncle, can you be a human?" Tonight was the New Year's Eve dinner. Dukin was invited to the palace. And so was Feng Wuxia. Feng Wuxia was rather confused. Why would they invite him, or his brother, to the reunion dinner in the palace every time? However, if the food made by the imperial chef was delicious, he would be happy to come. Xianyuan Qi, Liao Chun, and priest Qifeng were all stationed at the border, and could not return to the capital. During dinner, Xianyuan Qi finally found out that he has been conferred a marquis. To be honest, he doesn't care much about official positions. He didn't go to war to become an official. However, if he can show off to his bad brother-in-law, then he will be very happy. He picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and said in an accent, "Aya, some people are only the top scorer at 19 years old, but some people are already marquises at 13 years old." At the table, except for Xiao Yan and little Xiao Xian who didn't understand, everyone's mouth twitched. The familiar recipe, the familiar taste, that arrogant little monk is back. But what kind of Versailles is this? Only the top scorer at 19 years old? How do you want other top scorers to live? Also, should I remind you that your bad brother-in-law is the young chancellor of the Imperial College at 13 years old? The ceiling of one civil and one martial arts is taken down by the two of you. Xianyuan she raised his chin and snorted, "I don't care. In any case, I am better than my bad brother-in-law." Xiao Heng picked up a piece of freshly deboned fish for him. "Eat your food." Xianyuan she didn't feel like eating meat when he was 10 years old. In the beginning, he could only drink a bit of meat soup. Later on, he gradually ate a bit of small fish and shrimp. Now he can also eat a bit of lean meat. He just can't eat too much. Xianyuan she snorted and began to eat heartily. At this time, he was a carefree child again. New Year's Eve was also Xiao Heng and Xianyuan she's birthday. The imperial kitchen made longevity noodles for the two, and Xianyuan she finished it all in one gulp. He never went hungry at home, but on the battlefield, he went hungry every few days. This caused everything he ate to be especially delicious. The adults at the table saw him like this, and couldn't help but feel some heartache. Dukin smiled and tried to smooth things over. "I almost forgot to give you a present." Xianyuan she took his head out of the bowl of noodles. "Oh, there's a present? For me?" Dukin smiled. "You and Aheng both get one." Everyone gave Xiao Heng books, antiques, calligraphy and paintings as gifts. The gifts for Xianyuan were much more varied. Gu Jiao gave him a newly made 9-section whip. Gu Xiaoshun also designed a hidden weapon on the whip. It could be used to attack, defend and sneak attack. Xianyuan went outside to try it out. The weight and length were just right, and the flexibility was perfect. He liked it very much. He tied the whip to his waist and returned to his seat. He asked Xiaoheng, "Brother-in-law, what do you have for me?" Xiaoheng said indifferently, "No, I didn't know you were coming back." Just as he said this, there was a sudden whoosh from outside the hall. Immediately after, golden fireworks bloomed in the endless sky. Fireworks! Xianyuan's eyes widened, and he dashed out with a whoosh. Xiao Yin was extremely anxious. "I also want to see. I also want to see. I also want to see." The doors and windows were wide open. The position of the reunion dinner was excellent. The angle of the fireworks was also carefully calculated. Sitting down, one could watch the fireworks feast. But the fireworks were gorgeous, so everyone went to the small garden outside the hall. The colorful golden fireworks bloomed again and again. The entire night sky was lit up, and the whole palace witnessed this magnificent fireworks. Bang! 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 Xiao Yin was so excited that she cried out, "So beautiful! So beautiful!" The quiet and beautiful young man Xiao Tsong also felt that tonight's fireworks were beautiful. Xiao Xian, who was only 2 years old, was scared by the explosion and hid in Shangguan Yan's arms. There were a total of 13 fireworks. Xianyuan looked up at the sky full of colorful lights. He was reluctant to blink. Gu Jiao came to his side at some unknown time. She also looked at the gorgeous fireworks and softly said, "Your brother-in-law specially made it for you." "Huh?" He was startled. Gu Jiao said, "When you came back from Liang State last year, didn't you say that Liang State's fireworks were beautiful? Your brother-in-law made it for you. He planned to show it to you on your 12th birthday, but you joined the army." Xiaoheng didn't say it, but he always remembered it in his heart. Jing Kong was a year older, so he made more fireworks. He just waited for Jing Kong to come back safely. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at him. "Your brother-in-law loves you very much. Just like how he loved his eldest son, he was strict and picky. But if you want the stars, I will not hesitate to give you the whole galaxy." Xianyuan pulled his slightly red little ears, glanced at his bad brother-in-law who was also watching the fireworks not far away, and whispered, "Jiao Jiao loves me the most." After watching the fireworks, Shangguan Qing brought the osmanthus wine brewed by the palace bartender. Xianyuan drank wine for the first time in his life. Well, it was Shangguan Qing who made him drink. He perfectly inherited Gu Jiao's alcohol tolerance. He got drunk after 1 cup. Then he also perfectly inherited Gu Jiao's alcohol tolerance. He held the wine pot in one hand and staggered on the grass in the small garden with the other hand. He took a deep breath and began to sing. So what if the lyrics are worn out, bones and ashes are all mine, duckweed in troubled times, enduring the fire of war to burn the mountains and rivers, although I am humble. I dare not forget my country even if no one knows me. He raised his right hand, turned his body, and said in a dramatic tone, "The people below the stage pass by, can't see the old color. The people on the stage sing a heartbreaking farewell song. Love is hard to fall in ink," she sings, "blood is needed to make peace. The curtain rises, the curtain falls. She is finally a guest." The young man was thin and tall, and his face was as handsome as jade. He was a little tipsy and blurred after drinking. His cheeks were slightly flushed, and his singing was soul-stirring. He was indescribably handsome. Such a young man was truly captivating. The palace maids' hearts were thumping, and they all blushed unconsciously. Shangguan Qing was also drunk. He listened to the song while tapping on his leg. When the song ended, he raised the wine pot and shouted, "Good." Gu Jiao sat next to Xiaoheng and looked at the young man, who looked like a banished immortal. She smiled and said, "So beautiful." Xiaoheng was speechless. "Wife, look at me." Xianyuan drank 2 more mouthfuls, and was so drunk that he passed out. Xiaoheng came over and carried him back. "I can walk by myself." He waved his hand and refused. Xiaoheng looked at him with anger and amusement. "Walk a few steps for me to see." Xianyuan was speechless. Xiaoheng carried him up. Xianyuan lay on his back and squeezed his shoulder. He muttered, "Bad brother-in-law. Why do I feel that you have become smaller? You have grown up." How could he become smaller? An 8-year-old child and a 13-year-old child lying on the same back would naturally feel different. Xianyuan was drunk, but he did not forget to ask worriedly, Can you carry me?" Xiao Heng carried him in the direction of the bedroom. "I'm only 27. I'm very young. Why can't I carry a 13-year-old child?" "Oh." Xianyuan buried his face in his shoulder and said vaguely, "Then promise me. Don't get old. You and Jiao Jiao. Don't get old." Xiao Heng smiled. "Okay, I won't get old." Xianyuan hugged Xiao Heng's neck and muttered drunkenly, "It doesn't matter if I get old. You raise me when I'm young, and I'll raise you when you're old." Chapter 998. The three children were also tired from playing. Xiao Tsong was the first to fall asleep in Nguigong's arms. Little Xiao Xian, who was held by Shengguan Yan, was also very sleepy. The little bald head was like a chicken pecking rice. Xiao Yan wanted to light a few more firecrackers, but unfortunately, she ran out of power. She dragged her small body weakly to Gu Jiao's side. At this moment, she really couldn't walk, so Gu Jiao picked her up. And Guogong warmly said, "Let's send the children back to sleep first. His Majesty should also rest." Shengguan Yin nodded her head and lovingly looked at Xiao Xian, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. She wrapped his cloak tightly. "It's cold, it's time to go back." In fact, the twins were usually very sturdy. They generally didn't get sick in the wind and rain. Only little Xiao Xian's body was weak, so she had to be careful at all times. "Your Majesty, this old servant will do it." Wuxia wanted to take the child from Shengguan Yan's arms and send him back to Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's palace. The drunk Shengguan Qing suddenly put down the wine pot and strode toward the two. Okay, I'll do it. You accompany my mother back." Shengguan Yin looked at her son suspiciously. She was very worried that he would break her baby in his drunken state. Shengguan Qing has the physique of a wine immortal. He gets drunk quickly and wakes up quickly. Otherwise, how could he single-handedly drink a large table of relatives and friends at Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's wedding? "Don't worry, I won't break him. I don't have an heir, so I'm counting on him to support me in the future." Shengguan Yin glared at him fiercely. "After the new year, you must choose a wife for me." Shengguan Qing bitterly touched his nose. He drank too much and talked too much. Why didn't he mention that? He smiled and said, Good, choose, I choose. I'll listen to mother. I'm the most obedient." When Shengguan Yin heard this, she knew that he was being perfunctory. She helplessly shook her head and said, "I should knock you out with a stick and throw you into a ditch. Let's see if you have your brother's good luck and be picked up by my daughter-in-law." Shengguan Qing. "Mother, you're not serious." With Xiao Tsong in his left hand and little Xiao Xian in his right, Shengguan Qing sent them back to Zhaoyang Palace. Gu Jiao carried Xiao Yan and sent Dukan to the palace gate. Dukan could now move freely. He looked at Gu Jiao and the little fellow lying on her shoulder and sighed. "I told you not to send them off, but you had to go so far in the wind. What if Yenner freezes?" Xiao Yan opened one eyelid. "Grandpa, I won't freeze." Dukan could not help but laugh. Xiao Yan had the strongest constitution among the three children, and she was also the most energetic one. She had never been sick since she was a child. However, he still didn't dare to be careless. "That's all for now. I'm leaving. Grandpa, goodbye." Xiao Yan lay in her mother's arms and waved her small hand at him. Dukan smiled dotingly and turned to get on the carriage. Gu Jiao looked down at the little fellow in her arms. "Okay, let's go back." Before she could finish her words, she saw Xiao Yan close her eyes and snore. She fell asleep in seconds. It's not easy to hold on until now. Gu Jiao curved her lips. Children are really fun. She carried Xiao Yan back to the palace. On the other side, Shengguan Yin also returned to her palace. She sat in front of the dressing table, and the little palace maid came forward to untie her hair. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror and pressed her sore eyebrows. Wuxia considerately stepped forward and asked, "Your Majesty, are you tired?" Shengguan Yin laughed and said, I'm getting old. I can't be compared to when I was young. I remember when I was in the imperial tomb. Qing always tried to find ways to stay up until the morning of the first day of the new year. Wu Cixi busily said, Look at what you said, how old are you? Although you are over 40 years old, your Majesty was born with a superior physique. You don't look old at all. Instead, you look very charming. Although your eyes are sharp, they are clean and clear. Sheng Guanyin smiled. As an emperor who holds the power of life and death, she doesn't care about her appearance. Wu Cixi wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? She saw Wu Cixi's expression from the bronze mirror. Wu Cixi smiled and looked at the little palace maid who was untying Sheng Guanyan's hair. He said, This slave will do it. Sheng Guanyin faintly raised her hand. The little palace maid understood and tactfully retreated. Wu Cixi took the pearl hairpin from Sheng Guanyan's bun and said with a dry smile, Yin Shanjun sent another New Year gift. Does your Majesty want to take a look? In fact, as early as the year when Sheng Guanyin ascended the throne, Yin Shanjun asked to remove his royal status. The memorial was suppressed in the cabinet for several years, but Sheng Guanyin never allowed it. As for why it was not allowed, outsiders didn't know the inside story. But as Sheng Guanyan's confidant, Wu Cixi more or less knew a thing or two. This Yin Shanjun was not a member of the great Yin imperial family. He was the child of the former Empress Dowager and the Tujue. The former Empress Dowager was not the retired emperor's biological mother. Therefore, he and His Majesty were not related by blood. For the first 2 years, he didn't understand Yin Shanjun's thoughts. He thought that he was taking into account the relationship between uncle and nephew since childhood, so he often sent letters and gifts. Until one time, he accidentally bumped into Yin Shanjun, who came to the imperial palace to visit His Majesty. Yin Shanjun put His Majesty on the desk and deeply stared at His Majesty, saying, Sheng Guanyin, I told you, when we meet again, I will not be your imperial uncle. My goodness, he only hated that he was not blind and deaf. If he bumped into this, he was afraid that he would be silenced. Fortunately, His Majesty was merciful and didn't mention killing him. His Majesty later pushed Yin Shanjun away. As for whether it was because he disturbed him, or His Majesty didn't have any interest in Yin Shanjun, he didn't know. No need, put it in the warehouse. Sheng Guanyin lightly said. Wu Cixi opened his mouth. Ah, this. Sheng Guanyin coldly looked at him from the bronze mirror. What this? If I tell you to do it, then do it. While Wu Cixi was worried about what to do, Sheng Guanqing came. Wu Cixi felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Sheng Guanqing stepped inside. I'll talk to my mother for a while. You go and get me a bowl of hangover soup. Yes. Yes. Wu Cixi hurriedly retreated. No one helped her with her hair. So Sheng Guanyin had to do it herself. Sheng Guanqing pulled a stool with his foot and sat down beside her. He tilted his head and looked at her with a smile. My mother is beautiful. Those women outside can't be compared to her. Sheng Guanyin lightly said. Do I need you to say that? Sheng Guanqing curled his lips. Well, you're quite good at it. Song, and the others are asleep? Sheng Guanyin took off the hair clip on her head. Sheng Guanqing hummed. Sheng Guanyin said. Then why did you come to my palace in the middle of the night? Did you drink too much and went to the wrong palace? Sheng Guanqing bluntly said. I heard that Yin Shanjun gave you a New Year gift again. I want to see it. Sheng Guanyin calmly said. If you want to see it, go see it yourself. Sheng Guanqing suddenly changed the topic. He's a nice guy. Sheng Guanyin's action of removing the earrings paused. She looked at her son from the bronze mirror. Sheng Guanqing was bowing his head and admiring his new official boots. She didn't ask Sheng Guanqing how he knew. Sheng Guanqing looked unreliable, but he was actually very clever. Many things can't be hidden from him. Are you worried that I won't be willing to find a stepfather for me? No, I'm already so old. Having a stepfather won't affect me much. And, he paused and said, Yin Shanjun is very good to me. There are some things he didn't want me to tell you. I thought it would be better to tell you. I don't want to force you to accept anyone's feelings. I want you to know the whole truth, and then carefully consider your own choice. When I was a child, I always liked to escape from the imperial mausoleum to explore the outside world. Although there were guards following me, I always liked to drill into dangerous places. Several times I escaped from death thanks to Yin Shanjun. He was not in the capital for a few days. People always thought that he liked to travel. Many times, he actually went to find me, but he couldn't say it. He was afraid that Imperial Grandfather would find out and suspect that you colluded with him. He took out a wooden dagger from his arms. There were a few teeth marks on it. It was bitten by the woman who was about to give birth under the Ghost Mountain. When I was 7 years old, he made it for me. Also, when you were dealing with the Crown Prince, he revealed a lot of information about the Crown Prince's mansion to the palace people around you. So if you don't accept him because you are worried about me, you can dispel this doubt. The next day, Xiao Heng paid the price for carrying the Jingkong. When he woke up, his waist and back were sore. That kid is too heavy. When he was a child, he always looked a year younger than his peers. How could he grow so much when he was older? At 13 years old, he was taller than Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan, who were 15 years old. Gu Jiao sat up and looked at him. There were so many guards, but you had to carry it yourself. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Xiao Heng put down the hand that was rubbing his back in a second and sat up straight to save face. Gu Jiao pursed her lips and slowly pulled back the quilt behind her, revealing 3 small black heads. The 3 of them looked at him with blinking eyes. Xiao Heng was stunned. Gu Jiao said mischievously, "Did you hear that? Just now father said it doesn't hurt. We can go hiking today." Xiao Heng. Chapter 999. In the Yin Kingdom, there was also a custom of burning incense on the first day of the new year. Gu Jiao's mountain climbing actually meant going to the temple to burn incense. They couldn't get the first incense, so they tried their best to reach the temple before noon, burn a few incense sticks, and eat a vegetarian meal. The 3 little ones remembered that they wanted to go out and play, so they came early. Xiao Heng was tired for most of the night, so he was still asleep when the children came. Xiao Yin looked at her father, who was lazing in bed for the first time in her memory, and couldn't help but remember how her father carried her uncle last night. She asked her mother if her father couldn't carry her uncle and was injured. If her father was injured, then he definitely couldn't climb the mountain today. But her father just said that it didn't hurt. "Yay, let's climb up." Xiao Yin scrambled to her feet. She first pulled Xiao Tsong up, then clumsily carried the 2-year-old Xiao Xian down. She giggled and said, "Daddy, you're awesome. Uncle and Jing Kong is already so old, yet you can carry him." With this flattery, Xiao Heng didn't even have the leeway to go back on his word. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a weak father? He wanted face in front of his wife, but he also wanted dignity in front of his children. He cleared his throat and said without changing his expression, "Cough, of course, your uncle is heavy." Hee hee. Xiao Yin happily brought her 2 younger brothers out of the house. "We're going to climb the mountain." Gu Jiao looked at him with smiling eyes. Xiao Heng grabbed her hands, turned over, and pressed her under his body. He punishingly bit her soft lips and said fiercely, "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Gu Jiao guiltily blinked her eyes. "Then are you going to punish me?" Xiao Heng, who was already punishing her. If this wasn't a punishment, then he would have to punish her even more. But after he was punished, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the house today. He took a deep breath and kissed her lips again. "I'll remember this and punish you when I come back tonight." After saying that, he suppressed the urge to be easily aroused by her early in the morning and let go of her. Then he saw her take out 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes of Taotao from the small medicine box. Taking the initiative to accept the punishment, he was extremely obedient. Xiao Heng. Xianyuan, she lived in Zhaoyang Palace. After waking up their father, the 3 little kids went to wake up their uncle from Jing Kong. Xianyuan, she had a hangover after drinking a glass of wine. When he woke up, his head was buzzing. "Uncle, uncle." Xiao Yin jumped around his bed. "Wake up. We're going to climb the mountain." "Oh." Xianyuan, she drowsily raised his other hand to block the dazzling light. Coincidentally, at this time, The little palace maid who came into the room to help him wash up came in with a basin. At a glance, she saw the lazy and handsome young man under the morning light. Her eyes swept past him and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the slightly moving small Adam's apple. She only felt her heart throbbing. Her footsteps staggered, and the water in the basin spilled. "Get up! Get up!" Xiao Yin turned into a little loudspeaker spirit and kept talking in Xian Yuanxi's ear. Xian Yuanxi pulled the quilt to cover his head. She put her small head into the quilt and continued to talk tirelessly. Heaven's way of reincarnation. Xian Yuanxi, who had been talking to others, finally experienced the despair of his grand-aunt and others. He was annoyed by Xiao Yan and sat up without any love for life. Okay, uncle is getting up. After breakfast, a group of people took a carriage to the Lingyin Temple in the outer city. Sheng Guanyin was not in the entourage. Only Sheng Guanqing and Xiao Heng's family were with them. There were too many pilgrims coming to the temple. The carriage could not go any further when it was 1 li away from the foot of the mountain. A group of people got off the carriage and walked. There were too many people here. It was impossible to let the children walk on the ground. Sheng Guanqing held Xiao Zong, and Xiao Heng held little Xiao Xian. Xiao Yin poked her small head out from behind Gu Jiao and smiled at Xian Yuanxi. "Uncle from Jing Kong." Xian Yuanxi's eyebrows twitched. He braced himself and picked up Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin shook her head and talked all the way. Xian Yuanxi's head was about to explode. Xiao Heng held little Xiao Xian in one hand and held Gu Jiao in the other, leisurely following behind. Seeing that the former little monk was annoyed by Xiao Yan's quarrel, a certain someone is very happy. "Bad brother-in-law, you're not allowed to gloat." A certain someone snorted coldly. Xiao Heng's smile froze. After confirming that Jing Kong did not turn around, he thought, "Are your eyes on the back of your head? How could you notice this?" The group entered the temple and offered incense. The 3 little guys kowtowed and worshipped Buddha. They looked very proper, especially little Shirxin, who was wearing a small monk robe and small Buddha beads. If he kowtowed again, those who did not know would think that he was the little master in the temple. However, this little master was simply too adorable. Yes, little monk Shirxin, who was little Xiao Xian, tugged at his father's clothes. Xiao Heng pointed at Xian Yuanxi. Go find uncle." Little Xiao Xian walked over and raised his little head. "Uncle P. Bad brother-in-law, you're too lazy." Xian Yuanxi had already experienced his bad brother-in-law's laziness. He did not have the slightest hope for his bad brother-in-law. He carried little Xiao Xian to the outhouse. "We'll wait for you in the meditation room," Xiao Heng said. "Got it." Xian Yuanxi pursed his lips. On the way from the outhouse to the meditation room, they had to pass by a small plum garden. When Xian Yuanxi carried little Xiao Xian and walked on the small path in the plum garden, they bumped into a young lady wearing a pink cloak and a veil. The limestone path was so narrow, Xian Yuanxi intentionally gave way. Who knew that the other party was also giving way, and in the same direction? Xian Yuanxi hurriedly went to the right again. Coincidentally, the other party also thought the same. After a while, they really could not walk past each other. Xian Yuanxi simply turned sideways. "Miss, please." The young lady bowed to express her gratitude. Then she turned and walked forward. When she brushed past the two of them, little Xiao Xian reached out his little hand and pulled off her hair clip. Xian Yuanxi, sorry. Xian Yuanxi first apologized to the girl, then looked at the little guy in his arms. Xianer, return it to her. Little Xiao Xian did not return it. The young lady warmly said, "It's all right, it's just a hair clip, it's not worth much." Xian Yuanxi said, "That won't do if word gets out, it will damage Miss' reputation." But no matter what he said, little Xiao Xian did not return it. Xiao Xian's body was weak. He did not dare to let him cry, afraid that he would cry until he fainted. In the end, under Xian Yuanxi's insistence, he bought the hair clip for 20 taels of silver. After returning to the meditation room, he did not hide anything and told him everything that happened in the garden. Xiao Heng looked sternly at his little son. Little Xiao Xian was so scared that he trembled and threw himself into Sheng Guanqing's arms. He was not stupid. He knew that it was useless to throw himself into his mother's arms after getting into trouble. His mother and father were always on the same side. Only his uncle was reliable. Shang Guanqing protected the little guy in his arms and softly coaxed him. All right, Xian'er, don't be afraid. Uncle will protect you. Xiaoheng, your new gun is gone. Shang Guanqing handed little Xiao Xian over in a second and sternly said to Xiaoheng, discipline your own son. Little Xiao Xian. Xiaoheng brought his son to the meditation room next door. Mistakes that should be corrected must be corrected. But he had a principle of not reprimanding his child in front of others. A quarter of an hour later, the father and son came over from the meditation room next door. No one knew what Xiaoheng said to little Xiao Xian. But little Xiao Xian obediently returned the hair clip to Xian Yuanxi. Xian Yuanxi, no, why don't you give it to me? Xian Yuanxi also did not want it. What scholar and beauty meeting by chance, meeting by fate? This kind of scene would not cause a reaction on Xian Yuanxi. He felt that the hair clip was very ugly, so he turned around and threw it away. On the way back, Xiaoheng did not take the carriage, but rode a horse with Xian Yuanxi. Xian Yuanxi glanced at his bad brother-in-law beside him. It's such a strong wind. I don't care if it gets damaged. Xiaoheng was not that weak. He just did not practice martial arts, but he secretly trained his body. But Xiaoheng gave up the opportunity to be intimate with his wife, to accompany Xian Yuanxi to ride a horse. It seemed that he had something to say. What exactly is it? Xian Yuanxi asked. Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment. It was not convenient to Jiao to talk about this kind of thing, so he had to worry about it himself. He paused, leaned the horse closer to him, and asked calmly, you didn't fool around with anyone in the military camp, right? Fool around with what? Xian Yuanxi did not understand. Xiaoheng thought about the pearl hair clip and said, you're old. Many children of aristocratic families are already familiar with human affairs at your age, but I don't agree with that. Xian Yuanxi half guessed and half explained. Combined with his somewhat indescribable expression, he finally understood what he was talking about. Xian Yuanxi's little face darkened. Bad brother-in-law, what are you talking about? How old am I? It seemed that he really did understand. Before he went to the military camp, he was just a simple child. After hanging around with those veterans for a year, he had gained a lot of knowledge. Children grew up too quickly. If one did not pay attention, they would already be half an adult. Xiaoheng suppressed his feelings and said, you have to take care of your body. You can't act recklessly. I never thought about this kind of thing, okay? Xian Yuanxi was still a baby in his heart, but he would not admit it. Perhaps all young men were like this. No matter how childish they were in their hearts, they always had to pretend to be mature on the surface. He raised his chin and snorted. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. Xiaoheng asked, what's wrong with me? Xian Yuanxi raised his eyebrows and said, I heard that there was a Lu Xiang in Wei State. He came from a lower state and had a low status. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Jiao once had a close friend in Zhao State. His surname was Lu. His name was Lu Yisheng. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.